Welcome to the first part of this completely free training course where we're going to show you how you can build your own newsletter business. And the most important thing about this, we're going to show you how you can do it in a way where you're going to make a profit. We're going to be spreading this over 30 days, but if you go through these videos, you can get this done a lot quicker, maybe 7 to 10 days if you've got the time. But if you've got a 9-to-5 job that you're trying to escape, then you can go through one of these videos at a time and then actually take action on what is covered in the video. That's the whole point of this, that you can actually just go away and act on what's in each of these videos every single day. So this is day one, and we're going to be talking about picking your niche. It's really important before we even talk about how to build a newsletter business or which kind of platforms you're going to be using or software, that we make sure that you picked your niche. Now, if you do want to see some of our videos already, then there'll be a little card that's popping up now where you can check out an overview of how we use AI to produce these newsletters. But as I said, for now, we're just focusing on picking our niche. So there's 3 things here that we want to be focusing on. So we've got 1, 2, and 3. 3 steps to picking our niche. The first thing we're going to do is we need to talk about what's already popular online. This is really important because you don't want to be going out and reinventing the wheel. If people are already out there covering certain topics, then that's because they work. And we don't want to just go out there and make up something completely new. So we want to talk about what are the 3 most popular niches to focus on. Well, these 3 are actually health, wealth, and relationships. When we talk about health, we think about things in the fitness industry. So that could be things like a particular sport. It could be getting fit, like something like yoga or HIIT. It could be something to do with mindfulness, meditation, anything like that. When we talk about wealth, we talk about make money online niche, which is really, really popular. It could be investing, it could be finances, but people want to be healthy, or they want to lose weight, or they want to make more money or save more money. And the third thing that most people want to do is they want their relationship sorted, whether that's finding their perfect partner, whether that's being a better parent or being a better spouse, maybe it's getting better at dating. All of these things make money online. So the best thing for you to do when you're thinking about make money online, relationship, health, is to go away and think of some sub niches within these and think about what you already have an interest in, what you already know something about, and see if you can find a niche within one of these 3 areas that's going to work for you, because this is where the money already is. So once we've got this sorted and we've picked a few areas that we like the look of, then the next thing we need to do is we need to decide, can we beat the competition? And when I talk about beating the competition, I don't necessarily mean can we get more subscribers on our newsletter than somebody else. But what we want to do is we want to do some competitor research. We want to find out who is doing well in this particular niche. So if we were going for health and we were looking at something like yoga or HIIT or CrossFit or something like that for our newsletter, then what we want to do is we want to find people out there that already have a website. Maybe they have courses, maybe they have the training videos, maybe they have a YouTube channel, and just make sure we can identify who is doing well. And do we think that we could share similar information, or we could find information that is similar in order to share? And it's also worth checking out if there's something out there that's trending. And this is because, yes, you can jump on a trend, but also trends die. And you don't want to create something that's just about something trending and then it dies out and your newsletter is no longer active because the subscribers have lost interest. So you want to make sure that there's already people out there doing it, somebody out there that's doing it well. But they might not be doing it in the same way that you're going to do it. Maybe you can put a spin on things. Maybe you can only find websites. You can't find any decent newsletters out there. I'd say if there's not one newsletter out there at all, that would be a little bit concerning. But if people aren't doing newsletters well, then that's probably something you want to consider focusing on. But also, is there a sub niche? So if there's tons of competition, is there a sub niche that you could focus on? Again, you don't want to go too small that you can't build up enough subscribers, but is there a sub niche that's big enough that you could start your newsletter off in, get subscribers onto that newsletter, and then market to them? This is going to take some research. This is going to take some time. But there are lots of tools out there that you can use. One of those tools that you can use completely for free that I'll show you now is this here. This is Google Trends. And as you can see, I put in 3 different types of exercise. So if we take the health niche, for example, and I want to make a newsletter around a particular type of exercise, you can see we've got the 3 examples here, with yoga being a lot more popular, showing a lot more interest over time. And these are pretty consistent. So it might be a fact that yoga is actually a great one because it is very, very popular, but actually it might be too popular and I want to go for a sub niche. Whereas HIIT and CrossFit, because they are consistent and lower, then I might be able to build myself more of a niche, smaller newsletter, but actually get a lot of people who are interested in my niche. This is really interesting, I find, with the CrossFit, because we've got a few peaks here, which shows that if I can find out what's going on at these particular times, then I can see if there's something trending. You can also break this down by country, see where the interest is coming from. You can look globally as well as just in one particular country. You can change it over a period of time. So it's a really useful way for you to be able to work out what's going on and inform parts of your research. So we've got a big peak, as we said here, for yoga coming right up here, so we could try and figure out what's going on there. We can see how it's doing globally, if there's other related queries that will help us with our research. So once we've sussed out the competition, we've kind of got an idea of some niches and sub niches we want to target. We actually want to see if people are actually making money from this. Now, once you've done your research on people's websites, you probably figured that out already, that people are making money, because you might have seen courses, or you might have seen training programs, videos they're putting up, things that they're selling, products, services, whatever it is. But you need to see if there's something that you could emulate. Is there something that you could copy in order to make money in this niche? And what I mean by make money is, are there affiliate programs? Are there people that you could contact so they could promote their services within your newsletter? Maybe they can do a sponsorship. Are there people that you could contact which would be interested in being in your newsletter that you're broadcasting out to your subscribers? And are they products and services that are relevant to your audience in your niche that are actually going to buy from you? So the best way to do that, as I said, is see what people are already selling, what kind of things are out there in your particular niche. Some niches, for example, when we talk about wealth, they're making money online, they might be more towards online products or services, whereas health might be more in-person services. Relationships might be more to do with courses or coaching. So is there someone out there doing something in the niche you're interested in, and you could emulate that in the form of a newsletter? That's what you're going to do for your initial research. Pick a niche, do some research, find out who's doing well, what's trending, are there sub niches, decide that you could write enough content on this particular area, and that there's someone out there who's doing something similar that you could emulate as a reference point in order to guide what you're going to put out in your newsletter. Once you've done that, you're going to move on to day 2, which is, can I make money? Because you probably got, by this point, 5 or 6 different ideas that you could go through, and we need to narrow it down to just one. And we do that by answering the question, can I make money? And that's all to do with your personal skills, knowledge, what you've got access to, and your expertise. That's going to be in video 2. Make sure you watch that one next, and we'll see you in the next video. Welcome back to this newsletter business profits training. I'm going to show you how in 30 days you can put together a newsletter that can bring you an income. We're on day 2 and we're asking a very important question: can I make money? It is essential that you are asking this question very, very early on in order to make sure that you're building something that's actually going to make you money. Yes, you want to provide value to your audience, 100%, always want to do that. But at the same time, you want to make sure that you can get paid money. Now, we talked about niche before in video 1. So if you're interested in that, then you can go back and check the first video. You'll be able to see the card on the screen now. We talked about this information under here, and under each of these cards I shared that information, so just go back and check video 1. It will also be in the description. But when we're talking about can I make money, we're not talking about whether the niche is profitable. And as I said in day 1, we talked about what are the types of profitable niches and how could I possibly make money. We're now talking about you individually, because I might be able to find niches that will make lots of money, but if I don't feel comfortable in them, if they don't resonate with me, then if they don't allow me to use my skills, then I'm not going to make as much money as maybe a niche that is smaller or is less known. That actually might make me more money because it's something that I can talk about. So there's 3 things that we need to consider, and we're going to go through these one at a time. So the first thing we need to consider is money. Okay, now money, I know that sounds really, really obvious because the title of this video is can you actually make money? But we want to make sure that there is actually money flowing through this particular niche. So are people actually spending money on this topic? Because it might be the case that it's a popular niche, but if people don't tend to spend money, then that's going to be a problem for us because we want to make money. So you want to actually check that people are spending money, and that's really easy to do with some market research. And as I said again, can I make money from this niche? So it's good to see what other products and services are out there within your niche that people are selling, and think about whether you could also make money selling those particular things. You might find that there are products out there, but they don't work within your region. Maybe it's more of a physical product and you're not interested in that. You want to be completely digital. So this is really important. How can I make money from this? Okay, it might be something where you're the one that's going to offer the service as part of your newsletter, but you've got to be available 9 to 5 and you can't because you've got kids. So you need to make sure that yes, people are spending money in this particular niche, but also that you can make money from it. Maybe you can go 100% affiliate and selling other people's products. Find a niche where you don't have to be talking to people on the phone, via Messenger, maybe just selling completely digital downloads. Whatever it is the money able to be spent by consumers, and can it flow to you as well? The next one that links into this is members. And what I mean by that is, are there people already out there that are in groups or memberships that are within your niche? So this is where you might be looking out in the real world. So one obvious one that comes to mind is things like gym memberships, so the people that join memberships or clubs that relate to this particular niche. If it's online, you might be looking at places like Facebook groups, or you might be looking for Instagram theme pages or TikTok theme pages, somewhere like that, where you can find people that come together in groups within your particular niche. So if you were going into a niche and you had a newsletter, for example, on fishing, first of all, you'd say, right, well, what kind of products or services are people buying? Can I make money from these products and services? And then whereabouts would I find these people online? Are there Facebook groups where people who are interested in fishing hang out in, or things like that? So you need to find people that are interested in your niche. Now, you don't have to necessarily join these, although that will help with your market research and help you find products and services. But initially, we're just looking for numbers. Okay, we're looking for nice high numbers that people are coming together in groups that are going to consume your product. You can find Facebook groups with 50,000, 100,000. That's a really, really great sign that there's enough people If it's something that's a little bit more niche, then you'd be able to find your audience on somewhere like Reddit. But as I said, if you know something about this niche already, you'll probably know where the members of this niche hang out. And the last one that I want to talk about, which I think is really, really important, is motivation, because you're going to be talking about this topic for a while. I mean, if you're planning to set up your newsletter and flip it, so you want to set it up, run it for a couple of months and sell it to a business or sell it online, that's great. But most people will be building this because they want to integrate it in part of their business, or they want to be making long-term income from it, maybe to quit their 9-to-5. So you need to have the motivation to be doing this for 6 months, a year, 2 years. And what that means by that is this something that you're willing to write content about? Is it something you can talk about? Because if you're already interested in something, you've probably got the motivation in order to talk about it. So really challenge yourself with that. And is there a topic out there, or one of your niches that you've identified that is a possibility, that you say to yourself, yes, I could talk about this for a year or 2. I can think about content ideas, or I know where to go in order to get those ideas. So I would never take on something like fishing, because I haven't got a clue what's right or wrong. I don't know a single word of terminology to do with it. It doesn't make any sense for me to follow down that particular path. But if there was something that I was interested in, or I had some knowledge about, then I know that I would more likely to have the motivation to keep pushing, drive, get that newsletter as big as possible, as quickly as possible, and provide value to the audience. So they're the 3 things for you to use in order to help you get your list of possible niches down to something a lot smaller, a lot more manageable, so that you can start to pick that one business idea. And that's what we want to be able to do by the end of day 2, is have that one newsletter business idea that we're going to go after. What we can do then is we'll move on to day 3, which is thinking about how we are going to get paid. Because again, this is really, really important. We know that the money's there in the niche, but how are we actually going to get paid? What method are we going to get paid at the start and when our newsletter is established? That's going to be in day 3. Stick around for that, and we'll see you in the next one. Welcome back to this free course teaching you how you can use a newsletter or start a newsletter business from scratch, and in 30 days get yourself to the point where you are making profits. It doesn't matter if you already have a website, you want to add on a newsletter, or whether you just want to go for a newsletter as your business model because you don't want to get involved in Google rankings, SEO, you don't want to worry about domains, hosting, building a website, any of that. This video training is here in order to help you out. Now you can see here we're in day 3. We're going to be talking about how we are going to get paid. We've already covered day 2, which is if you can actually make money, and day 1, picking the niche. If you want to check out those first 2 videos, then there'll be a link at the end of this video, and you can check that out in the description as well. You'll be able to find a link to the playlist with all of these videos. We're chunking this down into manageable sizes so that you can make sure that you have got all the information you need. We also have some additional information on our website. All you've got to do is check out the link to that in the description as well. So there are 3 methods we're going to be talking about today of how you can get paid. So you've already identified your niche, a few areas within your niche that you are interested in. We did that, as I said, in day 1, and now you've actually made sure you can actually make money, and we talked about the 3 different things here that you can go through. Check out video 2 if you want to hear more about those. But what we're going to do today is really drill down and talk about how are we going to get paid. And there are 4 methods here that I'm going to mention. So you picked your niche, you've got some ideas around a sub niche or a way that you're actually going to go with your newsletter business. Now we want to actually, while we're doing the research, pay attention to monetization and actually making some money. So the first method I'm going to be talking about is becoming an affiliate. Becoming an affiliate is super easy. It is one of the best ways to start making money online. For those of you who don't know what an affiliate is, very simply, all you're going to do is find people that have other products online and you are going to promote their products. It really is that simple. This could be big brands. It could be products on Amazon, for example. It could be companies that have software that relates to your niche. It could be services like a booking services or a gym membership, anything like that that links into your niche, you can become an affiliate. You normally make a percentage. That's how you're going to earn money with this. So you'll make a percentage of the sales. A good affiliate software service is going to be between 20 to 30%. That's what a great percentage. And you also want to check if it is recurring as well, because a lot of these affiliate websites will allow you to make money month after month, and obviously that's going to bring you in a lot more over time than if you're just going for a once-off. So for example, on this channel here, we will become an affiliate of a piece of software, we'll review it on the channel, tell you whether it's good or not, we'll point you down to a link in the description. That's normally an affiliate link. If you buy through that affiliate link, you often get the best deal, or you'll get access to the same deal that everyone else has on the website, but as a thank you, we get a small part of that sale. You don't pay any more, but we will get a small payment from that. Sometimes it's just a one-off, sometimes it is recurring, but it's a great business model for anyone to use in order to start making money. And even big businesses, big newsletters make money through affiliate commissions. The next one is sponsorships and promotions. Now, sponsorships and promotions is going to take a little bit more work up front, but essentially what you're going to do is you're going to reach out to businesses. You're going to say, hey, I've got this newsletter. It's in the niche that you're in. I would love to get you into my newsletter for X amount. I will promote your service, product, whatever it is, or you can work with me on a promotion. So it might be that they have some kind of offer that they want to promote, and you use your newsletter to advertise that to people that are interested, who are within the same niche. One big tip I have for you is don't wait on this. A lot of people think that you need to have 1,000 or 5,000 people on your list in order to start with sponsorships and promotions. You really don't. You can be small, just a few hundred, and you can start making money. It may not be as much, but as soon as you're monetizing your newsletter, you're starting to make a little bit of money, you can then start to look into investing that money into growing faster. So it's definitely something I would recommend starting sooner rather than later. And not only that, it's also the fact that you're starting a conversation. So if you start talking to these brands and these companies now, and even if they say, hey, at the moment you're too small, you can then go back to them and say, not a problem. When would you like me to reach out again? And you can just keep talking to them about their product or service so that you are somebody they know. You're not cold. They know who you are, they know what you're doing, they've heard of your newsletter, they know that you understand the niche really well because you've been having emails, you know, every few weeks back and forth, just checking in, hey, I love this, have you seen that? Those kind of things. It's a really great way of making good money. And in the next video, we're going to go into this one in more detail because, like I said, everybody should be exploring it from the beginning. The next thing that we can do is we can start talking about memberships. Now, the way that we get involved with memberships is quite easy. What you do is you have your free newsletter, and then that's the one that everyone gets to initially. And then what you offer as well is you offer a paid membership or a paid newsletter. This might have industry insights, it might have additional training, it might have extra information that you want to share. But because it is maybe information given out earlier than the public newsletter, so for example, your newsletter might go out on a Wednesday, but if they are on the membership and they're paying, they get early access and to that information on a Monday, so they can make moves earlier. This might work if you're in something like crypto or something in sort of finance, maybe stocks, where you want where it's beneficial to have that information a little bit earlier. So NFT launches, things like that. So memberships is another way that you can monetize. And then the last thing is selling your own products and services. So if you already have a business, you already have a website, maybe you have some products or services out there already. It could be ebooks, you know, digital products, could be physical products. Then that's what you could be selling. Now, this is the one that's going to probably make you the most money, and the reason for that is that you can keep most of the revenue for yourself. you're going to keep a higher percentage of that money, but it's also the hardest one to set up. So that's why I've left it till last, because it's normally the one that people explore last of all. Because if you're going to set up a course or get your own product or service set up, it's going to take time and effort in order to do that. So while you're going through your niche, while you're picking out the different ways that you could make money, you want to make sure that you've got these 4 things in your mind, so that you can ensure that you are thinking about how to make money the whole time. You don't want to leave this till the last minute and realize actually there was a better option out there for you. So now that we've covered these, what we're going to be doing next is talking about which audience is going to make you the most money. Because yes, there's different methods of making money, but you also need to think about who is reading your newsletter, because you want people that have got money to spend reading your newsletter, because they're the people that are going to buy from you. So it's not just a method of making money, but it's who you're talking to as well. That's going to be the next video. If you want to check that out, you can go ahead and do that now. Otherwise, we'll see you in the next one. Welcome back to this free training on how you can set up a newsletter business in 30 days. We're presenting this in bite-sized chunks, so it's easy for you to go away and take action day after day and build a newsletter business. It doesn't matter if you just want to do a newsletter business because you don't want to be doing with hosting, you don't care about getting a domain, you don't want to know about SEO, you don't want Google to be in control of whether you're getting traffic or not, because one day you rank and one day you don't, because we all know now that rankings don't stick. Google is deliberately making sure it's diversifying what is on page 1. So you could be on page 1 one day, but then you're going to get kicked off again. So if you want to diversify things, or you just want to increase the ways that you can make income and you want to add to your business by getting people to buy from you or learn from you in different ways, then a newsletter is definitely something worth checking out. Now, this is our free training. If you want more information, you can also visit our website. You'll find the link down in the description. We've been through picking your niche. Under these cards here, you can see that we give you some additional information, but the idea of can you make money, then the different methods for making money we've talked about here. And on day 4, we're going to be talking about which kind of audience do you want to target. This video is going to be a lot shorter, but by the end of this video, you should be in a position where you know exactly who you are going to be writing your newsletter for. You would have picked out the niche, you would have understood exactly what that niche needs and wants. You're going to understand exactly how you are going to make money from that niche by exposing them to things that they really want. The last part here is what kind of audience are we going for? Now, we can pull our audience into 2 separate groups. Okay, I've got one audience over here and one of them over here. This here is our newsletter, and we can target these 2 groups of people. You don't want to be doing both at the same time. You need to make a decision here. The first one is consumers, okay, or customers. So in this newsletter, you're going to be looking at talking about a business to consumer, or your newsletter to consumer style. Your newsletter is going to go out to individuals, customers, consumers, people that are going to buy these products. Now, the nice thing about this is you can grow a huge list. You can get hundreds, thousands of people on your list. So if you take something like Milk Road, which is a very popular newsletter, what they will do is they're in the crypto niche and they send their newsletter out to individuals that are interested in crypto. This will give them news updates. It will also have products. There's an opportunity there to put affiliate links in. That is just one niche, targeting individuals that are interested in crypto, and then from there they can make money. The other option you've got is B2B, or business to business. So you are the business with your newsletter and you are going to be writing content. Your newsletter is going to be targeting other businesses. Now, this means that you're not going to be going out to as many people. It means it's going to be very targeted. So it might be that you are not just targeting one particular business. So this might be plumbers, it could be somebody in a particular industry. So in manufacturing, for example, it might be that you're targeting Shopify stores, people who run Shopify stores in clothing as a sub niche, maybe in gadgets as a sub niche. It might be that you are targeting particular individuals within a business. So for example, if you've got a newsletter that focuses on financial products, you might be targeting account managers, accountants, or CFOs within a business. Now, why is it important to make a decision on these? Well, it's all about how you are going to make money. You see, what we talked about up here, we talked about the different ways of monetizing, and one of those is sponsorships and partnerships. You see, what's going to happen is you're going to get paid for how many people open and read your newsletter. Now, normally what you get paid for is you get paid per 1,000. That's the general number that is used. So paid by 1,000 opens of your newsletter. Now we'll get into the numbers in more detail in future, but if you go to the business to consumer route, where you're talking to individuals, you're going to get a lower amount of money. This could be somewhere between $50 to $100 for your 1,000 opens. So if you contact a business and you say, hey, I have a newsletter, it's all about model trains, or it's all about crypto, maybe in a real sub niche like sports, for example, or a particular sport like football, and I market to individuals or individual consumers, then you're looking at $50 to $100 is what you're going to be making. However, when we talk about B2B, because we're talking about businesses which tend to have a larger budget anyway, and also they're going to be able to buy bigger products, then the people that you're talking to about the sponsorships and the promotions, they're going to earn more money from you. So for example, if we take finance niche, for example, you might reach out to a company that offers a mobile app and they want individuals to sign up, and maybe their premium package is $19 a month. So if you can get a few signups for them, they're going to be making $19 a month. So they'll pay you $50 for that exposure. They get a few signups at $19 a month. Very quickly, they've got their money back. But if we take another company in the finance sector, maybe they've got a piece of software and they can charge businesses $300 or $500, $1,000 a month to run their software within their company. They're going to make a huge amount more money if they get a sale or two from your newsletter, because you're talking directly to the people that they want access to in your newsletter. And for that, you can normally find that you can be asking up to $1,000 plus for 1,000 opens on your newsletter, which obviously is a huge amount more. I mean, if you're talking about 10x or 20x what you would make going B2B instead of B2C. It doesn't necessarily mean that B2C is a worse model, because actually there are some niches that are better if you target B2C over B2B, whether you target individuals over companies. So for example, sports might be a good one where actually it's better to target the individuals rather than companies. You need to make sure as you're planning out your newsletter, you know which of these models, which of these groups of people is the best for you to target, so that when you're planning out your content, when you're planning out how you're going to do your newsletter, you know the exact audience that you are talking to. As I said in the previous video, don't wait too long on this. You reach out to companies, talk to them about your newsletter, tell them how many subscribers you've got. Once you've got up to sort of 50, start having a conversation with them, get to know them, make sure that they know you, check in with them every few weeks. So if they do say, actually, we need you to have 100 or 200 or 500 people on the list before you talk to you, at least you're in their minds. They know who you are, they know you're professional, and when you're ready to start working together, when you've hit those milestones that you need to work with them, then you're ready to go straight away. But while you're still working on that, remember, go back and watch video 3. You can see it on the screen now, because I'll give you some ideas in that video of how you can start monetizing straight away when you've only got a handful of subscribers. Our next video, we're going to be talking through a case study. I'm going to show you the exact process I go through in order to pick the right niche and make money. See you in the next one. Welcome back to day 5 of this free training series, where I'm going to be showing you exactly how you can set up a newsletter business that can earn you money within 30 days. If I just head over to this part of my board, you can see what we've gone through so far with day 1 to 5. We've talked about here with picking your niche, talked you through some ideas with that, and you can see underneath here we put some information. What we went on to then is talking about if you can make money. We then talked about how exactly you're going to get paid from your newsletter, and then we talked about how you can monetize your audience and the best kind of audience. What I want to do now, though, however, is just talk a little bit about the case study that we're going to be working on over the next 25 days in order to get you to a nice ideal profit of a newsletter that could be making you $1,000 a month. This is a case study. This is the newsletter what we're actually going to be building over the next few days. I'm taking all the ideas we discussed in days 1 to 4 with picking the niche and thinking about your audience, thinking about monetizing, and I put all of those ideas together, and this is the niche we're actually going to be building out. I want to talk about the why and the how, so that you can take these ideas, take what we talked about in the previous days of this training, and then come up with a niche that is going to work with you. Now, we're going to automate this. We're going to do everything with AI, so don't worry about having to write thousands of words of newsletters several times a week. We're not going to be doing that. We're going to get AI to do it for us. So the case study that we are going to be talking about, the case study is going to be corporate wellness or corporate well-being. That is the newsletter that you are going to see me build. Now, I don't have a background in this at all. I have an interest myself in well-being and health and self-development and stuff like that, but I don't have any knowledge or expertise. I don't have a network that I can take advantage of. So this is going to be 100% from scratch, as if you were doing this as well. Now, I would always encourage you to pick a niche that you know something about. As I said, I'm very into like personal health and well-being, mental health, things like that. So I have some general knowledge, but I do not have any contacts that I can take advantage of directly, and that's probably the situation that you are going to be in. The reason that I picked this, well, employees are more likely to feel engaged and productive at work if there is a good well-being or health program within a workplace. They're much less likely to have issues such as burnout, mental health, and go off ill. So there is an incentive there for businesses, for corporations to invest in this kind of thing. We also know that COVID changed the workplace. Not only did more people work from home and are staying at home, more people are wanting that kind of lifestyle. They're wanting their business to look after their physical health, their mental health. And it really shone a light on health and well-being in the workplace and in general. When you actually look at some of the statistics and do some market research around this, and I'll put the links to these sources if you're interested in the description, 87% of employees have access to mental health and emotional well-being offerings, but only 23% of them are using them. So there's a real incentive here for businesses to improve well-being within their business, not just giving people more opportunities, but making sure they access them. And that's what this newsletter is going to be about. It's not just going to be about here are different things that you can do, but also talking to people within the business about how you can raise the profile of health and well-being and look after your workforce. And not only that, but there's room for growth. It says here between now and 2031, we're going to have a compound annual growth of 8.41%, which is massive. So this is an area that's not only relevant now, but it's going to be relevant over the next few years. So that's why I picked it. And as we talk about in day 1, 2, and 3 in the free course, and you can get those videos by checking the playlist in the description, it's really important that you do your research and you're finding the right kind of niche. Well, what I want to talk to you about is the how. How am I actually going to build this newsletter so I make money? And this is what we talked about in day 3 and 4 in the training. Well, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to make sure that I'm building a B2B newsletter. If you don't know what I mean by that, go back and check out day 4 of this course. But that's going to make me the most money, much more than B2C. So I'm going to be talking to people within these businesses quite high up, and I'm going to be saying who runs the employment well-being program, or who's in charge of corporate well-being, corporate wellness, and I'm going to be sending this newsletter to them. I'm going to target, sorry, I shouldn't have any there. I'm going to be targeting the US, UK and Europe, because from the research I have done, that's where most of these programs are aimed at and are growing. And there's a lot of policies going on at the moment that are requiring companies to do more for their employees post-COVID. As I said before, we're going to use AI to write the newsletter, and I'm going to use AI to automate sending it out and growing my newsletter as well. So finding the people to contact to make them aware of my newsletter, sending it out to them, and writing the actual newsletter itself. And it's all about money. We want to be making money from this newsletter, whether it's in pounds, whether it's in dollars, whether it's in euros, it doesn't matter. We're going to be seeking out sponsorship. So I'm going to be talking to brands and businesses that are out there to see if they want to sponsor the newsletter. And I'm also going to be talking to businesses as well that are already running programs, see if I can help them out. And not only that, but we're also going to be setting up an affiliate marketing straight from day 1. So I'm going to go out there and find some affiliate programs that link to corporate wellness, employee well-being, and getting those links into my newsletter from day 1. So when I've only got 5 or 10 people, I'm starting to get some clicks, starting to get some engagement, and starting to get some feedback. So that's the case study that we're going to be following over the next few weeks, and the how and the why behind it, just so you can start seeing some of what I've been talking about before in action, my thinkings behind it, and why I picked this particular niche. The rest of the videos now, we're going to be focusing on exactly how I'm going to write this newsletter using AI, what's the software, and what software am I going to be using that also uses AI in order to be able to send out this newsletter and grow this newsletter and build an awareness with people out there about this newsletter, so that I can get as many people as possible on this list and start making some money. As I said before, if you haven't checked out the previous videos, go down to the link in the description, click on those videos. Otherwise, there's a video on the screen now if you want a sneak peek of me using the AI tool that will write the newsletters for you. You can click on that one. Otherwise, we'll see you in day 6. Welcome back to this video series, completely free training, where we're showing you exactly how you can put together a newsletter business. We're going to take 30 days in order to do this. This is day 6. You can see we've got all of the other days here that we've been through all of this information. You might notice this one says day 4 and this one says day 6. That's because day 5 is over there. It's actually a case study video that if you want to, you could skip. I don't recommend it. As I said, in this video today, we're talking about how you're going to write your newsletter. Now, most people think that that's going to take them hours and hours and hours, but actually we can use AI to write the newsletter for us, which is pretty awesome. And this video is going to be short and sweet because actually I've already made 2 videos on this channel that show you exactly how to do that. There's this video here and there's this video here. You can just watch one. They actually go through different methods of using exactly the same tool. But I do recommend you watch both, because this one here takes you through one method. This one here, as you can see, it's more about affiliates. And we know that from our previous videos that affiliates is a great way in order to make money when you're first starting out and you don't have much of a subscriber list. So I would definitely recommend watching both of them in that order. You want to get hold of these? That's super easy. All you've got to do is you can click on the videos on the screen now. They're also going to be pinned in the comments and in the description. So go ahead, watch those 2 videos, and then come back to this video series for day 7, where I'm going to talk you through the 2 different types of newsletters you could make and why you should be picking one over the other. See you in the next one. Welcome back to our course. We're currently on day 7 of getting your newsletter business set up so it is profitable. This is a free course. This is everything we have been through so far, including telling you what the case study is that we are going to be using in this series. Our last day we talked about writing your newsletter. There's 2 videos here on our channel that you can go away and watch. You can click on the card above, get yourself over to day 6 to watch all of that video, or go down into the description and click straight over to these 2 videos to see how we use AI to actually write your newsletter. But now we know that we're using AI, we want to have a talk about what we actually write. Now, I'm not talking about your particular niche because we covered that in the first couple of days. I'm talking about the style of newsletter you're going to write. This is going to be a really quick overview because we are going to go into these in a little bit more detail. But your main 2 options are curated and in depth. With a curated newsletter, what you're doing is you're taking information from out there in the big world, in your niche, on the internet, and you're putting it into your newsletter. So for example, if your newsletter was for a local area, so let's say that you've got a newsletter that's focusing on New York, or maybe a suburb within New York, you might put into your newsletter news articles and events that relate to that particular area that are coming up in that particular week, or news that's happened on that particular day. You would be able to take articles from 2 or 3 different sources and put them together into your newsletter. So people each morning are getting a highlight reel of what they need to know about that particular area. If you're somebody who's looking at putting together offers, so maybe you want your newsletter to be around about gaming or in a particular niche within gaming, then you might do a curated newsletter that focuses on a particular area. So it might be game releases, maybe you're focusing on a particular console, maybe you want to focus on more the equipment so you can get affiliate sales, but you're collecting information and putting it into a newsletter so people don't have to go out and find that information for themselves. You've given it to them. So these are the kind of newsletters that have sort of taglines of things like get the information you need in 3 minutes a day or 5 minutes a day. Later on in this video series, I'm going to show you exactly the AI tools that we use in order to collect that information, so we're not actually going out and spending time finding these things. AI is going to do it for us. And the second one is an in-depth newsletter, and this is more similar to the ones that you would have seen the AI write, because they do involve a lot of writing and research, but as you saw in the previous video on day 6, that you can actually get AI to write this for you. Now, the nice thing about this is you can set yourself up as an expert. If you're going down the road of sponsorships or promotions, and we talked about that in a previous video as well, about how to monetize your newsletter, then this is a great way of showcasing that product or service and getting the maximum amount of money out of the business that wants to be featured, because you are going into a huge amount of detail about them. So they're going to want to be showcased in the right way, and you can do that with an in-depth newsletter, but it's going to take you more time. So if you go for that model, then you're probably not going to want to send it out every day. The curated, you could send it out 2-3 times a week because you're just pulling sources together and putting it into a newsletter. The in-depth, you're going to want to use AI to write it, and then you're going to want to add in the links, maybe change it up a bit. So you're probably going to send that less frequently, maybe once a week. However, it's really important to know that you can mix this up. So for example, if you were doing an industry newsletter, then you might want to go for something that curates information during the week, and then you might want to go for a more in-depth deep dive later on. So for example, we have a newsletter, an AI newsletter, and that's exactly the model that we go for. So we have newsletter editions during the week that will give you a curation of the best tools out there, the best money-making ideas, and then or you get a once a week, you can get access to the deep dive, which will go into a little more detail, maybe about a tool, maybe about a money-making idea. So you can mix this and blend it for what works for you in terms of time, what's going to make you the most money, and what your audience actually likes as well. By the way, if you want to get our newsletter, check out the description. You can sign up to that. It's completely free and it comes full coupons, promotions, so you can use in order to save money. So they're your options. So before you even write a single word, definitely go away and play around with the AI tool so you know how well it works for your niche. It's up there in the, as I said, in day 6, and the links are down in the description. But you really want to make sure that you've got a schedule that you can stick to, and you've got the type of newsletter that you can write and that's going to be valuable to your audience. Mixing it up between curated or in depth, or just start with one and then see how you do. There's no right or wrong. You've got to experiment. You've got to see what your audience is actually enjoying, see what's actually getting the signups, and then go from there. So hopefully this video was useful. On the screen now, you can see the links back to that video I've mentioned a couple of times now, where you can find out more about the AI tool we use. And stick around for the rest of this series, because as I said, we'll be going into more detail about how you can use AI to produce a curated newsletter. See you in the next one. Welcome back to day 8 of this free course, where we're showing you exactly how you can set up a newsletter business in order to make it profitable in 30 days. You can see here, these are all the lessons that we've already covered, and if you've missed any of these in this free course, then just go back to the description, scroll down, click the playlist link, and you can start from day 1. But what we're talking about today is how to create content. So in day 7, we talked about the fact that you can have 2 styles of newsletter, a curated and in depth. We talked about the pros and cons of both, and when you should one or the other, or when you should blend. If you've missed that, then as I said, go check out the playlist in the description. We also talked about how you can use AI to write your newsletter. So if you want to check out those videos on our channel, you can see them in the description as well. But what we're going to do now is we're going to split for a bit. We're going to check out these curated newsletters. Now that we've talked about the benefits of them, we're going to talk about exactly how you can create one using AI, and then we'll swap over and talk a little bit about in-depth in the future as well. So if you decided that you want to start off with a curated newsletter, which is a great choice for somebody who's just starting out, but you want to use AI to curate everything. So you've got 2 options, free and paid. So I'm going to show you a couple of tools. You can get the links to the tools in the description as well. But there are free ways of doing this and paid ways of doing this, and both have their advantages and disadvantages. But for this particular video, I'm going to take the example of hydroponic systems. I picked this because it is a niche that's got high ticket products that you could sell, and it's just a random topic that I picked, but let's pretend that my newsletter is going to be about hydroponic systems. So this is the Google search, and there's nothing to stop me going through and picking out some of this, putting it into a Google sheet, storing it, and then using it in my newsletter. And then I could just, change the color of the box or delete it once I've used that particular article. But that is the longer way around to do things. The easier way to do this with a free tool is to use Google Alerts. So just put into Google Alerts, or you again can find the link in the description. And all you want to do is the keyword that you want to use, the keyword you want to find information on, you put it into the box here. So you will know already what your audience is interested in. So this might be a gardening or a hydroponic growing newsletter that I'm creating. So this is one of the topics that my audience is interested in. So you put this into search, it will look like this. Then what you can do is you can see I've hit enter and I've got all of these articles. What I can do then is I can go through and I can change all of these settings. So if I want it to just be UK based or US based, I can change that. And also I can get it delivered to an RSS feed, but if you don't have one of those set up, you can get it delivered straight to your inbox. And what that means is, because you can change how often you can get your alerts, it says as it happens, because I've got RSS feed clicked here. If I had my email click, then I could change this to daily or weekly, which means, or monthly, which means that you can get alerts as often as you need them. So you don't actually have to go into Google and do a search. You don't have to come into alerts regularly. You can just set this up for 4 or 5 different keywords. Select your email, select how often, and then hit the create alert button. And as soon as you've done that, then you will get those emails. You can then go through those emails, select the content you want, and include it in your newsletter. And the nice thing about this is you'll know that it will be current information because I've got news up here. So these are all the things that relate to hydroponics that have been in the news. So that's the free way of doing things, which avoid you having to do regular searches in Google. If you want a paid option, which is what I'm going to go on to now, then you can use a tool like this one. This is Radar. It's not the only tool that you can use, but Radar is an amazing social media scheduling platform, and it's also very reasonably priced. And that's why I'm showing it to you, because this is not only going to help you create your content for your newsletter and collect it all together and find it, but it's also going to help you share it on social media, which is obviously then going to help you organically for free grow your audience for your newsletter. And we're going to talk about advertising, paid advertising, and organic traffic in the future to get more eyeballs onto your newsletter. But for now, what I want to show you is this tool here. So Radar have a 14-day free trial, so go ahead and check it out. And what I'm going to do in a second is show you their free tool. So if you don't want to use the paid tool at all, you can use the free tool, so just hang around for that. But you go into Radar, you head down to publishing, click on that, and then you want to hit onto discover. Then up here you want to put your keywords. So I've stuck with the same one, so you can select your language, and then you've got all of these different sources for content. So we can get the AI to generate some content for us, so it's able to use AI and your keyword to generate some content for you that you can then use on your social media. But if I go over to the Google search here, or I could use the RSS feed and it will search through RSS feeds for me, or it will search on YouTube, but I've just gone to Google and you can see it has created all of these social media posts. So what I can do with these is I can then go through and I can favorite them. So they'll be added to my favorites, which means they're saved for future. So if I don't want to use them this week in my newsletter, I can use them another time. But what I can also do is I can go ahead and visit the source straight away, or I can publish now, which means that if Radar is connected to my social media channels, I can take this article, this summary, this website, and in just a few clicks, I can publish it onto my social media. So not only can I grow my social media with some of these, but I can also favorite them to use within my newsletter as well, which is incredibly useful. And as you can see, there's a ton of other things that you can do with Radar in order to help build your business using the social media. Just to show you how affordable this is, as I said, you get the 14-day free trial. Check that out in the description. If you pay yearly, you get 20% off, which means if you are on your own starting your newsletter, you're just one user, then if you pay monthly, it's $9.99 a month US dollars. You get 3 social profiles, so you can connect it to sort of Facebook and Instagram or wherever else you want to connect it to. You get 90 posts a month, which is more than enough for somebody starting out, and then obviously you're the one user. And if you've got the money to pay a year ahead, then you can bring that price down even more. And then as you grow, then you're able to have more social media posts, and then you get access to the unlimited posts as well, and you get the analytics. So it's definitely something to consider using, but I did promise you that I would show you how you get access to some of Radar completely for free. And that is with this tool here, and this again will be in the description if you want to access it. But we can generate engaging social posts in just a few clicks, but actually you could take these posts and just put them straight into your newsletter. Let me show you how. I put in my keyword here, which again relates to my topic. I've picked the media provider, so these are all stock media providers which are copyright free, so you can use them. I've picked my language and then I've hit generate. Now this is a beta tool, it's a free tool, so it's a little slow. So I've already clicked and this is what is brought up for me. So if I don't like any of those images, then I can try again with another media provider. But as you saw, it produced images for me, the AI has written the caption for me, and it's even given me hashtags as well. So what I can go through, what I can do is go through, find which of these is the best for my niche, and then pick the best combination of image, title and description as well. If I don't like any of the pictures, that's absolutely fine. Then I can just replace it with one that I've got myself, or I don't need to use a picture at all in my newsletter. All I can do is take the title here, take the text, and then have a link to wherever I want to send my newsletter reader. Now, if you hit the Publish Now button, that's going to take you straight over to Radar, where you can then schedule it within the Radar platform, or what you can do is go to this download button. If you click on the download button, it will end up on your computer, and then from there you can put it into your newsletter provider. If you don't have a newsletter provider yet, then stick around, because we are going to be covering those newsletter providers that include AI in order to save you time in a few days' time. So definitely stick around for that. But for now, have a look on the screen if you haven't already checked out these videos that show you exactly how you can use AI to write an entire newsletter for you in just a few clicks. Otherwise, we'll see you in the next one. Welcome back to this free video series where we're showing you how in 30 days you can set yourself up a newsletter business. You can see here we've done all of this training here on this YouTube channel completely for free. If you want to check out the course from day one, then just head down to the description, you can find it there. But today we're here, we are on day 9, and we've been talking about a curated newsletter. If you're not sure what a curated newsletter is, then you probably want to head back a few videos in this series. Previously, day 8, we talked about the different ways of curating content for your newsletter. We talked about free and paid methods in that video. And just before that, we actually talked about the difference between a curated and an in-depth episode or edition of a newsletter, and when you should be focusing on each one. So like I said, you can head down to the description, check out those additional videos in this entire series. But what we're going to be focusing on today, for those of you that have been going through video by video, is what does a curated newsletter actually look like, and can I make and publish in 5 minutes? Because we don't want this business model to take us hours and hours. We want to, at the beginning, especially when we're testing things out, create something that is going to take us very little time. Can you do it in 5 minutes? Probably not. But you can do this in under half an hour. If you're getting quick, you can do it under 20 minutes. And especially if you're using AI tools, because if you use some of the AI tools that we discussed back in this video here, either the free ones or the paid ones, then you already have a list of content that is ready to publish. All we need to do now is have it in a newsletter, get it into the right format. So we need to make sure that people are getting value from our newsletter, that they want to read it, because we want those open rates to remain high. Otherwise, people are going to start to unsubscribe. So what we're going to do now is take a look at the right format for your newsletter. The thing you're going to want to do with this is you're going to want to create a template. So I'm going to show you some of the features this template should have so that you can go away and you can produce your own template. If you want to see our template, then just go down to the comments, put the word template in the comments. If you get enough interest, then we'll share that information with you. You might even get a free version of it as well. So go down to the comments, leave the word template. But for now, we're going to look at 2 of the big names in the newsletter space. We're going to pick out what they're doing really well. I'm going to show you another resource where you can find 21 different email newsletter examples all in the same place so you can see what you actually like. And I'm also going to show you, once I've shown you how the biggest names in the market are doing it, I'm going to show you a scaled down version you can put together in just a few minutes. So when you're right at the beginning and you're doing this on your own and you don't have a huge amount of time and you want this thing out in 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, you know what the minimum viable product you're aiming for is. So the first one I want to show you is Morning Brew. Morning Brew is definitely a newsletter I recommend subscribing to, and you can check out and model exactly what they do. This is one of their latest episodes, releases of their newsletter. This is September the 13th, 2023, which is the day that I am releasing this. So you can see they've got their logo. This is actually sort of on their website. And I'll leave a link to this if you want to check it out in the description. But you can see they've got some information up here. We can clearly see where the links are. We've got information on the markets. Again, we've got more links, beautifully visual, which is definitely something that you want to have. If you use the tools I showed you, the free and paid last time, to curate your content, they were also using images along with text. And all you need to do is then put in the relevant links out to your sponsorships, promotions, or affiliate marketing services. And again, I mentioned that earlier in the course. But you can see them were broken down into tech, nice clear videos. And the clever thing they've done here is, as one of these is finishing, you can see as I scroll down, I can already see what the next part of this is going to be. So they're not writing too much about the markets. I'm not interested in markets, there's tech. Or maybe I am interested in markets and tech, so I read on. Going through this again, I can see where the links are. It's bullet points, no long paragraphs. It's all chunked nicely for me to read. Again, loads and loads of links for me. And then I've got the social media as well. Again, nice bright images. This one's a GIF. So again, we're capturing attention, and it's just that break in a person's focus just to get them to refocus on what we are doing. We've got world, and you can see we've got the use of emojis as well. So just really easy to read and digest, relevant images. And as I said, if you use the curation tools I showed you before, then this will be able to do that for you. The nice thing about Morning Brew as well is you have the Morning Brew, but then you have all of their other sort of sub newsletters that relate to things like finances, things like money, things like marketing. So if you are going to go into one of those niches, you might want to join one of those newsletters as a source of inspiration. What you can also do, and again this link will be down in the description, is you can see all of the Morning Brew's past releases, past issues. So you can take a look at 5 or 6 of these. You can see that they release most days of the week, so you've got lots and lots of inspiration there for you to take from. And you can also have a look at some of the other newsletter sort of issues that relate to the Morning Brew. What I want to show you now is this newsletter example here. This is from Curated, and again I'll leave a link down in the description. This is another tool that can help you curate content for your content marketing. And this is a much simpler, shorter, easier template for you to create and put together. It's very simple. As I said, link in the description if you want to read more about this. There's an introduction, recent original pieces if you have them. You don't have to have them as you start out. Relevant third-party sources, which is probably what your first newsletter is going to contain, and then you can link out to affiliates. You've got a call to action, so that might be clicking on affiliate links, or it might be finding out more about a ebook, a demo, or something like that, and then contact information and share buttons in order to get that free organic traffic for your newsletter. But as you can see here, they've got the content marketing community newsletter. You've got a little bit of an introduction. They're using a tool so that it can be personalized, and in a few videos time in this series, I'm going to show you an amazing AI tool that's going to help you do that. Then you can see they've got links to a couple of articles, and if you use a curation tool, all you've got to do is import this into your newsletter. So we've got 3 of them here, and 3 is more than enough for you to start with. Then this stuff over here on the right, this can always be the same. So all you're doing is writing a unique introduction that talks about what you've got going on later, or you can keep this generic so people just who are new to your newsletter know what to expect. Then you've got a couple of examples here of products, services, affiliate offers that never change, so you never need to edit any of that. And all you're doing then is bringing in the relevant content that you've already curated in your tool into your newsletter. And then as you can see here, they've got the social media and all of the contact details. This is going to take a little bit of time to set up, but once you've got it there, as you can see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All I'm doing is adding in 5 unique references, articles, videos, something that people might be interested in, and the link so that people can go and learn more if they want to. Everything else is staying the same, and that makes it a lot more manageable for somebody who's starting out and somebody who doesn't have a team in order to start producing their newsletters. So something like this is what I would definitely consider starting with. If you want to see a great resource of lots of different types of emails, then you've got this article here, which is on HubSpot. And again, I will put this down in the description. But the second big name in newsletters that I recommend you go and sign up to and really analyze what they're doing is The Hustle. Their promise is business and tech in 5 minutes and less. And what I want to point out to you is we've got main news, we've got what's coming up in today's email so people can see what they're interested in. They've got a link out to their podcast. You might link out to your YouTube video or social media, and then they start going through these ideas that they've mentioned up here one at a time. And again, this could be just be your curated information, and then they work through like that in their newsletter. This particular article, I definitely recommend you give it a read. As you can see, we've got lots of other newsletters mentioned in here. I like this one as well from the Washington Post. You can see they've got the news headline, and then they break down how it is relevant so people can go off and read that story. But it gives you loads and loads of different examples. So again, this is a nice layout for a beginner. We've got personalization, a little bit of an intro, and then we've got a nice image. We've got links to the full article, or it could be to an affiliate website, and then a little bit of information about whatever it is, the product, service, news article that you're relating to. So you can go through these, find one that's similar to your niche, and then use it as inspiration. And again, if I just go up to the top, the nice thing about this article as well, which is why I recommend checking it out, is it gives you this newsletter outline. So if you are going to go ahead and do this yourself, then you can see how you should be setting out your newsletter. Now, the nice thing about the tool I'm going to show you in a few videos time is that this is all done for you within that tool. But if you are starting from scratch and you want to start putting something together, then this is the outline that they recommend. So as I said, that will be in the description underneath this video, and also down there as well you can get access to our newsletter. So if you want to subscribe to our newsletter, see what we're doing within the tech niche, then feel free to sign up to that as well. For now, on the screen, as we're going to be going back to in-depth newsletters, I've got for you there the 2 videos showing a tool that we use that will write an entire in-depth newsletter for us in just a few clicks. Check that out, and we'll see you in the next one. Hello and welcome back to this free course. We're going to show you how within 30 days you can produce a newsletter business and set it up in a way that you can make it profitable. You can see that we've covered all of this already on our free course. We've talked about niching, we've talked about how you're going to get paid, and under all of these little post-it notes here are additional bits of advice and support for you. So you want to go back and you want to take a look at the full course and work your way through it, because it's going to give you a lot more information. When we got to day 7, we talked about the difference between a curated and in-depth newsletter, and if you want to check these out, then just go down into the description, you'll find the playlist. We then talked about how to use AI to actually curate this content, and then how to actually set this thing out. Well, what we're doing now is we're going to talk about in day 10 about an in-depth newsletter, because this is going to take you longer. I'm not going to lie about that bit. This is going to take you longer, but for some of you, it actually might be worth it. Maybe not from day 1, maybe from day 1 you go for a curated newsletter, which is going to be a lot quicker for you to put together. But at some point you might want to transition over to this. We also talked about in the previous video how you might want to do a curated newsletter a few times a week and then have a Sunday edition, which is long form. But for some of you, doing a long form, in-depth, deep dive newsletter once a week is going to be the best model for you. So we're going to talk about why long form can actually make you more money. What are some of the benefits to it that you need to consider before you pick whether you go full curated, full in-depth long form, or a mixture of both. So these are the things that you can do with a long form or in-depth style of newsletter. Now, if you want to get AI to write most of this for you and then you just put in a little bit of extra information, then you want to check out our AI tool that will do exactly that we've covered already in the course. If you stay till the end of this video, you'll be able to get the links to that. Otherwise, you can go and try and find it on our channel. So what are the advantages? What are the benefits? Why would we even bother with this? Well, the first thing that we're going to be able to do is showcase a product or a service. So if you're a business owner or you want to actually offer a product or service yourself that's within this niche, then Curated is a good way to bring out, news in the industry or mention affiliate partners. But actually writing a long form newsletter allows you to showcase one particular product in detail. It could be an affiliate product or it could be your own or service. So maybe all week you might have been talking about different services and different affiliate links that provide website hosting, and then on a Sunday you produce either a deep dive into your favorite, which is an affiliate link, or your own service or offering that relates to hosting. So maybe you're a web designer and you talk about how you have helped your clients. As I said, you could do this completely for affiliates, or there might be a high ticket offer that you want to promote as an affiliate. That might be an all-in-one package or a course or a done-for-you service that you could offer that people could sign up to, and then you still get the affiliate commission. You also get an opportunity to offer exclusive content that is not available anywhere else, such as on your website. So you might have some training, you might have a course, you might have some kind of report that you want to promote on your newsletter, not on your website, and then you use that as an incentive for people to sign up to your newsletter. You say, okay, this is what's on my website, but if you want the really, really juicy stuff, then you need to get onto my newsletter, because you'll get that in your inbox every single Sunday. So that might be something, again, you want to mix in with the curated. And this goes the same with providing insights, data, or deals. You might decide that you produce a long form edition weekly where you're going into insights where you don't share them anywhere else. Maybe data analysis, maybe deals. I have a great newsletter that drops into my inbox regularly, and it talks about websites that are up for sale. And this particular person who creates this newsletter is a bit of a website genius, and they talk through in this newsletter why they would buy this particular website and then what changes they would make to it so that they could increase the profitability from that particular website and then flip it, which is a brilliant business model. And I love that newsletter because that means that I'm learning what I need to do with my website in order to make more money, and I can model some of what this guy does. You can only get that information on his newsletter. So what insane value and information could you give your audience once a week in a long form version that is going to get them super addicted and hooked on your newsletter. Open it up every week, consume it, click on your links, and hopefully buy either high ticket affiliate offers or your partners that you're promoting or your own services. You get to market yourself as an expert, so you get to showcase your knowledge and expertise, which you can't do with a curated newsletter. You can talk about businesses you've worked with, your clients' successes. All those kind of things are going to build you as an authority, and they're going to make people more likely to buy from you, buy your products, buy your services. So it's definitely a great way of using a more in-depth, long-form newsletter edition. You can also do things like top 10 lists. So this is a great way to do a breakdown. So you might have curated some content throughout the week in your newsletter, but then on the Sunday, you can really go through the top 10 of whatever that topic has been through the week. So for example, maybe you have a newsletter that's in the fishing niche. You've been pointing out a few particular pieces of equipment that people need. Maybe it's something to do with a particular type of fishing or a particular type of rod. And then when you get to the Sunday edition, it's a deep dive top 10 list, going through everything in great detail, which again gives you an opportunity to sprinkle in those affiliate links, show your expertise, and market any product or service you have that relates to that niche. And then the last thing you can do with it is showcase your paid newsletter. So for example, if you have a free version and you have a paid version of your newsletter, the paid version is where you really want to be sending people, because that's how you're going to make some additional money from it. But you need to educate people on your free newsletter that your paid newsletter actually exists. So maybe once a month or once a fortnight, you would give people on your free list, they would get exactly the same Sunday edition, long version email that people are getting on the paid version. Or maybe they would get the first part of it or a few clips from it. So you're teasing them and saying, look, I know you're free and I'm happy to give you all this stuff for free. That's not a problem. But actually, if you come onto my paid stuff, this is what you would get. And this is great if it's something where first to market benefits. So for example, if you had a crypto newsletter, if you knew something about crypto, then once every 2 weeks, once a month, you could showcase what products were shared, what insights were shared in your paid newsletter. And you could say, look, everyone on my paid newsletter got all of this information about these latest coins and tokens last week. Look what's happened to the market since. Look how much money they have made. Maybe you should consider getting onto my paid newsletter so you get these insights a little bit earlier. And that would work with anything where getting first to market or getting that information early provides somebody with some kind of benefit. Now, I know I keep saying Sunday edition. There's no reason why you can't put out this newsletter on a Monday or a Tuesday or Wednesday, a long form. The day, that's going to depend on your audience, and that's going to take some testing. But Sunday is just a day of the week I picked as an example. So that's everything I want to talk to you about on long form content. If you want to see the AI tool that we've talked about previously, then take a look at this video here and subscribe to the channel. Press that alert button, because we're going to be doing a roundup of other AI tools that you could use in order to build out your newsletter. And we're going to be showing you some amazing ways to retarget people who click on your newsletter in order to make more money. So stick around for that. We'll see you in the next one. Hello and welcome back to our newsletter series. This is actually video 11, but I'm not going to start off on the whiteboard that we've been using. In this very short video, I'm actually here in ChatGPT because we've been recommending AI software. It's going to save you a lot of time and do a very, very good job for you. But we also understand that some people are on a budget and need to do this with zero money down. And if that's the case, then ChatGPT may be your answer. I'm here in ChatGPT, but you notice it looks a little different because what I'm using is the AI PRM ChatGPT prompts tool. this is the website. I'll put the link down in the description, and from the website here you can go and install the Chrome extension, and when you have that active, then your ChatGPT will also look like this. You can go through the website and you can see that it's got tons and tons of useful pre-written prompts where all you need to do is put in a little bit of the information and it will be able to use the pre-built prompt and give you an output. Now, we recommend these other tools that you've already seen in the video series, and I'll put those down in the description as well, because professionals have made those. They've written the prompts that run behind the scenes using language models such as ChatGPT. But as I said, not everyone's got the money in order to do that. So this works really simply. You install the Chrome extension, it's completely free. You select the prompt that you want, and I'll show you how to do that in a second. Then you just put in a little bit of the prompt yourself, some of the specific information. You create the content, and then you can use it. They do have a premium plan, but you don't have to use that. So as I said, I'm in here, ChatGPT. I'm in 3.5 at the moment. This is what everything looks like. So you start off with a big list. You can see we've got 4,337 prompts as of the time I'm filming this. You might actually have more when it comes to you looking at this. And all I'm going to do is go to the search bar. I'm going to put in newsletter because that's what we're creating. And as you can see straight away, I've got these 3 that I can pick from. You can see you've got some details such as how many times it's been seen, and comments and likes, and you can even share it via a link as well. So what we'll do is we'll go for this one here. It's the oldest in terms of when it was put up, and it's been seen quite a few times. So I'm just going to click on this one, and then as you can see down here, you're able to put some information. So this is what is required: the company name and the topic. So you just fill in your company name, comma, about, and then you put in the topic you want to write about. This one down here is pretty similar. This is the next one in terms of age. And again, this one, all you need to do is put what the newsletter is about. This one's quite cool. It's a newsletter summarizer. So if you have a longer newsletter and then you want to summarize it for a midweek edition, so people who missed your longer newsletter, you want to give them sort of a summary, then you can put your newsletter in and it will give you the main bullet point. So if I want to create a high quality newsletter, then all I need to do is pick what I want that newsletter to be about, put it down here, and then it will allow me to change some of these settings. I don't get that many because I'm not on the premium plan, but if you were on the premium plan, you get a lot more choice. But as you can see, they've got a huge number of languages that you can pick from. And then I just put in my information about what my newsletter should be based on. So as you can see, I put my prompt in here. I'm just going to imagine that I am a realtor, or I'm putting together a real estate newsletter, and this newsletter is going to be a deep dive. It's going to be not a curated one, and this is the information that I'm going to give it. And ChatGPT will go ahead using the AI PRM prompt, and as you can see, I've got the subject for my email newsletter, and then I've got the email here, newsletter being written, and even the sign off as well. So check the link in the description if you want to use this, and we'll be back on Monday with our next episode. Until then, we'll see you in the next one. In this episode of our video series on producing a newsletter business in a way that sets you up for profit, I want to run you through a few of the AI software options that you have. At the very end, I'm going to show you the one we're going to be using for the rest of this video series in order to produce and market our newsletter. But I want to show you what your options are out there, because you might already have some of the systems in place already that last software covers, and actually you don't need everything that it has. Although I personally would recommend you strongly consider moving over to this platform and really checking it out in detail. But like I said, I wanted to give you a range of options. So MailerLite is one of the famous names out there for email newsletters. The problem with this one is it doesn't use any AI, and you are going to have to build the whole thing yourself, but they are set up for collecting emails. They have a nice editor, so you can get the text in there, you can set out your newsletter, you can write code for it, and it's got all the analytics that you would expect, as well as a lot of templates. Email Octopus is another option that you can use, and again you can see here they're going to help you create the newsletter using a template, populate it with information and analyze and get your first edition out. But the same thing, it doesn't have a huge amount of AI in there yet, but it does integrate with some nice tools if you need it to. The first tool I want to show you that uses AI is this one here. It's free forever plan, and actually, as you can see here, you get an extra 10,000 words per month for free if you sign up. This is WriteCream, and WriteCream is an AI copywriting software. We talked a lot about it on this channel, but as you can see here, you're going to get 20 credits free forever with your email address. That's 40,000 characters that you can produce. Now, this thing isn't designed specifically to write newsletters. It's got loads and loads of tools and free tools that you can use, and they don't have one specifically for newsletters, but you could use their AI writer or article generator in order to produce for you a deep dive newsletter that then you could edit yourself very quickly. So think about the AI and WriteCream doing about 80% of the work for you. You edit it up, move things around, put in your affiliate links, and then you're able to use this. But the other thing about it as well is it does lots of other stuff. So if you need a AI writer that's going to give you lots and lots of other tools, then WriteCream is definitely an option that you should check out. And as you saw, it's got that opportunity for you to use those free credits every month. You don't actually have to spend any money initially to work out if you want to keep using it or not. The other option that you have got is second favorite is Writer. Writer has got an AI newsletter generator. Now, just like WriteCream, this has got lots and lots of AI tools, and again, it's got a great free plan as well that I'll show you in a second. But Writer does actually have an AI newsletter tool within it. And remember, the reason you want to use this over ChatGPT is you've got AI prompt engineers that are actually writing the instructions behind these tools so that they give you the output that you're actually looking for. You've got professionals that have built this tool, but like I said, you can get it for free. As you can see here, you get the language, tone, use case you want to use it for, add the input, so what you want your newsletter to be about, and then it's going to produce the output for you straight away. You can then expand on these, so you can highlight these sentences, hit the expand button. You can use Writer to put in images as well, because they've got an AI image generator. So loads and loads of things that you can do with Writer. Here's the pricing. See, you've got a free plan which will give you 10,000 characters per month, so you can maybe use WriteCream and Writer on the free plans. I'll put all the links to these down in the description for you. You can see that's free, but for only $9 a month, you can see that you get a lot more on this plan than you do on the free plan. But the free plan is going to be enough for you to get started. By the way, if you want to know more tools like this that can help you in your business, then you're free to subscribe to our newsletter. If you go down into the description, it will be the first link in there. Sign up to our newsletter, because we'll send you out not only ideas like this of how to use AI in business or starting a business, but we'll also send you coupon codes that we get sent regularly in order to get discounts on this kind of software. So if you find something you like and it's a free plan, you might use one of those coupon codes coming up in the future. If you want to automate things a little bit more, then you might want to check out this one here. This is Mark Copy. And the nice thing about Mark Copy is it's got a pretty detailed SEO function within it, which means that if you want to use this to produce your newsletter and to write content for a blog or for a website, then this has got the SEO part of producing those two things covered. But the thing it also does is it has these AI workflows, and what that means is it's able to help you generate content in bulk instantly using AI. You just need to upload your CSV file to perform bulk actions. Again, this link will be in the description, so you can go here, figure out if this is the right thing for you. But being able to automate these workflows means that based off your SEO research, you can be creating content that is applicable for your website, for your blog, but you're not having to always put in the prompts and everything. It's going to do it all for you. Now again, this doesn't have an AI newsletter generator specifically, but again, you can use the AI article tool within this, put some of the articles on your blog, and then use some of them for your once a week deep dive newsletter article that goes out to your newsletter subscribers. This is another one. I've not used this tool myself. Again, I'll put the link down in the description, but this is Junior, and they have a recurring email newsletter generator. I find it quite interesting that this one is recurring. Again, you can test it out for free. You give it some information about the newsletter you're trying to create, and then it is able to produce that newsletter for you. The other thing I liked about this is it had a nice deep dive that will talk you through all the things you need to do when you are producing a newsletter. But as you can see here, they tell you a little bit about how the AI newsletter tool is going to be able to help you out with your brand. And the nice thing about this being recurring is you can build it into your brand's voice, and so that you're being consistent and people start to get to know how you write and understand how your brand writes from your newsletter. But it also has lots and lots of other tools as well. I'll just go down here so you can see it's got all these other tools. So just like Write Cream or Writer, if you're looking for a tool that will do more than just newsletters, then this might be something you want to check out. And as I said, there's a link in the description to this one as well. The one we've used and recommended in this course is Copy. Copy has the by far best newsletter creator that we have found online to date. This thing is very, very powerful, produces amazingly, stunningly beautiful newsletters with relevant images which are produced by the AI tool, and it can be set out exactly how you want it to look professional and engaging and get people to come back and watch. I'll link to these videos at the end of this one if you want to watch our full walkthrough on exactly how to use Copy. But I'll put a little star next to this one, the link to this one in the description as well, so you know that this one is actually our favorite one when it comes to writing newsletters. You can see there's no free plan here, so if you've got no budget at all for your newsletter, it might be something you come to later. Or your other option is to start the 7-day trial, write a load of your newsletters that you want, get those stored somewhere like on a Google Drive, and then come back when you can afford it. But if you can stretch to the $23 a month, I can't recommend this product highly enough. A couple of other ones I want to show you. This is promo.ai, which I found really, really interesting, because this one actually works if you've already got a blog. If you've got a blog out there or a website and it's already got content on it, then what you can do is you can put your website into this tool, and what it will do is turns your latest content into amazing weekly or monthly newsletters. So if you don't have a lot of content out there, you can use a monthly newsletter, but if you've already got a lot out there, you might want to go weekly. And as you can see, you focus on writing your blog. So again, you could use something like Write Cream and Writer or Mark Copy in order to write your blog for you, and then you would use this tool to write your newsletter. What it will do is it tracks your best performing content in real time. Then what it will do from there is it uses smart robots to select the best content and generate newsletters when you want them, so that's weekly or monthly. And then you preview them, you tweak them, and then you can make sure they're okay before they get sent out. So I thought that was a really, really interesting one. If you want to focus on building out your blog with AI, then you can come over to this one. With the free plan, you can design your newsletter, see if this is the kind of thing that you're interested in. Then 300 emails, $2.50 a month. That's with the 50% discount for being billed annually. It's $5 a month. If not, then you can see how the pricing changes from there. But definitely something to consider using if you'd rather spend your time on your website and then have AI produce the newsletter for you that then you send out to people. Again, link in the description for that one. If you're looking for a growth tool, so maybe you've been running a newsletter for a little while and you want a tool that's going to help you grow, or you've got some money that you can invest into growth, then Sparkloop is one that you might want to check out. It says it's the world's best newsletter, the world's best newsletter operators and media brands rely on Sparkloop to grow their audience faster and more affordably, and you should too. So what this does is it's got lots and lots of tools you can use in order to be able to grow the readership, the subscriber list of your newsletter. So they've got this organic referral program, which is all in-house, that's going to help you grow. Then what they've also got is they've got this opportunity for you to boost growth with giveaways. They also have other options like partnerships. So again, this will be in the description so you can go through it. But they've got lots and lots of different tools within this that are focused on helping you grow. Now, this isn't cheap. It's not a cheap option. As you can see here, it's $99 a month. You can explore it with your 7-day free trial. So until you are bringing in a little bit of money, you probably don't want to go for this option until you can cover that money with your own sponsorships or affiliates. But once you are there, then you can, if you're on your own, up to 100,000 email subscribers, you can have this tool running and helping you grow. So we're here at the last tool then, and this is the one we're going to be taking a look at in more detail for the rest of this series, and this is BeeHiiv. BeeHiiv, as you can see here, is free for you to use up to your first 2,500 subscribers, and well before that you should be in a position where you can start to monetize your newsletter, whether that's through affiliate marketing or sponsorship and partnerships. And if you don't know anything about that, we've already done videos in this series, so go back and check those videos out. I'll give you a link to the full playlist of our course in the description as well. But what you get is unlimited sends of your newsletter, web hosting for your newsletter, custom newsletters, you can design it within the tool, you get analytics, recommendations network, and optimized deliverability. And as you can see, when you decide to go up to grow or scale, you're able to access more of their growth tools, such as their ad network and other things like that, as well as BeeHiiv AI that we're going to go through, as I said, in more detail. But I really like this platform. It's got a 14-day free trial, so if you want to come in, you can check it out. But you can create your website where you will send people to land and sign up. You can get your newsletter designed that will get sent out. You can get everything written and laid out inside the editor. You've also got automations and AI, as I mentioned. When you go into the other options, and I'll go into these in more detail in a future video, then you get access to all of those options as well. And like the other tools, you get all of your analytics, so you can try and see what's working, what's not, do your A/B testing, and integrate if you've got other tools as well. So as I said, this one will be in the description, and I'll put a little star next to it as well, so you can see that this is our favorite one at the moment, and you can go ahead and check it out. It's also worth having a look at their blog and tutorials, because they've got quite a lot of support and training here so that you can learn how to use it and learn about it in a bit more detail. So on the screen now, you can see our walkthroughs of how to use Copy. Remember, if you want discounts, coupons, and other ideas for business in AI, subscribe to our newsletter down in the description. And until then, we'll see you in the next one. Welcome back. This is day 13 of our Start a Profitable Newsletter Business in 30 Days free course. I was having a chat to somebody here under this video number 11, where we show you how you can use ChatGPT in order to write your newsletter for you. So using AI to write the newsletter, using the free version, so that's GPT 3.5, and I'll show you the prompt that you can use, so you don't have to use any paid tools if you don't want to. And we were having this conversation here, and I just wanted to point out that if you've got any questions about this training, then please do comment, because we'll get back to you. And if there's anything you want us to cover in more detail, you can write that as well. But one of the things that we were talking about here in these comments is the fact that when you need a newsletter, the question was, do you have to have, I should say, when you're writing a newsletter, do you have to have a website? And this is a great question. So the answer to this is not that clear, as I discussed in the comments with this person. It's yes and no. You might already have a website, which means you can bulk on a newsletter that you can monetize. But if you have nothing at all, no website, no newsletter business, no subscribers, no followers, no email list, then you don't need to have a website. Last video, that was day 12. In this video here, I talked about how you can use free and paid tools to build your newsletter business. And I recommend you go and watch that one, because whether you've got nothing at all or whether you've already got a website, I review a range of tools in here that you can use. And the last one, the last tool, is the one that I'm going to be showing you for the next few videos. And I wasn't planning on making this video today, but after this question here, I really wanted to clarify a few things. So you can use a service provider like this. This is Email Octopus, and they will have in here templates that you can use, and you can build your email around. So you don't have to go and do any of the design work. Everything I show you in this video, I should say, you can get the links down in the description. And also for this ChatGPT video and the day 12 video where I review more of the tools, I'll put that down in the description as well. But what these will do for you is you can actually use this to create your newsletter. So you don't need a website. You can use their templates in order to be able to create a newsletter, and they also have landing pages and forms built in as well, so you can do all of that within the software. You've also got something like MailChimp, which will do exactly the same. They'll allow you to build out your own email or newsletter. You'll also be able to create your landing page as well, and they have lots of different templates. Now, if you don't want to go for a provider like these, then what you can do is you can find tools such as Canva. Canva has a free account. You won't be able to access any of their premium images, but what you can do is you can use their newsletter creator, and you can find tons of templates here. And then if you want to import them somewhere else, then you can do that. So you can see I've got all of these different newsletter templates that I can click on, and then I can go away, I can edit, I can adapt, and you can swap out these images. If you use something like Pexels, for example, then they have stock images that you can use completely for free. And I can check out any of these newsletters that I like. I can click on it and I can check out the different pages, and I can potentially use something like this to create a template for my newsletter, but also you could build yourself a landing page in this as well. If you're not into Canva, then you can use something like this. This is Vista Create, and again you can see they've got newsletter templates as well. Let me just spell it correctly for you guys. You can see they've got a ton of newsletter templates. And again, the good thing about using something like Canva and something like Vista Create is you can see they've got all of these other options as well. If you need to create other things like posters, like social media posts, like coupons, anything like that, but you can just click onto any of these and turn them into a newsletter. So if graphic design isn't something that you are that confident on, you can take these templates and use them for a newsletter or use them for part of your landing page. So you can do it this way, or what you can do, as I've shown you, is use a service provider that does it for you. Now, I've just showed you how to create your newsletter. If you wanted to create your landing page, then you can use a tool like this. This is Card, and again I'll put a link to this down in the description, and you can see you've got all these really nice simple landing pages. And when you use Card, I believe you get 3 landing pages completely for free, but I can put the name of my newsletter here, write a little bit about it, click get in touch, and that would take people straight over to whichever newsletter I had picked and edited and hosted somewhere. So they would sign up, I would be able to collect their email, and then I would be able to send them some kind of newsletter using a template like this. And I could just use Card, and I can switch all of this out. You can see they've got tons of designs, so maybe I would use something like this. If I was doing something sort of travel, I can put the name of my newsletter, a bit of information, they click here, I collect their email, and then they can be registered to get my newsletter every week or fortnight. But as I said at the end of the last video, the tool that we're going to be using for the rest of this is BeeHiiv. And BeeHiiv will do both of those things for you. Like I said, you can go away and find other platforms, something that will do a landing page and something that will do a newsletter for you, and then you can combine them together, or something like BeeHiiv will do the whole thing for you. And why I prefer it to something like MailChimp or Email Octopus is because it also has the growth strategies in there, the growth platforms, in order to help you grow your newsletter, because that's how you're going to make the money. So what you can do with this is you can create, so it says the most powerful editing and design tools in email. So what you can do is you can go away and you can use AI to write the newsletter for you, the content, whether that's ChatGPT, as I've shown you before, or some of the other tools that we have recommended previously in this series. You can create your landing page and your newsletter editions inside BeeHiiv. Once you've done that, you can publish it, so you can schedule everything and you can get it published. Plus you can create templates in this, so even though these tools like these ones on VistaCreate will have a template for you, in BeeHiiv you create your first edition and then you can save that as a template, and then you can just repurpose that every time. So if you're doing something like a curated newsletter, and again I've mentioned that in previous trainings in this free course, then you can use that initial template, set it out how you want it, and then it's just a case of using the tools you've recommended previously to bring that content to you, so you're getting updates on what's new in your niche on autopilot, and then it's just a case of cutting it across, cut and paste across, and include your affiliate links. And then it's also got these growth tools in there as well that is going to help you grow your newsletter. And the other thing I really like about BeeHiiv, as I mentioned in the previous video, is up to the first 2,500 subscribers, this is free. And what that means is while you're still growing, you can put out those editions of your newsletter without spending any money. And as long as you've set things up correctly, as we've discussed in previous parts of this training, then by 2,500 subscribers, you should be at a place where you are already monetized and bringing in some money, so you can start to cover the costs for the growth or the scale option. Now, what's going to happen in our next video training is I'm going to show you BeeHiiv in more detail. I'm going to give you sort of a high overview to show you the differences between these, and then we're going to start getting into actually building our first newsletter edition for the case study I was going to be focusing on. If you want to know more about that case study, you can go back and watch video 5 in this series. And if you want to know about the AI tools that we're using for both writing your newsletter, the one that we recommend, and also for building out your newsletter, then you can click one of the videos on the screen now and you can catch up if you missed those videos. And we'll see you in the next one. Welcome back to this free training on how to start a profitable newsletter business within 30 days. We're here on day 14. We've covered a huge amount so far, including picking your niche, working out how you're going to get monetized and actually start earning from day one. We talked about what kind of content you can put into your newsletter, and we've also spent several videos talking about AI, not only how we can use AI in order to write the newsletter, but also how we can use AI to build the newsletter. We're going to get onto building the newsletter itself very soon in the second part of these 30 days. But what I want to do in this video is tell you what the 5 mistakes are that you need to avoid before you start. And this is crucial because you can have all the tech in the world, but if you don't get these 5 things sorted from day one, you're not going to have people subscribing. You're not going to have people opening your newsletter on a regular basis. So you're not going to have those high open rates. And you're not going to have people clicking on your links to buy your affiliate offers or buy from your partners or sponsors or buy your own products. And that means you're not going to make any money. And we want to make sure that if you're going to put time into this, you are going to get that reward of being able to bring in clients or to sell more products, whether they're yours or an affiliate's. So I've got 5 things that we're going to talk about. If you can cover all of these and make sure you have these in mind as you're building your newsletter, then you're doing the best you can. You're setting yourself up so that you've got the best chance of success. The first thing we're going to talk about is quality over quantity. There is absolutely no point putting rubbish out there. If you're low on time at the beginning, I've recommended before a curated newsletter. If you're low on time, you can also use AI, and we've recommended tools that you can use to write your newsletter if you're going to go with long form. And again, I'll put those tools in the description so you can click on the links, videos, we've covered them, and you can go and watch those. But what you want to do is you want to be providing quality content that they can't find anywhere else. There's no point copying someone else out there and doing the same thing. You need to set yourself apart. So find a part of the market that you can dominate and go after that. Maybe it is your interest, something you're passionate about, because remember, you could be writing to a very small audience for quite a while before you get to a point where you can start getting sponsors. So you need to be able to write about something that you're passionate about or knowledgeable about, and you're happy to write about that for a while. So quality long form content that can't be found anywhere else. It might be something similar, but you've got a spin on it. So whether it is about reviewing products and you're going purely affiliate, maybe it's talking about a particular part of a niche. So maybe you're in sort of holistic care, and then you're going to go after one particular area of that, so you can then go on and coach people or sell coaching products. You want to make sure that what you're offering is quality. The second thing is we want to make sure that it is easy to consume. People have signed up to your newsletter and they are dedicating a small amount of their day to read your newsletter, and we want to be respectful of that. So we provide them with good quality content and we make it easy for them to consume. It's concise, it looks beautiful, it's laid out in a way that's easy to read, it's got pictures, it's clear where the links are. It is very easy for somebody to consume. If it is difficult to consume your newsletter, people will unsubscribe. So we've talked about previously, I've shown you templates that you can use. We've talked about layout, and we're going to talk about layout more when we start looking in detail at BeeHiiv. But it needs to be well designed, well laid out, easy to browse, and it needs to be something where a subscriber can have a quick flick through and decide whether this issue is for them or not, and just as easy for them to find what they want and read in detail. You'll have some of your subscribers that will consume all of your newsletter, and some will be there for just a small bit. So for example, with our newsletter, some people come to read it because they want to know about the AI tools that are on the market first, and they want that detail, and others are there because they want to have a look at what the latest offers are because they're looking for a bargain. So your newsletter needs to be easy to read, easy to consume and browse, so that the person who's come to read your newsletter, they can easily find what they need. And the next thing you need to do is you need to be consistent. It is an absolute waste of your time to decide you're going to release a newsletter edition every single day of the week, and then after 2 weeks you give up. You want to build a readership that are expecting to see your email. So if you're going to release it first thing on a Wednesday morning, it needs to be the same time, the same day every week. If you can't keep up with 3 days a week, don't do it. It's better to start off weekly. Yes, you'll grow slower, but you can then add in 2 or 3 days a week as you grow and as you get more able to put more content out, whether that's just you get more organized and better at what you're doing, or whether you start to outsource. So people need to always get your newsletter same time every week. So don't plan to release it on a Friday if your Wednesday and Thursday are incredibly busy. Think about it, decide when you're going to release it before you actually publicize it. The next thing is give value first. Yes, we want to be paid. Yes, we want sponsorship deals. We want promotions. We want to earn from our affiliate links. But first and foremost, you are serving your audience. So you don't just give them quality content, but you give them value. You provide so much value that you keep them coming back for more. You're not giving everything away. Maybe you are writing a newsletter for yourself because you are a coach. You are showing your knowledge, you're providing value, you're making that person's life better, and then eventually they may decide to hire you as a coach. If your newsletter is about food and recipes, then you're providing that audience, maybe it's families that only have 20 minutes to cook each night, healthy recipes every week, and then it gets to a point where you have a cookbook, and then they go ahead and they buy your cookbook as a digital product. But we want to serve our audience first. We want to be providing value. And that leads us on to the last one, which is offer products that fit the audience's needs. You want to find out what your audience actually needs. Now, you can experiment in your newsletter with this. You can ask your audience what they need, ask them to reply to the newsletter. You can poll them, do some market research. But the only way you're going to truly make money is if people know when your newsletter is turning up. It's easy for them to find what they need. It's quality content that makes their life better, whether that's at home or whether that's at work. It is full of value, and the products that are offered in the newsletter are valuable to the audience as well, because then they won't feel like they're being sold to. If you're consistently providing value and solving problems for them, then when you offer a product, it won't feel salesy. It will feel like the next natural thing for them to do in order to solve that problem. So those are the 5 things you need to consider before you even write your first newsletter episode. Now, if you want to see some of the AI tools that we've been using, you should be able to click on the screen now. Otherwise, they're down in the description. Otherwise, we'll see you in the next one. Welcome back to this free newsletter business course where we help you set up your first newsletter completely for free in a way that is going to enable you to be profitable as soon as possible. We're on day 15 and we're now going to be talking about the most important email you will ever write. Which one is that when it comes to your newsletter? Now, in our lesson before up here, we talked about the 5 mistakes you need to avoid. We've talked about niching, we've talked about monetization, we've talked about lots and lots of different things. But this is possibly the most important video in this series because we talk about the most important email. Because so far we have been focusing on how to use AI to write your newsletter, to find the information in it, and all of that is valuable. But there's one email that goes before that, and that is your welcome email. If you think about this, you might put your newsletter out on a Thursday morning, whatever time zone you are in, but you could have people subscribing to your newsletter any day of the week. So what happens to somebody who subscribes on a Friday? Are they not going to hear anything from you at all until they get your first newsletter a week later? That's not what's going to happen. You're going to send them a welcome email. Now, We can get very technical with this. We can start talking about a welcome email series. You could then start talking about collecting information, segmenting your email list. You can get very, very deep into this. That is not what we want to do in this course. That would be for sort of somebody who's thinking about, you know, having a larger business or hiring somebody, or, you know, has money to outsource that. We're just talking about that first email that somebody receives after they subscribe to you. Why is it important? Because it's the first time they get a taste of what they're going to be receiving every week or month or day. 74% of email subscribers expect to receive an welcome email of some sorts. So 74% are expecting to receive this from you. After getting a newsletter from you, they're expecting to get, so after subscribing to you, they're expecting to get a newsletter welcome email. This alone, therefore, should be a fundamental part of your email marketing strategy. Not only that, but they have an open rate of 30%, meaning that nearly 1 in 3 people that subscribe are going to be opening this email. That is massive, and it says here it's a 202% lift over usual email campaigns. So you're not just sending an email to someone to welcome them, you've got a really high chance that they're actually going to open this email, and you can communicate something important to them. It also creates credibility. A week is a long time in most people's life. They might forget that they even signed up to the newsletter. But you've got this opportunity now that they've discovered you or your newsletter or your brand, in order to set your stall out about what you do and start building that trust and credibility. So you need to have this email well crafted. And a lot of people, unfortunately, focus so much on the newsletter episodes, issues, that they forget about this welcome email. Now, if you need some help writing it, you can use AI. And previously in this training course, we've talked about AI that you can use to write this kind of thing. So go back and check out those videos previously. But it's a great way to warm up new members and push them into a sales funnel. Now, it's very important. We don't want to be salesy in this first email. That's really important. But there are ways that we can get people to take actions where they get a huge amount of value for doing a very little thing, where we actually get some value for that. So for example, we might be able to push them over to join a Facebook group or visit our website. And that's valuable to us because it's driving traffic to our website or to an affiliate website, or maybe it's getting a view on a YouTube channel if you suggest a video for them to watch. So we're getting a small amount of benefit, but the idea is they're getting a huge amount more benefit. And then once they've watched that video, they might be able to then get a freebie. And then from there, you can start moving them towards a paid product. You also get on average higher conversion rates, over 50% it says here. So as long as you can provide something straight away that has really, really high value to the person that signed up to your newsletter, then you're more likely to get a conversion. So this might be something like a discount code. So you might say, thank you for signing up. Here's 20% off if you use it in the next week or something. Now, that is very common, especially with e-com stores, but there's no reason why, if you're not signed up for affiliate offers, you might be able to suggest one in your welcome email that comes with one of those coupons. And again, you've got that higher conversion rate to help you make some more sales. So don't be salesy, but what you're doing is offering them a discount, which they're grateful for. In exchange, you will get some of that commission or money if it's your own product. And you've got more customer touch points, which means that you've got an opportunity to tell them more about what you offer and where they can find you. So for example, you can share your social media, or they can respond with their questions. This is a great one, especially if you're a smaller brand, to say, hey, what are your issues? What are your interests? What are you struggling? What's your pain point right now? Reply to this email. And the other great thing about doing that is that it will start to give you data, and it will start to give you information about what your audience needs. And then you can start to design the perfect product to be able to serve your audience. Remember what we said in the previous video, up here, when we talked about these 5 things, you want to make sure that you offer products that fit the audience's needs. If they're applying to your welcome email, and we know that 30% of them are going to be opening it, then a good percentage of them will reply to you, and you're starting that market research straight away. So what I've got here is an example of a welcome email. I'm actually going to show you 2, and obviously you can sign up for our newsletter, check out what we're doing within our newsletter to get some inspiration as well. That's down in the description. But you've got here, they've said thank you. They've given that over here, create credibility, by saying that they've got 2.5 million subscribers. Then they're telling you when to expect them, so that you're again setting up that expectation of consistency, which is what we talked about in the previous video. Then we've got a way of contacting, which goes down here with touch points, and down here as well we've got the social media touch points as well. They're going to follow up later, so you know that they've got a welcome email sequence, and so you're going to get more emails from them potentially. And again, we'd love you to hit reply on this email and tell us why you've joined. So that idea of getting that feedback, respond to us, and actually communicating and building relationships, getting that credibility with the audience. Another example that I really like, and is one worth studying, is this one by Moment. Moment do camera equipment for videographers and photographers. Now this one, because videography brands tend to be very visual, because that's what their audience enjoys, then this is a very visual new welcome email. Now you can see they've said thank you, then they've given that credibility by saying they've got 1 million creators. And don't worry if you don't have that credibility. If you've just got one person who is quite poignant, known, or even if it's just from a company that's important in your niche, you can use that within your marketing. So for example, if you're doing digital marketing, you could say read by employees from Google. So don't worry if your numbers aren't quite there. You don't necessarily have to use numbers to show your authority. You could show your uniqueness by saying you're the only one to do this, or the only newsletter that does that. Straight away, we've got this code here. And as we said here, okay, we've got the idea of conversion rates. This is an e-com brand, so they know that they'll do better with conversion rates. So you're saving $15 on the first order of over 150. Then they make it easy for the person who's reading this subscribed to get through to the shop and use that code. Then they give you some options, different things that you can do. Again, because it's an e-com brand, we've got courses, gear, we've got lots of presets and experiences. So they're showing what you're going to get regularly by being a subscriber. And again, we've got lots of links in here to make it easy to get that conversion. And then again, we've got that social media down at the bottom to create those touch points. So there's different ways of doing this, but within that welcome email, you want to get all of these things covered. It's very important that you're not making this too long. You do want to make it concise. As we discussed previously when we were talking up here, we want to make it so that it's easy for your newsletter to be consumed, and that's the same with the welcome email. But there are things you can do to help build that trust and relationship, get some conversions, do some market research, and write the best welcome newsletter that you possibly can. So before you publish one newsletter edition or issue, you need to make sure you've got this welcome email done to the best of your ability. If you want some ideas of AI tools, you should be able to see a card on the screen now that you can click and watch that video, or you can go down into the description. Otherwise, we'll see you in the next one. Welcome to day 16 of this completely free newsletter business course, where we show you how you can set up your first newsletter in a way that is going to make it profitable. So from day one, you can start to make some money. This is all the things we've covered so far in this training. We've done every single day of this course, giving you value, telling you how to set this out, how to make money, how to monetize completely for free. As I said, we're on day 16, and today we're going to start talking about BeeHiiv. Now, BeeHiiv is the platform that we're going to be recommending you build your first newsletter on. And in this video, I'm going to go through the 10 reasons why. This is the kind of platform you want to use as a beginner, but if you've already got a newsletter and you're not happy with the service you're using, you can bring yourself over to BeeHiiv. Now, when we talk to clients, when we build newsletters for them, BeeHiiv is the conversation we have with them. We're going to be offering a full walkthrough training of how to use BeeHiiv, how to set everything up on this channel. So if you're interested in following along with that, if you can't afford to outsource to some experts, then hit subscribe and you won't miss that. But what we're going to do now, as I said, is go through why we recommend using BeeHiiv over other platforms. So I've got 10 reasons here for you, and then I'm going to show you a little bit of what they have going on in their website. You want to check out BeeHiiv yourself, just head down into the description, click the first link, you'll be able to check that out. You can also subscribe to our newsletter as well if you want to hear more about the tools that we're using first before we share them with anyone else. So as I said, we're going to go through now, we're going to talk about BeeHiiv, and I'm going to show you the 10 reasons why we recommend it. So the first one is the free plan. If you're a beginner, you've never written a newsletter before, then you want to be able to get started for free. Follow all the advice we've given you in the past 15 days, but you get 2,500 subscribers on the free plan when you're using BeeHiiv, which is a huge amount. And you should be monetizing. You should have money coming in before you hit that number if you have gone through the process correctly, if you've done the market research, you've thought about monetization, you've thought about how to build your newsletter using AI tools. You should be at a point where you have made some money and you can be investing that back into your newsletter. But 2,500 is a very, very generous allowance that they give you. The second thing is that this thing has been built by newsletter experts. If you've been doing any research, if you've watched any of our videos before, you will know about the Morning Brew. You'll know about how big it is in terms of the newsletter game. And the people that used to work at Morning Brew have built BeeHiiv. They were instrumental in the growth and marketing of Morning Brew, and they've brought that over to BeeHiiv. So this is not just some SaaS that somebody has decided to build and see if they can figure out as they go along. These guys have built these kind of products before for Morning Brew, and now they are taking that knowledge and expertise and bringing it over to BeeHiiv. The other great thing about BeeHiiv is you get web hosting, you get sign up forms, and you get a newsletter writer built in, which means if you don't have a website, you don't have to go and buy plugins in order to have sign up forms. You don't need to worry about a newsletter writer or getting some kind of tool to do that. It's all built in for you and you can access it from day one. We like to use AI because it saves us time. And if you are new to this, you're going to want to save time because you're not going to have a lot of time on the side as a side hustle or a side business in order to be able to write newsletters. So we recommend using AI tools in order to write it. But on BeeHiiv, you have got the ability to design your newsletter. Then when you've got a design you like, save that as a template so you can just reuse that every time. You can build your sign-up forms, your web hosting, everything in BeeHiiv, which means you don't have to spend money on those other things. We're a fan of AI and being able to write copy with AI on this channel, and it has got AI assistance built in. Now, I'm not going to talk a massive amount about that right now because, as I said, we are going to be doing some free training on the channel, taking through exactly how to use BeeHiiv, get things set up. So if you don't have the money to be able to outsource to people like ourselves that could do this for you, then you can just follow that guide and you can build it yourself step by step. But you have that ability to access their AI assistance. The other thing they've got is they've got monetization and growth tools built in. So you do have to start paying for some of these features to access them, but they are, as I said, designed by people who know newsletters. I'm going to show you some of these in a little bit. So when you do reach your subscriber limit on the free plan and you're bringing money in, you can then start to pay for some of these services, and they're not like thousands of dollars a month, but they are going to allow you to be able to grow quicker. And then from that point onwards, you can start working with sponsors with bigger budgets. You can start getting your affiliate offers or your own offers in front of other people. And then your ability to monetize and earn from your newsletter just snowballs from there. They also have automations and automated follow-ups. And if you're working on your own and you're doing all of this work by yourself, you're a complete beginner and you want to build this yourself, you're going for that one-person business model, maybe you don't have a lot of money to invest in this, then the fact that you've got access to automations and automated follow-ups just means that you are going to have to spend a bit of time in the front end building this, but then the automations will work in the background, and that will mean that you can have your newsletter working while you're doing other things, maybe while you've still got a 9 to 5. They also have drip campaigns and welcome sequences. We talked in our previous video how important that first video that you produce, that first newsletter you produce is. And if you haven't watched that, go back in this series and watch it. I'll put a link to the full playlist of all of our videos in this series down in the description. But because you can put in a little bit of time and effort at the beginning, build out that welcome sequence, and we talked about how that first email is the one that most people will open. You get that opportunity to showcase what you're about, give that first offer, maybe a coupon code. And the fact that you can drip campaigns out means that you can work on this over a weekend, get everything set up, and while you're doing your 9 to 5, your emails are going out and your newsletter is working for you. The other thing you can do, again, which helps you if you're a beginner and you haven't got a lot of time, or you're a business owner and you want to try this out, but you don't have a lot of time away from your business, is scheduling and integrations. Scheduling means that you could sit down, use AI to bulk write maybe the next 5-10 issues of your newsletter, and then get them scheduled in advance, so that if you've got a busy season coming up, you can just get those things scheduled and then they're ready to go. And integrations as well. So as you start working on your newsletter business, you'll see the integrations there. And again, I'm going to talk about that more in the BeeHiiv course that we do, that will be completely free. What the integrations are going to be able to do is help you automate, collect information, or do things in the background automatically and connect with other parts of your business. And that's a really, really powerful tool to add into your business or your newsletter. The other thing they have is very, very comprehensive subscriber analytics. And this is really important because it's not just telling you who's opening your email, but it's also going to tell you how people are engaging with your newsletter. And when you've got that kind of information, you can see what is working within your newsletter, what is not working, and then you can make those changes. You can decide to double down on what is working, remove what is not working, or tweak and adapt it. And therefore you can start making a better newsletter, which will then increase your open rates, it will increase your readership, and then you're just going to snowball from there, providing more value for your audience, which in turn will mean that you'll have a newsletter which is more likely to be monetizable. And then the last one that I've got here for you is the fact that these guys are always keen to grow. They listen to their users and they make improvements all the time. This is not something where they've built it and then they're just going to leave it alone and they're cashing checks. They are reinvesting. They are working hard on this platform. They want to make it the best newsletter platform out there. And for me, this is kind of, especially when you're paying for software like this, part of the most valuable, or if not the most valuable part of picking a software that you want to use, especially when you're going to be potentially building the entire newsletter on a platform. You want to know that they're not just going to hit a brick wall and not make it better. They're not going to be developing the tool. You want to know if you're going to put all of your newsletter onto one platform, that they're going to be working to make sure that it's always working to the best of its ability and that you are going to be making money from it. And just to show you how popular BeeHiiv is, you can see this is the interest, the number of people putting BeeHiiv into Google. This is worldwide over the last 12 months. And this thing is growing in popularity all the time. So this isn't a software that has hit its peak and it's going somewhere. It's definitely getting more and more popular. And if you want to know how we're using Google Trends, then check out previous videos in this series where we show you how you can use this to help you with your market research for picking the best option for your newsletter, the best topic, the best niche. So this is a little bit on their pricing. launch, you can see you get your 2.5 thousand subscribers there. You get your web hosting, your customization, you've got your recommendation network, and then you get up, you get more and more subscribers. You get access to things like the referral program and the automations and the ad network. So as you're willing to pay more, then you get access to more and more of their tools. When it comes to monetization, and again, I'll leave a link down to BeeHiiv so you can check this out for yourself. What they're able to do for you is they're able to monetize your newsletter with appropriate sponsors. So you don't have to necessarily go out there and find people to work with. They're doing that in-house for you. So you don't have to worry about how you're going to figure out where to find people that will work with you that you can monetize. They will do that for you. They've got the advertisers, they've got you, the publisher, the newsletter writer, and they have a way of putting you in front of sponsors so that you can start to make money. So really, really powerful platform. And that is the reason why we recommend it. We talked about others that you can go for in this series because we don't want to just provide you with one, but that's why we are going to be building the rest of this series on BeeHiiv. And that is why we recommend it when clients come to us and they say they want help building a newsletter. No videos again over the weekend. We'll be back on Monday where we will start building on BeeHiiv. And if you want to know what niche we picked, go back and check out video 5, day 5 of this training series so you can see the case study that we're going to be building out. Subscribe to the channel if you want to check out that in-depth BeeHiiv training. So if you are going to be doing this all on your own and you don't have any help, then you can follow along with that training. If you want to know what AI tool we use in order to be able to write these newsletters, then check out the card now on the screen and you can check out those AI videos. You want the link to BeeHiiv, link to the playlist, go down to the description. We'll see you in the next one. Welcome back. This is day 17 of our completely free newsletter business course, where we show you exactly how you can set up a newsletter business in under 30 days in the most profitable way, making sure that you have considered every single thing you need. As I said, we are going to be looking at BeeHiiv from now on. We talked about it a little bit in the last video, and for the duration of this week, we are going to be building out our newsletter on BeeHiiv. If you want to know which niche we've gone for this particular example, then check out day 5's video. If you want to know more about why and the different types of niches and which audience is the most profitable, then go and watch day 1 to 4. After that, we start talking about AI tools as well. So there's a lot of content in this course you're going to want to check out. But before we start building on BeeHiiv, you're going to hit an issue. And I want to deal with this issue now. You see, this week we're going to build on BeeHiiv. Next week, what we're going to start talking about is marketing. We're going to start talking about growth and getting people on your list. But this is actually something we need to start thinking about now, because you cannot just start thinking about this next Monday, because it is going to take some thought. It is going to take some time in the background, and I don't want you wasting any time. So if we start talking about where your audience is, as I said, in the first 4 days, we talked about who your audience is going to be and which audiences are going to make you the most money. We talked about AI tools in terms of writing your newsletter and setting it up, and we picked BeeHiiv to build this thing on. But in the background, while we're building on BeeHiiv and we're doing the welcome email, we talked about the power of that. And the first few emails in your newsletter series, we've got to write those using AI. While that's happening, you want to be doing some additional research in the background. Now, I've got 5 things we're going to talk about, and we will go into more detail on each of these next week. But the first place you need to look for your audience is over on social media. Okay, you need to head over to the different social media platforms. Now, we all know how many there are. I mean, you've got Facebook, TikTok, Instagram. You can include things like YouTube. You can do things like Pinterest. You need to find out where your audience hangs out. Now, I can't tell you that. You need to go away and find it. If they're a more professional niche, more professional audience, they might be on LinkedIn. If it's something to do with certain niches that do quite well on Pinterest, such as home decor or recipes, you might find your audience there. So go away and find out where your audience hangs out. It might be Quora, it might be Reddit, because that's where you're going to want to include in some of your marketing. This is going to be organic, and it's also going to be paid as well. So if they're on Facebook, we might look at Facebook ads, for example. We're not there yet, but go away and find out where your audience are. Starting up your social media profiles. You do not want to do them on every single platform. So if your audience is mainly on one platform, you want to start there. Start joining Facebook groups to do with your niche. Just start creating your social media presence. 1 or 2 platforms is all you need to do to start with. If you go on too many platforms, you're going to get completely overwhelmed. The second thing you want to do is you want to decide if you want to do some additional email marketing, and this might be cold email as well as directly contacting people. So cold email, I'm going to show you some tools that you can use in order to do cold email. Essentially what you're doing is you're going to blast out to a load of email addresses that belong to people in a certain niche and let them know about your newsletter. Now, you are going to have to do this manually if you want to do it for free. There are tools that are pretty reasonably priced that will let you do this paid, so you're not spending a huge amount of money like you might do on ads. But if you want a free method of contacting your audience, getting their email addresses if that is possible. So for example, if they work in a particular location within a particular business, you might be able to get their email addresses and do a cold email campaign. Again, pros and cons of that one, but it might be something that is applicable to your niche at some point you might want to explore. The next one down here is podcasts. Podcasts are a great way to get in front of somebody else's audience. Again, you can go on Facebook, find groups where they have podcasts. People who run podcasts are looking for guests. You need to find somebody who's quite small, few hundred people in their audience, and go to them and say, look, I've got a newsletter. It's in the same niche as you. Can I come on, be a guest? I can talk about X, Y, or Z. And in exchange, you let me plug my newsletter. Podcasts are always looking for guests. So you can just go out there, find a load of podcasts, contact them. Again, there are tools to help you do that, but you can also do it manually. And again, this is free. All you're doing is giving up your time. You're getting in front of somebody else's audience within the same niche. So for example, if your newsletter is going to be about motorcycles, motorbikes, specifically, you're going to talk about accessories such as like helmets and GPS and things like that. You can go on to any podcast that is in the motorbike niche and talk to them, and then promote your newsletter to their audience, ask them to put the link in their bio, those kind of things, and then you can get some traffic to your newsletter that way for free. The next one is you can guest post. A guest post works a little bit like a podcast, but you haven't actually got to put yourself out there in terms of getting in front of a microphone or getting in front of a microphone and potentially video if the podcast goes out on YouTube. But guest posting is a great way of connecting with your audience when you don't already have any followers. So I always like with this method to go for forgiveness, not permission. So what I would do is I would create a small part of a guest post that I would think would be applicable to that particular website. Again, AI can help you do this. You do not have to do this from scratch. And if you want any suggestions of AI tools that will help you write a blog post in just a few clicks, then go down into the description, go to our website. I'll make it the second link down in the description. And what you'll be able to do there is go to our list of recommended AI tools, and you'll be able to find a tool in there that will copyright for you. I'll put a couple of videos for walkthroughs as well from some of our favorites. But you could very easily find a blog that has a big audience. And again, I'll show you how to find out how much traffic a particular blog gets all day when we get to that point. Then what you'll be able to do is you'll be able to contact them, give them a little sample of your work, and then see if they want to feature you in exchange for you being able to promote your newsletter within the article. Again, people are always looking for others to do guest posts. It takes a lot of effort to keep putting out content onto a website, so the fact that you're going to do that is going to help them out. And anyone who reads that particular article will be able to get exposure to your newsletter and potentially join. Plus, they might also have their own email list, which again, they could promote the article you write to their email list, which again gets more exposure for your newsletter. And the last one is to network. Networking, you can just go to other newsletters that are in the same niche as you, websites, anywhere that you can find, and just start talking to these people and start to network with them. At some point, if you talk to them enough, you become part of their network and they will be able or want to or offer to help you out. So go find where people within your niche hang out, not necessarily people that you want to have on your newsletter list, but people that you want to collaborate or work with in the future. And then start having conversations with them. Don't try and sell them anything. Don't try and pitch them anything. Just start to build up that relationship, that rapport in the DMs or in Facebook groups, wherever they are that they hang out. Maybe they're in a Discord group. Maybe they're over on Reddit. Start having conversations with them. Give value. So when you're at the point that you're ready to ask for some exposure for your newsletter, then it doesn't feel like you're trying to be salesy, you're trying to be pushy. It just feels like a natural step within the conversation. Okay, so this week, while we build out on BeeHiiv, and you're going to be going through the same process of building your newsletter, I want you to be at the same time thinking about these 5 things. Some of them are going to be a no, you do not want to get on a podcast. That's absolutely fine. Maybe cold email just isn't appropriate for your niche. That's okay too. But decide which of these you're going to go with first. Start doing some research, start bookmarking some websites or some podcasts, or finding some Facebook groups, join them. Just start doing that kind of thing in your spare time while you're building on BeeHiiv, so that when you're ready to actually market and that first newsletter is ready to go out, you are ready and you've already done some of that work behind the scenes, so you're not dragging your heels and you can just keep rolling with this entire process. If you click on the card now that you can see, you can find some of our recommended copywriting tools and walkthroughs, so you can see which is the best one. There's some coupon codes down in the description as well if you need a discount on some software. Otherwise, we'll see you in the next one. Welcome back to the channel. This is our completely free course for you, showing you how to set up a newsletter in the best way possible to ensure that you've done everything you can to make this profitable. We're doing this over 30 days to break it down into nice, easy chunks for you. We're here on day 18 and we're talking about how to set up BeeHiiv. We told you up here the reasons for doing BeeHiiv, why we think it's the tool for you to go for. We've also talked about in this training where you need to find your audience. That's something you want to be thinking about now while you're doing the setup, so you can go find all of those different places. And we talked about lots and lots of different things on this course, so you can see these are all the different things that we've covered. We've covered AI, we've covered how you are going to find your first people to sign up. We've talked about the different platforms that you can use, the different tools you can use. And what we're going to do today is talk about setting up BeeHiiv. This is the newsletter we're going to build. This is the work-life ethos. It is a B2C newsletter. If you wanted to see why we picked B2C, it's basically because it's going to make you more money per sponsorship. Go back and watch video 3, 4 in this course. If you want to know why we picked this particular niche and what this newsletter is going to be about, then you can go and watch video 5. If you need help picking a niche, videos 1 and 2 will help you out. But what I want to do today is I want to talk you through BeeHiiv. I want to show you the dashboard, show you around what it's going to look like. You're going to have 14-day free trial. That's 14 days of access to their platform before you have to start paying for their tools that have a price attached to them. The free plan, it's limited. It does get you up to 2,500 subscribers, but you can use some of the methods I showed you in the previous video to get subscribers for free, and we'll give you more advice on that next week, exactly how to do it. But you want to make the most of that first 14 days. So what I want to talk to you today, I'm going to show you through the dashboard, but before we do that, I want to tell you what you need to have ready before you sign up, because you want to make sure that you've done everything you can beforehand, so that as soon as you sign up, you're not wasting time trying to sort things out. So the things that you need to have ready to go before you get started are these. You need to pick your email address. Now this sounds like it might be a little bit of a silly one, but if you want to go and set up a completely separate email account to be linked into your BeeHiiv, or you want to not attach it to your work or your personal email, then have a think about which email address you're going to link this to, especially if you're thinking about maybe one day selling on the publication. The second thing you need is a publication name. What are you going to call your publication? Now, again, this is something you might want to spend a little bit of time thinking about. I wouldn't recommend spending too much time. You can actually go online and find AI generators that will give you business names, company names, and ChatGPT will do it for you as well. So if you're struggling, that's somewhere you can go to help you out. But come up with your publication name first, because as you go through the setup process on BeeHiiv, this is what you're going to be asked for. Then your URL. Now you're going to be given your own URL, which will have BeeHiiv in the name of it, but you actually need to put your publication name into the URL. Now this might just be the same thing. So for example, if it was Jack's newsletter, then that might be my URL as well, but you might want to go for something different. So have a think about what you want the URL to be. And then the last thing you're going to need in the setup process is you're going to need some kind of logo. Now again, this can be swapped out and you can actually skip these stages in the setup, but again, why bother? Why not just do it before you sign up? You're going to need some kind of logo, but you can swap it out later for a different logo. If you need a place to go in order to get logos, then one place you might want to check out is Fiverr. So if you're not familiar with Fiverr, this is what it looks like. I'll leave a link down in the description as well as a link to BeeHiiv as well. All you need to do is go down here, put whatever service you want. So you can put a logo in, for example, and then it will go ahead and it will find you people that will make a logo for you. Okay, so use that link down in the description. I'll give you a couple of examples down there as well of people that you can go and check out. You've got all of this up here. So for example, if you want to set your value down low, if you want to talk to someone who's online, so if you've got quite a quick turnaround that you want, I quite like clicking this one where you can contact people that are actually online now, and then you can check out different people that will make logos for you depending on what you want. And then you can go in, check out their designs, find something you quite like the look of, and then go ahead and you can use them in order to produce your logo if that's something you're looking for and you don't want to do it yourself. There are AI logo creators. You can go and put that into Google and do it yourself. If you want something that looks a little bit more professional, something like this or over here like this, then you can come over to Fiverr, and like as I said, the link will be in the description. So once you've got all of these things made, then just go over to BeeHiiv. Again, the link will be down in the description. Hit start trial. When you do that, you do actually get access for that first 14 days to all of their features, which is an amazing opportunity to check out what they can do. But once you've done all of that setup, this is what the dashboard looks like. So we're not going to go ahead and set up a lot of things today because, as I said, this is just an overview so you can get prepared. But you can see here on the dashboard, we've got all our information here, which obviously as I've just set this up, we don't have any actual data. We've got the right section, which is where you've got post, content tags and automations. Then we've got grow, which is where you can get access to the tools that allow you to grow on their platform. And I'll definitely recommend checking those out. Monetization, which is how you can then earn from your newsletter within BeeHiiv, and we'll talk about some ways you can do that within BeeHiiv but also outside of BeeHiiv as well. You've got audience, so this is really useful for if you want to get some feedback from your audience. Maybe you want to segment them, so for example you might want to segment people out if they're interested in different products or different topics so that you can send them additional newsletters. So as you can see, you can do some really cool stuff with this software. And again, you've got the analyze, so we can get reports on how different things are doing, subscribers and posts. And again, we can just go through and you can click on these. You can see what they do. We don't have a huge amount. If you already have an audience, then you can import those subscribers in. If you don't, and like us, you're starting from zero, then you won't need to worry about any of that. And again, you could just go through and you can check out all of these different settings. So once you get into this point, then this is where I recommend you go. You can actually go down to these links if you want, and you can see what your website looks like. And this is where people will put their email address to subscribe. But then what I would do is I would recommend going through these steps. So customize your theme, customize your website, get your first subscriber, and write your first draft. That is the process that they recommend you go through. And so I would then go through and do these stages. When it comes to writing your first draft and your first welcome email, things like that. We recommend Hoppy Copy. If you go back to where we talk about Hoppy Copy and how to write your newsletter with AI in this video series, then you'll be able to watch a full walkthrough of how to use Hoppy Copy. It's the best AI tool for writing newsletters that we have found, but it will also write blogs for you. So if you're doing guest posting to get your newsletter out there and get subscribers, it will cover that. If you're doing email outreach, it will write the emails for you. So it is something you're going to have to pay for, but at the same time, it's got a huge amount of value and you can use it for lots. So as you can see, this is our graph here. It's going to talk us through our active subscribers. Then we go down here, we've got some recommended offers that we're going to see, which is part of Boost, and we'll talk about that in a future video. But that is our overview today for BeeHiiv. That's what everything is going to look like. I will say before you go that I'll put a link down in the description to the blog on BeeHiiv, because the blog I think is a brilliant resource. So when you're on the homepage, you can click on this, go over to blog, and it's got loads and loads of articles and ideas that you can read through. So things like alt text information, how to structure a newsletter, which we've covered in this course, but you can check that out. All these different things that you can read, and it's got the search bar here as well. So if there's something in particular you need help with, then you can access that. So yeah, lots of really, really useful information and some good resources for you to learn more about how to use the platform. And again, I'll put a link to this page down in the description. That's everything we're going to cover in this video. We'll go more into a deep dive of setting up BeeHiiv tomorrow. If you're interested in checking out more of our videos, then you can click on the card above. Remember, all the links to the software are below, and we'll see you in the next one. I'm here inside the BeeHiiv dashboard, and today we're going to be overcoming a massive hurdle that a lot of people seem to fall into, get stuck by when setting up on BeeHiiv. We're currently on day 19 of our free course that shows you how to set up a newsletter business in the best way to help you be profitable and enables you to use AI. These are the 4 things we're going to have a look at. But if you followed our video yesterday for part 1 of the setup, you would have seen that there are a few things that we recommend you do. They're under this bit here before you even start the free trial, in order to maximize the benefits of that 14-day free trial you get with BeeHiiv. If you want the free trial, go down into the description, hit the link, and you'll be able to get access to that. So these are the issues that people face. They come into the dashboard, they do the setup process for the account, which is what I showed you in the previous video, and then they get to this point, and this is the point where they get stuck. And I want to show you what you need to do in these steps to make sure that you don't have this particular issue. So you'll notice I've already done the first one of these, which is get your first subscriber. I recommend the first subscriber is you. Just pick your personal email account or an email account you check daily and sign up as a subscriber. All you need to do is click on the homepage. All you need to do is go down to the quick links here, open these up, and you'll be able to get your subscriber page. Put in your email address, hit subscribe, and then you'll be subscribed to your own newsletter. And what this means is you'll be able to see what your subscribers are seeing as well every time, and you'll be able to check what's going on. Now, it's also a good time if you've got any family or friends, anyone else who would be a first subscriber for you, go ahead, send them that link, ask them to subscribe as well, so you can get a few people on your list. That's probably how you're going to get the first up to 10 people. If you know more people, if you've got an audience, great. Then what you're going to want to do is you want to start customizing things. Now, we're going to go through in much more detail this process in our free course that goes through BeeHiiv in detail. If you want to get access to that, we're going to be releasing that shortly. So just hit subscribe to the channel and then hit the bell notification. So when we release these free trainings where we show you how to set everything up in detail in order to help you maximize traffic and rank in Google, things like that, then go ahead, subscribe, and you'll be able to get notifications on those videos. But for now, we just want to do an overview of getting these things set up. So it says here, customize your theme. You know your style better than anyone. Customize your theme to create something totally unique to stand out in the inbox. You can change fonts, colors, spacing, backgrounds, and much more. Now, if you heard what I said in the previous video, you will know that some of this already gets done for you when you go through the setup process. Just make sure, as I said in the previous video, you've got the graphics I suggested created already, and you've thought about the points that you're going to have to put in that setup process. But what will happen is you'll come to this page. If I close this, these are all the different things that you can edit and you can customize. If you hit this button here, you can scroll up and down and you can see all the different options within your newsletter. This one here will help you scroll the menu on the other side. Now, there's so many things that you can actually change and you can make this completely unique. So if you already have a business, then you might want to change some of these things. For example, the header text, you might already have a font that you use within your business and you might want to change that. The same with the height and weight of it. Again, with the body text, you might have a font that you like or that you want to use that goes with your brand. But a lot of people open up this page and think they've got to edit all of this. But what I want you to do, I want you to think about this as a sample of what your newsletter will look like. So you don't actually have to go and change anything on this page if you don't want to. And that's the key point here. A lot of people think that they've got to go through all of these and set these up, but you don't have to do that. If you want to go in, change, for example, your email footer as it says here, then you can go ahead and you can do that. But there's actually no reason for you to do that. So for example, when I set up BeeHiiv, I picked out these two colors as my theme colors for my brand. But if I want to go and change this, I can go in here and change the color across the email footer. But I don't have to. The way they've done this is they picked out the colors that I requested and they put this into the email already. So everything is already set up and you can just, as you see how the pictures are going to look, the captions are going to look, the links are going to look. You can see how here we've got this, could be a sponsored post, how that's going to look, and as I said, how your footer is going to look. So just think about this as a sample. So if there's anything in here that you do actually want to change, you can go ahead and do that. But actually, all you really need to come in and do is take a look, and then you can just hit save changes. So for example, I haven't actually made any changes. So if I wanted to change something, so let's maybe move this down to 15, make everything a little bit smaller, I can hit save changes, and then my theme, as you can see, has been published. But you don't actually have to go in. So I just make that tiny change there and I get a tick. We've already discussed the first subscriber, and then we can go in and customize our website. Now for this one, as you can see, it says your website is the face of your publication for new subscribers and people that prefer to read online. We recommend changing the colors, themes and fonts to match your aesthetic. Now, as I said previously, when I went up through the setup process that we discussed in the video before, I picked the colors that I wanted, but I can come in here now and I can change the color palette if I want to. Again, we can go through layout. You've got the default or the newspaper if you want to explore that. And again, you have all their default settings with their themes. But if you want to change any of this at any point, then you can do that. If you've got a particular preference, for example, on button shape or anything like that. The same thing with analytics. If you've got a pixel already, you can go in and you can put that in, or Google Analytics IDs. If you feel like getting a little bit more fancy, then you can go through and you can start filling this out. This is some of this you probably want to do. So for example, I've already come up with a logo. We discussed that in the previous video, and that's going to appear as my avatar, and I set that up last time. But I can put in a success message. This is a message that appears at the top of the sign up flow. And again, I can go through and I can edit all of these features. Same with pages. With my landing page, I can customize this. Now, this one here is really important for search and turning up in search, because it helps Google understand what the page is about. So you might want to put some of that in there. You can see here you've got this button that will go through in the future that you can use. Same with the home page. nav bar, and then comments as well. So you can go through these and you can make any changes that you want. And that will be your website set up and everything will be ready to go. If I go back, once you've completed customize your website, you can then go on and you can write your first draft. So you want to go through those processes. But as I said, I'm not going to go through these in great detail because that will be an hour or two long video, and that's not what we're trying to do in this course. If you do need that kind of level of training support, you've got two options. Like I said before, subscribe to the channel, check out our completely free in-depth BeeHiiv training that's going to be coming soon. Or number two, check out the description. You can find out how we can set all of this up for you for your brand or business. If you've got money to spend on this, just go down into the description. So on the next video, we're going to go ahead and write our first draft. If you can't wait to see how we use AI in order to set up these newsletters to get them ready in just a few minutes, then you can click on the card at the top of the video now and you can go ahead and watch that. Otherwise, you'll be able to see us create the newsletter and put it into BeeHiiv in the next video that will be coming out tomorrow. We'll see you in the next one. So I'm here inside of BeeHiiv. We're going to be writing our first draft of our first post, but I want to show you one button that you need to press that's going to save you hours and hours. This is one of the first things you want to be doing when you are getting ready to write your first post. We're here in our free course to show you how to set up your first newsletter business in the best way in order to help you become profitable with your newsletter. We're on day 3 of the setup, and like I said, we're all focused on writing that first draft and teaching what this button is that you really need to make sure that you press. So in order to find this button, we need to start writing our newsletter. So you've got a few options. You go into here, write, and hit post. You can hit start writing, or if you haven't yet, you can click this button here that says write your first draft. Before we write our first draft, you might want to put in some content tags. This is just so that your content is organized. As it goes up on the website, BeeHiiv is going to publish your newsletters to a website. That means they can be found online. It means that there's SEO there. And if you group them, then that means that the content on the website that you get linked to BeeHiiv is searchable. So you might want to put that in. But we're going to go into posts, as I said, or what we can do is we can just hit this start writing button. So that's what I'm going to click, and it's going to bring up the writer. So you can do everything inside of BeeHiiv. Now I'm not going to go through all the different settings. We've got all of these buttons up here. We've got SEO. We've got tons going on. I'm not going to do all of that. We do have a dedicated series showing you how you can set up full newsletters on BeeHiiv. All the details is coming up soon. If you're interested in that level of detail, then just subscribe to the channel, put the bell notification on, you will get that. But for now, I just want to show you the basics. So the first thing I like to do is title the post so that I know what it is. So let's call this Yoga 1 because it's my first email on yoga, and it's going to go out on Monday. This doesn't have to go in the title of the email, so I can turn that off, and I'm not going to have a subtitle either, so I can just leave that blank. Once I've done that, I can actually start writing. So all you need to do in order to do that is you can click, you can then start typing your newsletter, or you can click on this button here and it will give you some different things to do. So for example, you could put images in, so you could upload an image from your desktop, or you can use the library. The library is quite good. You've got assets that you've already used that you can upload. You've got access to Giphy and to Unsplash as well, which is your stock images. So all you need to do is put a keyword in and it will find stock images that you're able to use in your newsletter. Any point you click something you don't like it, just go down here to delete. So let's imagine I'm going through and I'm building my newsletter, and I'm putting all of these different things in. I can embed YouTube videos, put different sections in, block quotes, I can put in links. You really can put anything you need into your newsletter. Once this is ready to publish, then I can save it, or I can preview it. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go back and show you one that I made earlier so you could see what a final version might look like. So here is a newsletter for Yoga One Monday that I wrote earlier. You can see I've got my introduction, then I've got my first topic, I've got this information, and I used AI to write all of this. I'll show you how I did that in a second. Then I've got my recommended providers. So these will be people that have paid me to feature in my newsletter. And this is going out to businesses because this is a B2B newsletter. So I'm trying to connect businesses that provide wellness or well-being for corporations to those corporations. So this would be how I could earn money from my newsletter. I put in a little button here to encourage people to share it. And then I've got some industry news, and then I've got some ways people can work with us again, so that I'm driving people in order to make money from my newsletter, because that's the whole point of doing this. Just to show you how I produce this information before I show you that magic button, we use Copy. We've got 2 videos in this free course. You can get the link down in the playlist, and I'll link to those videos at the end of this one. But all you've got to do is go into Copy, hit on newsletter creator, then all you've got to do is fill out the information. So I filled all of that out. I just go down and pick whatever tone I want. I'm going to go for casual. Including images means that I get stock images in there. I'm going to go for depth, and then I'm going to hit create, and Copy is going to go away and create the newsletter for me. Now, the first thing it does is it gives me an outline to each section. What that means is I can go through each outline and I can decide whether I like it or not. So all of these bits are editable, and I can delete different parts as well. So if I wanted to do a long in-depth newsletter on yoga, then I might have all of these. So I've got some success stories, I've got culture, got all of these different things that I can include. So let's go for this one here. I can either get it to write all, and what will happen is that all of these sections will be written by the AI, and you can see I haven't had to do anything apart from put in the prompt. This is much easier than using something like ChatGPT. If I like a particular section, I can copy it, I can insert it in the document so I can work on it more over here, or I can just copy it and then move it over into my newsletter, which is exactly what I did here. For this section, with the industry news, I was able to use a curation tool to find the information for me. There's free ones and paid ones, and again, if you go back to our training where we talk about different AI tools, you'll be able to find out what tool we used for that in order to put these in. And then you've got all of these links so people can go through and read the articles if they want to. So the magic button, the one you want to use when you have a layout that you are happy with, like this one here, that I know every time I'm going to talk about topic of the week, and I'm going to talk about yoga for the entire week, so I can use the different sections within Copy here. That might be day 1, this bit might be day 2, or I might go back up and change employee retention to something else. Then I'm always going to have some recommended partners, then I'm going to have industry news, then I have work with us, I might have something else, but I want people to always know what's going to happen in my newsletter. So what I can do is I can preview how everything looks, so I can see how it's going to look on the web. So this is how it's going to look when people read it on my website. I can see how it's going to look in the email as well. Just make sure that it looks good, it's laid out nicely, and people can digest it. What I can do then is it's this button here, which is Save Template. When you click on this, then that layout will be saved. So you might not want to have quite as much information as I've got in there, but when you have created an outline that you're happy with and the sections that you want, then you can come in and you can name it whatever you want. And you can have multiple templates, which means you can have templates for different days of the week, maybe a template for your Curated website and a template for your deep dive website. And then you can just save that, and then you'll be able to see it in all of your templates. When you go to the right section and you go into posts, what you'll be able to do is you can start with something blank. You just click that drop down and then hit start writing, and it will go over to the blank page. Or what you can do is you can hit use template, choose a template, and then you'll be able to pick whichever template you want to use. So you might have one for Curated, you might have one for deep dive, and then you can go into that, which means that the next time when I'm writing the next day, I can just use this template, and then it's already set up as a brand new post. So that might be yoga week 1, and this is now going to be Tuesday. And then I can just go through and I can change the top information, go back into Copy, swap out the information there. I'm going to keep the recommended providers the same. I might swap out the industry news for a couple new articles, and then I'm going to keep that section at the end. And then straight away, very quickly, I'll save myself a ton of time, just a few edits, and then I can schedule it, and then I can just repeat the same process for Wednesday or Thursday or Friday, or if you're doing it once a week, once a month, whatever you're doing, you can very easily use that template feature to save you a huge amount of time. Just remember, you do want to go through and use these settings as well. Make sure you've got them optimized. But as I said, if you want to see our full training on Copy, you should be able to see a little card pop up on the screen now. Just hit that and you'll be able to see us create both a curated and a long form newsletter with those tools. If you want to join our newsletter, then just go down into the description where you can join that, and we'll see you in the next one. Hello and welcome back to this free course on how to set up your newsletter business, making sure you've done everything you can to make profit. Here I am on the dashboard of BeeHiiv. We've gone ahead already and we have written our first post. We've also hit that magic button that is going to save us hours and hours of time. If you want to know what that magic button is, go back and watch the previous video. But here you can see I have my newsletter that I have written. And today we're going to talk about scheduling it and getting it completed, ready for publication. So you can see here's the full thing that I wrote. I used AI as well. I used Copy. If you want to pick up BeeHiiv or Copy, you can get the links down in the description. But Copy has written this for me, and then I've used the tools within BeeHiiv in order to get everything laid out, looking good. You can preview this, see how it's going to look on email, make sure I'm happy with it, and also see how it's going to look on the website as well. Because remember, when you sign up to BeeHiiv, you don't just get the opportunity to send out your emails. They'll also create a website for you which will house all of your content. So what I want to do now is just take you through these settings. Now, we're not going to go a deep dive into this. We are going to do a full course here on the channel, as I've mentioned before. If you'd like to get access to that course, it will go up for free. We'll be showing you in-depth videos of how to set up BeeHiiv. Just subscribe to the channel, turn the bell notification on, and you'll see those videos when they go out. So what we need to do first of all is we've given our post a title here. I don't want it in the email, so I'm going to turn that off. It's just for me, for reference, so I know that this is Yoga 1, the first email I've written, and it's going to go out on Monday. I could put a date in there as well if I wanted to. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to go over to email. I need some kind of subject line for my email. So what I could do is I can just take what's in the title. Now, if we're interested in SEO, because this is going to go out on the website as well, then we want to make sure that the words we're using are the ones we want to rank for. So it might be yoga and employee retention, for example, are the terms that I want to rank for. As I said, we'll go more into that in the course when we release that. I can preview text in if I want to, but I don't have to. And then I can have my social share icons at the top, or I can have none at all. Once I've done that, I need my website settings. So at the moment, this is what's going to appear at the top. So when you have your URL at the top of your website, this is what it's going to say at the moment, which is really unprofessional. So I'm going to change it. And again, this has an impact on SEO. For any of you that don't know SEO out there, having this in your URL is really powerful. You're communicating to Google what your content is about. Again, on the website, you can have a pop-up in order to be able to capture emails. And what I've also done here as well is I've added a thumbnail. So we want a thumbnail so that appears on the website, makes it look good. I've picked the same image that AI picked for me in order to write this out using Copy. But you could pick something from Unsplash, which is the stock footage library, stock image library that comes included in BeeHiiv if you don't have access to AI to produce images for you. Then we want to go over to SEO, and again, this is really important because this is how it's going to turn up at the moment in search, and there's no SEO benefits to that at all. So I want to put again my title in. So now I've got that at the top, employee retention. Then I want to write something in the description. So maybe for the sake of this, I'll put that in, and then I'm going to put this in as well. So now I've got that information, and this is what it's going to look like when it appears online, so people can see what the article is about and what the title of it as well, so they can come and read the newsletter if they find it in search, which is going to get you some traffic, and then there'll be a pop-up that can appear on the page in order to encourage them to sign up to the newsletter. And then we've got delivery. At the moment, we're just going for a free newsletter, so we could put that. You might want to just put it online on the website. You might just want to put this particular version out on email. You don't want it to go into search, but you might put it on both. So we'll just leave that one it is. And then all you're going to do is go down here to schedule, click on this. You can publish straight away, which if you are writing your emails, your newsletters, just before you want to put them out, you can use that button. Otherwise, you can publish them. So if you're using AI, you could sit down, like I showed you last time, use the AI to write an entire week's worth or entire month's worth of content. And then you can just go ahead and you can schedule it. So you can just pick the date and the time that you want to go out, and then you just hit review, and then everything is scheduled. I'm not going to do that because I don't want this to go out onto the website or via email just yet. But that's how we set up and we schedule your newsletter, and how you can get ahead of the game in order to be able to schedule in advance and be able to take the pressure off yourself. Make sure you've got those newsletters ready to go out so people know when to expect you. In the next video, I'm going to show you automations. I spoke previously in the training about the most important email that you are going to send because it has the highest open rate, and it is your most likely to get a conversion email from somebody downloading your freebie or buying something from you. So I'm going to talk about automations for that in the next video. Don't miss that one. Otherwise, you can watch one of the videos on AI, using AI in your newsletter, if you just click the card on the screen now. Otherwise, we'll see you in the next one. Hello and welcome back to this free course showing you how to set up a newsletter business. I'm going to be combining two AI tools today. We're going to be combining the AI automation tools inside of BeeHiiv along with an AI copywriting software that's going to do all the heavy lifting for us, so we can set up full automations in just a couple of minutes. Why do you want this automation? Well, the first email anyone's going to get from you is your welcome email. Think about it. If you are going to send out your email every Thursday, or newsletter I should say every Thursday, somebody signs up on a Wednesday, they're not going to hear from you for almost an entire week, and that's an issue. What we want to do is we want to enter them into a welcome sequence. So welcome email has the highest open rate and it has the highest conversion rate, meaning they'll download your freebie or buy from you. So we want to make sure that our welcome email is being sent out to our subscriber list. Now, if you go back in our training, you'll be able to see how I talk about the style of welcome email and what should be in it. But for today, I'm going to show you how you can use AI to write it. So what we're going to do is we're going to go down to this section here, which is write, and we're going to go to automations. What we're going to do then is we're going to go up here and we're going to create an automation. Now, this can look like it's quite complicated, and this is one of the things that we're able to build out for clients. If you want to follow through and have a go at this yourself, then I'm going to show you just like an overview of how to set up a basic automation. We will have some free training coming out, more in-depth training on BeeHiiv. So if you subscribe to the channel, then you'll be able to get that training. I'm not going to go through all of this in detail because it would take quite a long time. But if this is something that you want some additional help and support with for your business, then go down into the description and you'll be able to find out how you can get that. But for now, what we're going to do is we're going to set up a new automation, and this is going to be for our welcome sequence. So when somebody subscribes, so what we're going to do is we're going to start off by adding a trigger. Now, what we can do, we've got these buttons down here. So at the moment, I can move everything around. If I click the lock button down here, then that will change what's able to happen on the screen. So make sure that you're exploring all of these buttons. You can zoom in and zoom out, and then you can click this button here so you can see everything that is on the screen. So for now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit add trigger, and the trigger is going to happen after the sign up. Now, at the moment, I don't want to activate this. I just want to leave it as it is. So this isn't activated, and I know that because this is orange at the top. If I hit activate, this will change color to black, and that lets me know that it's activated, and it will be active within my subscriber list. So I don't want to do that until I finish building the entire flow. So what I want to do, because this is my welcome series, is I want to, when somebody signed up, I want to send them an email. This will be my welcome email. Now, I've got the option to wait a certain amount of time on this until this particular trigger is activated, and I'm going to go for waiting for 10 minutes. So 10 minutes after they have signed up and put their email address in, they will get the email from me welcoming them into the newsletter. Now, I could do a complete series of these. I could keep going and adding sort of 2 or 3 or 4 emails in my welcome sequence. I can also add a branch in as well if I want to, and I can add a deliberate wait. But like I said, we're not going to go into those today. So what we can do is we can now go in and we can edit this message. If I click this, you'll be familiar with this particular interface because this is what we were using in order to be able to write our newsletter. So what I can do is I can go over here and I can put in my subject line and then my preview text as well. So there we go, I put those in. I'm able to preview as well if I want to see what's going on, but obviously there's nothing to preview because I haven't put anything in there, and I can test it out if I want to get it sent over to a test email account. But what we need to do is write our welcome email. Now, as I said previously, I do have a video in this training series. Just go down to the description, click on the playlist link, and you'll be able to find that video, and that will tell you exactly what should go into your welcome email and why. And it also shows you a couple of examples of great welcome emails that you might want to model as well. But we need to write something, and staring at a blank screen is quite daunting. So what we're going to do now is we're going to use AI, and we're going to use Copy. Copy is the tool that we've been using to build our newsletters. We've been using the newsletter creator, but what we're going to do now is we're going to write our welcome email. And Copy has got loads and loads of different email tools to write different types of emails, and you can see they also do outreach, social posts, and websites. So if you decide to get Copy, the link to Copy and BeeHiiv will be in the description. Just click those links and you'll be able to get hold of those. But as you can see, I put the word welcome in, and here the welcome email comes up. I just click on this, and then I'll be able to fill in these prompts, and it will produce a welcome email for me that will go out to new subscribers. So I'm just going to fill this out, and then you'll be able to see what Copy produces. So as you can see, I've put in the name of the brand, product or service, target audience, and what will be covered. I haven't changed the suggested bits, so they want a product description, content, call to action, additional resources. You don't have to include all of these, you can take them out. I filled in the information after the prompt, and then I just need to select a tone, so I'm going to go with friendly, and then I can pick more or less output, so we're going to get a selection. All I do then is hit create, and what Copy is going to do is it's going to take the information I put into the various prompts, and it's going to go ahead and it's going to write the welcome email for me. Now, what we can also do as well is we can highlight different sections once it's been written. We can rewrite, we can continue, so that will like add in an additional paragraph, shorten, expand, add emojis, tone, and we can just edit everything within Copy. So as you can see, we go down here, we can see that we've got our welcome email written. We've got dear name, then we've got the body of the email, and then we've got some subject lines suggested for us as well. We've got another one here where we've got it put into sections, and then we've got a third example down here. We've got the emoji at the top, which is quite nice, and then all this extra information. So what I can do is I can take one of these straight away, and I could just go ahead and I could copy it and put it into BeeHiiv, or if I wanted to, I can insert this into the document. I might take a couple of these, and then inside the document over here, I could sort of merge them together. But let's just imagine I like this one up here. So I've gone ahead and copied it. And then we just need to go over to BeeHiiv. And then you can see that I have just put that into the welcome email. So I can just go ahead and I'm going to take this one here, cut and paste that, put that in as the subject line. Then I quite like this one here. I'm not going to use it as a subject line though. Maybe I'll put it into the preview text, and then I could just get rid of that bit. I don't need any of that. And then I've got the body of my welcome email written by AI. All I need to do then is I can just go through and I can edit these particular sections. So for example, I might want to make this bit bold. I might want to make it a header. I might want to add in some links somewhere. So I might have a reference down to sort of a YouTube channel, or join us on Instagram, something like that. I might want to add in an image. I could put that in there, or maybe a numbered list if I want to add in some additional benefits. So there's lots and lots of things that you can do. I might want to add in a particular button, a button that allows people to easily share from the welcome email, for example. So it's definitely worth going through and exploring exactly what BeeHiiv can do when combined with HoppyCopy in order to be able to produce a newsletter that you are happy with. So I've now got my welcome email. Maybe that's what I'm happy with. Again, I can go ahead and I can preview it. So that's what my welcome email is now going to look like. I can go back in, make any changes, or if I want to, if I'm happy with it, then I can just go back and I can exit. So you can now see that that has been written. That's my welcome email done. Now in that welcome email, I might have teased what's going to happen in the next email. So I might want to put another one in. This time what I'm going to do is I'm going to wait 1 day. So that's 1 day from the trigger. So this will be the following day. And again, I can just go in, I can edit this message. I can go back into HoppyCopy and I can go and I can write in, I'll go over to email, and then I might be able to use the sequence creator in order to produce several emails in a sequence that will welcome someone into my newsletter. So once I've done all of that and I'm happy with everything, so if I don't want that bit there, I can just hit delete. Once I'm happy, then all I need to do is go up here. I can activate the trigger, and that will be my welcome series activated. What you might also be able to see as well is once you activate these different triggers, then what you're able to do is you're able to see exactly how many subscribers are at each step within your list. And as well, you'll be able to start seeing some of the data that's going on behind. So we've got this performance part here, and you'll be able to see the stats as well on your automation. We see how it is performing, which means that if you want to test out different automation sequences, then you'll be able to do that. So you can see I've got 2 separate welcome sequences. So if I want to start testing out different ones, then I would be able to do that. But obviously that gets into a little bit more complicated and more detailed ability to use BeeHiiv. So that's everything we're going to cover in this video. If you want to see more of the AI tools, then you should be able to see a card that's just popped up on the screen now, where you can see our AI tools video that talks you through some different options when thinking about setting up a newsletter. What we're going to do next is we're going to start thinking about marketing and growth of your newsletter. So consider subscribing if you haven't done already, and we'll see you in the next one. Welcome back to this completely free newsletter business course, where we're going to take you through in 30 days how you can set up a newsletter business so that you can do everything you can to try and make it as profitable as possible from day one. We're here on day 23, and I'm going to show you how you can get subscribers for free over the next few days. We're going to go through different methods. Now, a few videos back, and I'll leave a link to this one in the description, we did a summary video of different ways where you can find where your audience hangs out, and you can explore different ways of finding subscribers. So I definitely recommend you go back and check out that video. As you can see, we've covered lots and lots of stuff in this course, kind of following this flow chart through. And we also have videos on picking your niche, on how to get monetized from the very beginning. And as I said, we're going to be focusing on your free traffic for now and for the next few videos, because quite a lot of people will be going into this and they won't necessarily have a huge amount of money. So I'm going to be showing you exactly what you can do for free in order to get those few subscribers. Now, this is what you probably want to be doing for your first 100 to 500 subscribers. Something you need to know about this method is it's going to take a lot of time if you don't have a lot of money in order to invest. If you want to speed up this process, you need to get some money, and we'll talk about that next week. Or if you're catching this and you're not doing it with us live, then those videos might already be up. But for now, do have a think about, is there anywhere that you can save some money? Can you do a few extra hours at work? Could you reduce your expenses, cancel the gym membership for a few months, stop going out, stop buying things? So you could save some money to go into some paid traffic to get subscribers for free, because BeeHiiv, that is what we're building this on, has some amazing tools if you've got some money, and you will get to the point where you can start getting sponsorships and things like that a lot quicker. And if you go back to around about video 3-4, we talk about different ways that you can make money. So if you can find some money from somewhere, then you will be able to reduce the amount of time that you need to put into this. Now, this is an AI channel, so I'm going to show you some AI tools that can help you with this. These are free ones because this is our free section of the course, but I will be showing you some paid ones as well in a few videos time. But what we're going to be talking about today is using social media. So if you go back to that where does your audience hang out video, then you've already looked at a lot of social media platforms and you've been through them and you've found where your audience is. Now, this is all going to depend on your niche, as we talked about before, so I can't tell you which of these platforms is best. If you're doing a B2B newsletter, it might be LinkedIn. And again, go back in the course, we talked about the difference between B2B and B2C and which one's best in which use case. But you've been through all these different places, you've spent some time finding out where your audience hangs out, might be Pinterest, might be Facebook, and you've started to engage with them. You've started to read the comments, you've started to look at what people are struggling with, so you can put those solutions into your newsletter. If this is something you already have an interest or passion in, the topic of your newsletter, then you probably know a bit about this and you might already be in those kind of communities, which is just going to help you out even more. So once you've done that, you know where your audience is hanging out. The next thing you need to do is go ahead and make some professional social media profiles for your newsletter. Okay, you need to make your newsletter look as professional and established as possible. I'm not going to go through exactly how to do this in this video because it would end up being a 30, 40, 50 minute training. But I will say we're going to be doing some additional training on BeeHiiv and how to set it up and how to get traffic as our next free course. So if you want more in-depth training on this, then definitely consider subscribing, hitting the bell notification, because once this 30 days is up, we will be moving on to that. But we need to set up our social media profile. So that might be a Facebook page for your newsletter. That might be an Instagram page specifically for your newsletter. You don't necessarily have to go away and get business accounts at this stage. In fact, a lot of people say, especially on places like Instagram, a business page limits your reach. So go away, whichever platforms you pick, do some research and find out what's the best way of setting up on those. With Reddit, it might just be something as simple as setting up an account that matches the name of your newsletter. The same over on Pinterest if that's where you decide to go. Once you've done that, once you've set these up, what you need to do then is you need to start getting some content on it. There's absolutely no point creating these profiles and having absolutely no content on them. So go away, find some AI tools that will help you create copy and images for your social media accounts. Now, I'm going to show you some of those in a second. Down here, we'll talk about those. But make sure whatever social media you set up, it's got content on it. What you want to be able to do is that when somebody visits your social media accounts, they scroll down and they don't run out of content. We don't want them to hit a wall. So for Facebook, if you're using posts with pictures, you might be able to get away with somewhere around about 10 posts to fill up that space. With Instagram, you're going to have to do a little bit more in order to fill up the page, so when somebody scrolls, they don't necessarily, the whole screen is filled with content. Okay, and you probably want to go away and make sure that it all looks good, so it looks nice and goes with your brand and brand colors that you picked in BeeHiiv. But take the time to make sure it looks professional. Now, don't go mad. Don't go out there and get yourself set up on 12 different social media platforms. If you're doing this on your own, which you probably are, if you're looking at only free traffic at the moment, then this is going to take you a lot of time. And as we said, you're not spending any money. You've got to have the time to invest. So just pick one, maybe two of the best platforms that will work for your audience. Start there. And then as time goes on, you can start to build out. But if you're not putting content up on these platforms, it doesn't look very good to people that are potentially want to subscribe to you. So if anybody sees your content, they might go out and check you out on different platforms, and it needs to look active, engaged. You need to be providing value to the audience. So once you've set all that up, maybe you've taken a weekend to do that, we now need to start commenting. So there's two things we need to do. We need to start putting value out there. So the post that you are putting on your social media accounts needs to be good quality content. It needs to be in depth. It needs to be thoughtful. It needs to be helping your audience. So go into the social media accounts, wherever your audience is hanging out. Look at some of the questions they're asking, and then start to make content around those topics and put them onto your social media accounts. You also want to be thinking about keywords, because if people are searching for certain topics on that social media platform, because that's what these social media platforms are, they're like a massive search engine of user-generated content, then you want to start thinking about the keywords you could use. So start thinking about a little bit of SEO, finding a handful of keywords that relate to your niche, and start using those in every single post. But what you can start to do then, once you've got everything set up, is you can start to do what we call outreach. And outreach is where you start to comment on other people's posts. So you're putting, again, useful, insightful, valuable posts. We do not want to spam these people. At the moment, we're not interested in that sale. We're not trying to make any money. What we're trying to do is we're just trying to grow our list. So we want to provide some value, engage in conversations with these people that actually help them out. And then once you've spoken to them for a little bit, either in the comments or maybe you start talking to them in private messenger or over DMs, what you want to do then is you want to just suggest casually, naturally in the conversation, hey, I have a newsletter. It solves a lot of these problems we're talking about. Why don't you head over there? Send them the link, they can subscribe. And obviously, if you're doing this on BeeHiiv, BeeHiiv hosts all your past newsletters for you. So not only can they subscribe, they'll also come into your welcome series, which we talked about last week, which is massive value in terms of open rates and conversions. So just make, and as I said, you'll get the website as well. They get access to your past content. So provide value and get them onto your list. That's what we're interested in. And it might take a few days, it might take a few conversations, but this is, as I said, high time, but you're not having to spend any money. Now, we want an AI solution for this. So one way you can do that is you can use ChatGPT. So for example, you could put a question or a comment, or you can ask ChatGPT to create a post for you. And if you're using the free version, it will be able to do that. But if you wanted to, you can use some other tools. So I've got some tools here, and there's loads of them out there that you can use in order to use AI. Again, these come with free plans, and what they will allow you to do is respond to these comments. Now, on our website, AI Copywriting Creators, we actually have a ton of these out there. that you can go and find. And also this one here, Mark Copy AI, I've got a discount code for as well, and that's down in the description if you'd like to get access to that. But if you wanted to see a whole collection of AI tools, just go down into the description. You can find our website, check out all the tools there that we recommend, and also you can sign up to our newsletter where we share more as well. But one of the tools that you might want to check out, which is completely free, is Writer. Writer have a great free plan. What they do is they'll let you write lots of different copy. All you've got to do is come into Writer here. You just need to select your language tone, and they've got a few different tools within here that, again, very, very similar to ChatGPT, but they've already done the hard work of using a prompt engineer to write these prompts for you, and then you get the output. So things like a post and caption ideas, you might want to go for question and answer, reply to a reviewer and a message. So for example, if somebody puts a message up onto Facebook, you can cut and paste it into this tool and Writer will respond to it for you. You can also produce images in here, so it's AI will produce images for your social media. So when you're here creating your social media accounts and making it look good, then Writer can help you with that. But they've also got this chat feature, which is really nice as well. I just put here, write me a Facebook comment to reply to a post about how yoga can be used to improve employee retention, because if you've been following along, we're talking about building a corporate wellness newsletter as our kind of case study for building this whole newsletter out. And you can see Writer here has responded, put a few emojis in, so I can just take this, I can just cut and paste it into a post, and I can reply. So you can see here, Writer, they do have a premium plan, but you've got a free plan. If you want to, it's $29 a month, but you can see here you've got 10,000 characters credits that you can use each month that will allow you to answer these. And as I said, you've got other tools like Write Cream, like Mike Copy, that will do exactly the same thing for you. Now, if you're producing this content in bulk, you might want to schedule it. And the scheduling tool that we really like is Radar. Again, link will be down in the description, but what I've done is I've already done some videos on Radar. So just go back and you can see in this training series how we use Radar. But as you can see, it supports loads and loads of different platforms. And what it's going to enable you to do is it's going to use AI to create posts for you. It's got an AI post generator, and then you can schedule posts as well. So if you don't have time to keep going onto your social media every day, you can sit down for a few hours, use the AI or Writer or another tool in order to produce the content for you. And because these have limits, you might want to use 3 or 4 tools to create the content. And then you can come into Radar, you can schedule it. You might end up deciding you want the paid plan if you're scheduling a lot. And then you can just leave it alone and it will schedule all of your content for the week. As I said, there's a free AI generator here. So all you need to do is put your prompt in, decide on the free stock media account that you want to access, and it will go ahead and it will produce posts for you. And if you do have an account, it will actually schedule it straight into Radar, or you can download it and you can do it manually. So I said that will be down in the description. Okay. But what's really important is you're out there and you're letting people know about your newsletter. If nobody knows about you, then nobody can pay you. So you need to get out there and you start producing content at scale, but valuable content. Don't worry about the sale. What you need to be worrying about is people know about you and they're subscribing to your newsletter. Once you get up to sort of 100, 300, 500 subscribers this way, you can start looking at more paid options. If you go paid, you'll make money sooner. Tomorrow, I'm going to talk about another method that you can use to get free subscribers onto your newsletter if you are on a tight budget. If you have a look at the card on the screen now, you'll be able to see one of the videos that I referenced earlier about Radar and AI tools, and you can get links to everything down in the description. We'll see you in the next one. Welcome back to day 2 of this free masterclass on how to get free traffic to your newsletter. If you want to start a newsletter business, then this free 30-day course is for you. It's designed to show you everything that you need to do in order to set up your newsletter in the best way possible to ensure that you have the best chance of becoming profitable. We did day 1 yesterday on methods for free traffic here. Go back and watch that video if you want to. Today we're going to be talking about method 2. Now in the previous video I did mention if you can find some money so you can run paid traffic or get paid tools on top of the free tools, then you will get results faster. But if you haven't got any money to spend, then I wanted to help support you and create these videos for you. So this is video 2, there'll be 2 more coming after this one, and next week we'll start to talk about paid methods. So in this video, we're going to be talking about ranking for certain keywords and using SEO. We mentioned SEO last video. What I want to do in this video though is show you how you can create content that will hopefully rank on page 1 and get you traffic that way. Now, SEO and keyword research, you need to be able to do it properly. And I do have some other free training that we've done on this channel to teach you about keyword research and SEO. I'll leave a link to those 2 videos down in the description. If you want to join our AI newsletter that gives you more information about AI tools, in case you want to pick up a tool we mentioned in the future that relates to free ways of writing copy or doing keyword research using AI, then subscribe to that newsletter and you'll get announcements on that. But I'm not going to go through exactly how to do keyword research in detail because that will end up being an hour-long video, and that's not what I want to do here. But we will be doing a more in-depth BeeHiiv training where I will talk about keyword research in more detail then. So subscribe to the channel if you do want to catch that, because that training will be specific to different newsletter niches. So what you need to do is we're looking for keywords we can rank for. What we're looking for is keywords that have a high search volume. That means lots of people are looking for them, but a low competition, which means not a lot of people have been writing content around those keywords. You're probably going to need something that's long tail, and what I mean by that is a phrase that has 4, 5, 6 words in it. So you're never going to rank for a word like newsletter or dog or well-being or yoga, but you might rank for a phrase, and that's where these keyword tools come in handy, because it helps you find what those are. As I said, free training is there to help you out. But once we've identified the keywords, and as I said, I've got that free training that you can check out in the description, then what we want to do is we want to create content on it. Now, the really clever thing with BeeHiiv is that actually not all the content that you create has to go out to your email list. In fact, we can just publish it onto the web, which means that when you're first starting your newsletter, maybe you don't have a small audience, or maybe you want to create some articles that don't actually look like your newsletter or don't have the design you want your newsletter to have. Instead, they're long articles, 1,000, 2,000 words long that you've created with AI, and you're just trying to get them to rank. So while you don't have any subscribers, you can create those articles and put them onto your BeeHiiv website that you get when you set up on BeeHiiv, and those will hopefully rank. Now, BeeHiiv will have a high domain authority, which is better for you if you don't have a website or your website is brand new. If you don't know what I mean by that, free training will help you out. But all of those things are going to be in your favor, and we can write the content with AI. Now, Google just released a new update on its standing when it comes to AI content and search and ranking articles. Again, I'm not going to go into that in detail, but I will find a news article and put that into the description if you want to read it. But basically, they were giving more of a green light for AI content. So we can definitely go ahead, write our content using AI, put it onto BeeHiiv, onto our BeeHiiv website, and hopefully get some traffic through SEO. Now, there's other things you need to do. You can't just write the article with AI. You need to understand how to do on-page optimization. You need to understand backlinks. So when we do this, if I was doing this for a client, for example, that's all the things that I will be doing for their content to give it the best chance to rank. So not just the keyword research, but then using AI to write the article, optimizing it, doing backlinks, getting syndication, tons and tons of stuff that you need to understand. But as I said, if you can go for a high search volume, low competition keyword, low competition is the crucial part if you're just starting out and a beginner with SEO, then you can start to use AI, produce some content, and then, as I said, hopefully get it onto page 1. And you can always come back to the content, edit it and improve it as your knowledge of SEO improves. But the idea is to get onto page 1, Then people will put into search the search term that you're trying to rank for. Then they will see your content. They'll come over to your article on BeeHiiv, wherever they come from, whether it's Google, whether it's Bing, and you can get social media content to rank as well. You can get Facebook posts to rank and things like that. So that links to what we did previously in the previous video. And then from there, from that traffic, then you would hope that they would enjoy your content and then become a subscriber. And that would see your subscriber number go up. Now, this is a free traffic video, so I want to show you now a couple of free AI tools that you can use. Now, if you go over to our website, you'll find a full list of AI copywriting tools that we've tested out. You'll also find a ton of them on our channel as well that we've reviewed, and we've got walkthrough videos as well. And again, I'll put links to those resources in the description. But for now, I just want to show you two that you can access, just to give you an idea of what is possible with AI and how much time it's actually going to save you. So this is Right Cream. I'm here inside the dashboard. This has a great free plan which will give you credits, and when you sign up to them, they give the opportunity to add more credits as well. I'll leave a link in the description where you can get those additional credits. There are some other ones out there that we've covered in previous videos that have free plans, and if you're looking to use a free AI writer or their free plan, then what you're going to be able to do with these is create 1 or 2 articles within the free plan and then go to a different software, write 1 or 2 articles, different software. And then some of them have rolling credits, like Writer has rolling credits every month. So use up all their credits, you wait a month, you get some more. Others, which is one I'm going to show you in a second, have free trials. So you can use that, create as much content as you can in the 7-14 days that you have. And then you can decide whether you want to buy or you don't buy. So this is the first one that I want to show you. I said this is Right Cream. What we're going to do is, you can see I'm on the home page. I've got all of the tools here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to scroll down. You can see all of the different tools, all the different things you can do here in Right Cream. So we can make ad copy, we can write social media posts. There's a few things I want to show you in here. We've got the Chat Genie that works like ChatGPT. We've got the instant article writer that we can use. And we've also got, if I scroll down a little bit more, we have got the article writer, which is the one that I recommend you check out. But you've also got the email copy, plagiarism checker, so you can run your article through plagiarism checker afterwards. Or if you've got some content already and you want to rewrite it, you can use this one here. So play around with them. But it's the article writer that I want to show you. So all we're going to do is go through these steps. So step 1 here, we're going to write a topic for our article. So why is employee well-being important? And if you remember, this is the case study, the newsletter that we've been building throughout this entire series. So we'll put it in 2024. So what's going to happen then, it's going to take my topic, it's going to generate me some ideas. So I've got 5 ideas here. I'm just going to keep clicking on the first one just to save us a little bit of time. Then what it's going to do is it's going to allow me to take that title I picked, and then it's going to generate some intros. And this is always using up the credits as I go through. Again, we'll imagine that we like this one. Click on that one so that we like it. But if you're using this, then you can actually edit all of this. So you can see the intro's now been put into this box. I'm going to generate some outlines for my article. These are all the outlines. And again, as you can see, we can go in, we can edit these up. Then we'll just go into next steps, and then it's going to go ahead, and as you can see, I can edit any of these bits I want, and then it's going to go ahead and write the article for me. So I've flown through that in order just to produce something that we can see. But as you can see now, I have got a full article that I can then take and I can put into BeeHiiv, and I'll show you how to do that in a second. Now, this has got SEO tools within it, this software, so you can use those. So what I'll do is I'll just export that article, because we're going to come back to it in a second. And we can just check out SEO tools. So you can see we've got some SEO tools here, but it's not as good as some of the others. If you take something like this is Mark Copy, and I've got a coupon code for Mark Copy if you're interested. This does come with an inbuilt SEO tool. Now, the process I've just shown you, going through the 4 stages and Write Cream, Mark Copy does exactly the same thing, but this is actually building your article around a particular keyword. So here's my keyword here. I've got the information from SERPs. So again, if you don't have a keyword tool, you might be able to save yourself some money. Instead of having a keyword tool that you're paying for and an AI writer, you've got everything built into Mark Copy. You can see my SEO score here is 89. It's done all the SEO hard work for me, all the heavy lifting. It's taken all of the content that's already out there around my keyword and created me an AI article that competes with that content. You can see the number of times that it's used keywords. You can see how often these are normally in other articles. So it's used it 25 times and normally it appears 27 to 40. I can now go through this and edit it. So if I want to use some of these words that are orange a few more times, I can write myself, or I can get the AI to write for me and add it in. And you can see as well, I've got a meta title, meta description, which again are important things to understand when we're writing SEO optimized content. But when I publish this, I can just take this information and I can cut and paste it. So straight away, having a nice high score means that I can just cut and paste this content straight away. So whereas the content that I produced in Write Cream here, I might need to do a little bit more editing and work on it to get it optimized, Mark Copy will do that for me. Now, Mark Copy, as I said, I've got a coupon code for it. It has a 7-day free trial you can get using the link below, and then use the credits that you're given, create the best content you can. And then once you've done that, what you can do is you can use the coupon code, which will give you a lifetime discount. A lot of coupon codes are just 1 month discount, which isn't a lot, but that one will actually give you a lifetime discount. As you can see, I've got a huge article here that I can take onto BeeHiiv. So all I'm going to do now, show you how we can upload this. So I've gone over onto BeeHiiv. What I'm going to do then is I'm going to head down to write and post, or I can just go straight over here to start writing. This is going to open the editor where I can write, but because I've already got my article, I can just cut and paste it in. And as you can see, I've got a 4,546 word article, and I've got all the editing done for me as well, which is pretty cool. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to take the title. I'm going to put that into the title of the post. So I've got that there. I don't need to worry about the email settings. I am going to tag it with employee well-being because that's going to help with search when people search on the website. Then what I'm going to do, I'm going to go to email. I don't actually need to worry about anything in here because I'm not going to email out this particular article. Now, obviously, I should say before we carry on, you would want to proofread this article, make sure that it's okay, make sure that it is factually correct. What you put out on the internet, whether you've written it or AI's written it, is your responsibility. So do go through and double check everything is correct, but I'm going to delete this after this video or edit it and repost it after this video once I've shown you everything. Then we want to go to website. This is the important part. So we want to change the slug here. I want to rank for employee well-being. So this is what appears after the URL, and Google rates this pretty highly. And as I said, when I'm working with a client, I'm building their newsletter for them, I'm optimizing their content, I'm putting it out for them, then this is really, really important. We would have had a discussion about the keywords they want to rank for, build the content around that, and do all of these SEO parts that are really, really important to help with ranking. Then what I'm going to do is I need to select an image. So I'll just show you how to put an image into the article on BeeHiiv. Now, if you get some AI tools out there, then they will actually allow you to, they'll generate AI images for you. So Copy is one of those, and we talked about Copy quite a few times. Sorry guys, it just glitched on me, so I just had to exit and come back in again. But you can now see I've got these buttons here. So I'm just going to click on this button. I'm going to put an image in. Now I don't have an image ready to go. So what I can do is I can go into the stock libraries. I can put in a keyword. So I'll put office because this is about employee wellness and workplaces. And then all I need to do is go through and I can use any of these images. So I'm going to go for, let's click that one there, and it's going to automatically put it into my article. What I can do as well is I can put in other things. So you can see, and I've done a video on this previously that takes you through all of this, but you can put any of these into your article. So again, I've got a little subscribe button. in here, and then to encourage people to subscribe to the newsletter. So I can put, like what you see, consider joining us for weekly articles and updates. So and then what I'll do is I'm just going to make that nice and bold so people see it, and then they can see the subscribe button. And as I said, you can go through and edit anything. So back on the website settings here, I'm going to select an image. So we'll go for that one so it matches with the article that we've got. And then this is the important part here with the SEO. So I'm just going to take the same title, pop it in there. Once I've done that, I need a description as well. So for now, I'm just going to take the first couple of sentences. But again, I would want to make sure that this is all optimized for SEO. So you only get so many characters. So let's take that bit off. And I missed the E when I cut and pasted. So this is how it's going to appear online in search. We've also got the advanced. So you might have seen before when I was in Mark Copy, it talked about the meta title, meta description. That's where I can put all of that information in here. So I can put all of that, but I'm not going to do that now for you. And this is the important part here with delivery. So with delivery at the moment, it's going to go out to email recipients, but because I just want this to drive some traffic, I'm going to take the free button off there. Then I'm going to go down to web access. People are going to be able to access it via the website, and they're going to be able to read it. And then all I need to do is go ahead and schedule. I can schedule it for a particular date, or I can hit publish. I can review it. So as you can see, it's getting published now. It's not published via email, but it is available to web visitors, which means it should be able to be found in search traffic if it is optimized. And there we go. We've got the article all written. As I said, it's not fully optimized. I haven't proofread and checked it through, so I would just want to go back in after this video, edit it, go back to edit and change things up, make sure that it was all accurate. But what will happen now is this is the website that we have. This is the article I produced a while ago for this video, but now you can see I hit refresh and I've got these two articles here tagged with employee wellbeing, and these will start driving some organic traffic to my website. So find the keywords, high search volume, low competition, use BeeHiiv and AI tools to create the content and get it published. You don't need to send it by email. There's additional things that you need to do and need to learn in terms of SEO. Remember, you've got a little bit of free training. If you want more free training, put SEO into the comments and we'll make some more free training for you. But once it appears on page one, it will drive some traffic to us, and then we can turn those people into subscribers. Stick around, subscribe. Tomorrow we're going to do a different method of getting free traffic to your newsletter to get you more subscribers. Video on the card now is going to show you some additional AI tools that you can use in order to write your copy. Otherwise, we'll see you in the next one. Welcome back to this completely free masterclass. We are here on day 3 of me showing you how you can get free subscribers to your newsletter. If you're starting a newsletter business, we have this entire free course that you can look at, follow along with in order to be able to build your own newsletter business. Give yourself the best chance of being profitable. We've done 3 days on free traffic. This is day 3. So we talked about day 1 there, day 2 here, and now day 3 we're talking about a third method, and then we'll get on to day 4 tomorrow. We're also going to be covered paid methods next week, but in this course we've done monetization, we've done niche selection, loads and loads of things, how to use AI tools. So definitely go back and check out the full course. But this method today, we're going to be talking about some of the ideas we've already mentioned in the previous video around keywords and SEO. You can go back and check that video out. That was very, very detailed. And I also have on this channel some free training with 2 videos all about how you can do keyword research for SEO. I'll pin a link to those down in the description as well. But you're going to follow along the same idea with the previous video, in that we need to find some keywords that fit our niche. Now in the previous video I talked about how you can rank your own newsletter to get traffic. This time we're going to go for something slightly different. We're going to try and access somebody else's audience, because when you start off, you're only going to have a few subscribers. And if you don't have any money, then you've got to put more time in to be able to get those subscribers onto your list. So we're going to access somebody else's audience. And the way we're going to do that is we're going to find some keywords that we want to rank for, keywords that relate to our niche. And then what we're going to do is we're going to contact other websites. And what we're going to do on these websites is we are going to guest post. That is what we are interested in doing. We want to guest post, write an article for another website. Now, the reason we're doing that is, as I said, they've got a bigger audience. So when somebody puts something into search, our website isn't going to turn up. But if we can find a website that has more traffic than us, that is growing, then we can get some subscribers on our list and we can make money from it. So what you're going to do is you're going to find some keywords that relate to your niche, and then you're going to go away and you're going to find some websites that have a blog or release articles on a similar topic. Not necessarily going to be a competitor, but within your niche. And what you're going to do is you're going to reach out and you're going to contact them, and you're going to ask if you can guest post for them. Now, they might already have a guest posting option. A lot of websites will have a button in the footer, or they'll promote the fact that they take guest posts. But if you can't find anything like that or a form to fill out, then you can contact them. Now, if you watch the previous video and you follow through that method, you will already have some examples of articles you've written on your website, and we're using BeeHiiv for both website building and sending out our newsletter. So you can also show them some samples, show them that you understand SEO and how to write an article. And we're also been talking about how you can do all of this using AI. So if you want to go back, check out the tools that I recommended in the previous video that have inbuilt SEO, that have free trials or free monthly credits that you can use. Next week, I'll give you some paid versions of these that do all the heavy lifting for you. So it will take you a very, very short amount of time to get articles that should give you good results in terms of ranking and SEO. But as we're talking all free traffic this week, then go back and check those tools, and I'll put some of them into the description of this video. And also, if you check out our newsletter that's in the description, we send out newsletters that have new tools with offers with coupon codes where you can get a discount, or you can check out those free trials on those softwares. So definitely consider subscribing to our email list as well. But what you're going to do is you're going to write an article for this particular blog. So you're going to do quite a lot of outreach, email out to quite a few websites, give them a pitch, send them through your examples. And again, I don't have time in this video to go through exactly all the steps on how to do this in detail, but that's the overall idea. And what you will do is, in exchange for guest posting, because what you're doing is you're providing value to the person who runs the website, because maybe they don't have a lot of time to do in-depth articles. Maybe you're going to save them money because normally they outsource and they pay someone, and you're going to do it for free. Or maybe you have an area of expertise that they don't have. So when you're emailing these people, show that you've got some knowledge. So for example, you might have a website that's talking about one particular area of finance, but they're not talking about something that you know quite a lot about and your newsletter covers, and therefore you can offer to write them an article or two on that particular topic or area of finance where they don't have a lot of content, especially if it's relevant or trending. What we're going to ask for in return, because we're doing this work for free, is we're going to ask that we are allowed to promote our newsletter inside their guest post. So what we would ask to do is be able to put a little banner ad or a link or a recommendation to come and join our newsletter if we want more, if the person reading the article wants more information around that particular topic. So you'll be able to access your target audience from somebody else's website and drive them over to your newsletter. And in turn, that will increase your subscriber count. So the person with the website that you're approaching to guest post on, they get an article that's in depth, that's SEO optimized, that has all of the images and everything like that, and you're getting an opportunity to promote your newsletter. Now you can add some extra things on here. You can say, well, look, I've only got a handful of subscribers on my newsletter, but I will promote the article that I've written within my newsletter, so people will come over to your website. If you've got any social media set up, which we talked about in a previous video, then again, you can say, and I'll promote the article on my social media. So even if you're really, really small, it doesn't matter. As long as you've done a good article and you have optimized it for SEO, and that's what we would do. You know, if a client approached me and said, right, I need you to start my newsletter for me, we would definitely be out there doing this exact method, finding the keywords, finding people in a similar niche, approaching them, and creating content for them, with the understanding that we can put a link back to the newsletter in the guest post. And the nice thing about that is if you've done your article correctly and you've done the SEO correctly, and you've done the research of the website correctly to check it's got traffic coming in, to check it's got a good domain authority, it doesn't have a high spam score, all these things that you need to know within SEO, then what you can do is you can get traffic over a long period of time. Once that article is ranking in search, which is the ultimate goal with this, you can get a lot of traffic over a long period of time coming through to your newsletter. So it's a lot of upfront effort, but over time you should see the return in that. As long as it's ranking on page 1 because you've done a decent job and you can use AI tools to help you do that, then every time someone reads the article, there is an opportunity for them to come over to your BeeHiiv and then become a subscriber. So that's method 3 covered. As I said, tools we recommend and additional SEO training are down in the description if you want to check those out. There's also a card on the screen now. If you want to click that, you can check out our AI tools, softwares that we've reviewed previously on this channel. We're going to do day 4 tomorrow of more free traffic ideas. So make sure that you've subscribed if you haven't done already to check that out. We'll see you in the next one. Welcome back to this newsletter business course. It's completely free. We're spending 30 days helping you set up a newsletter business in the best way to help you be profitable as soon as possible. This is masterclass number 4. We're looking at free traffic. So that's free ways that you can get your newsletter in front of people and get those subscribers. We're going to do paid traffic next week. And as I've mentioned in the previous videos, as you can see here, we've been through the other masterclasses and tons of other content. I will be going through paid versions as well. This is our tracking through the course. And paid will get you there faster, but if you don't have the budget, that's okay. We're going to be talking, as I said, through these free methods. Now, we talked about SEO a bit and free methods, and we talked about borrowing other people's audiences already in one of the other free methods. And it's that idea of borrowing other people's audiences that I want to come back to today, but we're going to do it in a slightly different way to how we did it previously. So what we're going to be talking about is the fact that quite a few of the methods you start out with, such as the one we did in Masterclass 1 focusing on social media, it's going to be this idea of you're going to be trying to communicate one person and get that one person onto your newsletter. And that's fine as an initial strategy, but what we want to do is we want to find our audience. We want to find where our audience is hanging out. And I did a whole video on audiences before earlier in the course. If you go down to the description, you can get a link to the playlist so you can get all the videos in one place. We want to find out where they are and who already has our audience. So if we can find where our audience is, or find somebody who already has our audience in front of them, so they've got a website or they've got a YouTube channel or they've got a Twitter page, then we can access their audience. Now, as I mentioned before, we'll talk about paid ways of doing this next week, but there are free ways of doing this, accessing somebody else's audience where they might have 500, 10,000 people that are interested in what your newsletter is already about, and we can get ourselves in front of them. That's going to be a much better way of doing this than one-to-one. So what we need to do is find out where our audience hangs out, or more specifically, do some research and find out where the creators are that have our audience. And then what we're going to do is we're going to reach out to these. So I talked about in the previous video in masterclass number 3 a way that you can do that with written content and using AI tools. This one, you're going to have to be a little bit braver, because we're going to talk about getting in front of this audience and actually representing as ourselves or our brand. And one way you can do this is getting onto somebody's podcast, or potentially doing a video podcast on somebody's YouTube channel. Now, if you can find somebody, and there are Facebook groups that you can go to, communities out there where podcasters hang out or creators hang out, and you can get into one of these communities and you can start talking to creators in there and find somebody who's got a podcast or a YouTube channel where they're within the same niche and you can offer them some value. So for example, you offer to go onto their YouTube channel or their podcast and do an interview with them, talk around a particular topic, and in exchange you get to promote your newsletter. Now you want to be really clear how you're promoting your newsletter. So for example, you want them to mention it in the intro, you want to be able to pitch it to people at the end of the interview, you want a link to it to be placed inside of the description. If they're then going to promote that particular episode out to their email list or places like that, social media, you want to ask for the link to your newsletter to go out to those places as well. And in exchange, you want to do the same. You want to be promoting your interview within your next newsletter episode to your social media if you've already got it set up. Even though you might be quite small, you still share a common audience, so you can move people between, and you're not directly competing because you've got a newsletter that's written form, they've got a YouTube channel or a podcast that is audio and visual. So you're not actually directly competing with them, you're actually trying to help them grow, and in turn they're helping you grow. And okay, yeah, somebody who's got 10,000 subscribers, if you've only got 100, might not be interested, but you can find somebody who's small out there who is probably struggling to find guests or find people to talk to and would be interested in having you on. So go find out where they hang out, find out what their podcast is about, find some way that you could give value to them. So whether that's talking about a topic that they don't really cover, or building on a topic they've already talked about in a different way, contact them, see if you can get on their podcast and get that exposure, and then you'll be able to show your expertise, your knowledge, your value in that podcast episode when it's been released, and then get some subscribers to your newsletter that way. So that's our last video in this series of 4 on free traffic. What you'll find out next week is we're going to move on to methods of paid traffic. So if you can find some ways of getting some money together, I'm going to start showing you how you can use the BeeHiiv platform and other platforms in order to get subscribers, get ads out and get your newsletter out in front of other people and be able to get subscribers that way. You will grow quicker than organically. I'm not saying doing these free methods is not worth it. You should definitely be doing the paid and doing the free methods as well. But if you want that growth to be quicker than doing these 3 methods that we've talked about here, then you might want to start thinking about investing some money. If you see the card on the screen now, you should be able to click through to a video where I'm going to be showing you our different AI tools that you can use to build your newsletter. Otherwise, we'll see you in our next video on paid traffic. We'll see you in the next one. Welcome back to the channel. We're on day 27 of building your newsletter business. We're talking about in this video how to get more people to pay you. We want to provide value to our subscribers of our newsletter, and in return we're looking to get paid. So what we talked about so far in the last couple of videos is we were talking about different methods of traffic, different ways to get traffic to your newsletter. It could be built on BeeHiiv, might not be. What we're going to talk about in this video is how we're going to use ChatGPT in order to make more money. And we're going to be thinking about the fact that we've got all this traffic coming in, but we want to make sure we convert as many as we can into subscribers. Also behind this block here, I'm going to give you some things for you to think about while you're designing your lead magnet, because not all lead magnets are created equal and they shouldn't be the same for all niches. So I can't tell you what to create. It does depend on your niche, but I am going to give you some ideas and tips in a bit. So let's say you've got 100 visitors that come to your newsletter. Maybe that's a day, week, year, month, doesn't matter. But you've used those traffic ideas that I shared in the previous 4 videos in this course. Now, what happens is if you've got 100 of those visitors, but only one of them actually turns into a subscriber, that's that they come to your BeeHiiv sign up page and then they leave their email address and become a subscriber, then that's only a 1% conversion rate. So 1% of visitors to your BeeHiiv website page are turning into subscribers. And that's not going to make you a ton of money. But if you can do something, and we're going to use ChatGPT in order to help us out, to turn maybe 10 of those visitors into subscribers, then that's a 10%. And anybody in the industry who is talking about conversion rates will tell you 10% is pretty insane. That's pretty high, but you get the idea. The more visitors that we can turn into email subscribers, the more chances we've got of making money. Now, we need to give value, can't just give rubbish away. But what we can do is we can use ChatGPT and AI tools in order to help us out. And I'm going to show you an AI tool that has a great free plan. And I'm also going to show you how that tool has got a lifetime deal at the moment. So if you have got a little bit of money to spend, but you don't want to commit to a monthly payment, you can pay a one-time price and you can get that piece of software on lifetime deal. And you can use it to write copy, write your newsletter articles, although we do say that hobby copy is the best, but like if you're on a budget, this one will work great. We just need a little bit more editing for your newsletter, because hobby copy will put pictures in automatically for you and this one doesn't. So it's still going to save you a ton of time. As I said, emails, copy, website, information, it's going to write all of that for you. So what we're going to do now is I'm going to show you what this particular method is, and we're going to go into ChatGPT. I'm in ChatGPT and I'm using the AI PRM extension. It's a Chrome extension, and if you want to get it, just go down to the description that's there. I put lead magnet into the search bar here, and you can see I've got 3 different tools, and it's this one, get lead magnet ideas, that I have used. So I've clicked on that one there, and then what's happened is it's opened up this page, and I've put in who I'm targeting, because you know through this whole series of videos we're making a newsletter called the Work-Life Ethos, and it is focusing on employee well-being. So my prompt says, HR managers of large corporations, I want 20 ideas for improving employee well-being, because I don't know anything about it, I'm not an expert, but ChatGPT is going to help me come up with some ideas. So all you need to do to access this tool is go into click the link below. It will take you to the Chrome store, take you to the right page, you install it, and then you will get this tool activated, and then you just have to put simple prompts in. The rest of the prompt is built into the tool, and then this is the kind of output that you're going to get. So I've got these 20 ideas here of different things that I could produce as a lead magnet. And what the lead magnet is going to do is it's going to convince people in order to give us their email address. It's going to get sent out as part of the welcome series, and I've talked about the power of the welcome series in the previous video. But what's going to happen is 100 visitors are going to come up to our page on BeeHiiv, our website, and if they see they can get a lead magnet that is valuable and relevant to them, then more of them are likely to convert into subscribers, give us their email address, and then we have the opportunity to provide value, and they will give us some money. So I can now go through this particular list and I can pick something out, and then using ChatGPT I could use more of the tools within AI PRM. So for example, if I want to make an ebook, there might be tools in here that I can use for creating ebooks, for example. So we've got this one here, we'll produce an ebook with 8 chapters. So I could continue working in ChatGPT to produce that lead magnet, and then I can go into another piece of software like Create or Canva in order to make it look like a good download as a PDF or an ebook or something like that. What I can do though is I can also use this tool here, which is Write Cream, and you do not need to worry about a tool that has any SEO in it when it comes to writing copy. This one does as a bonus, but you just need something that's going to produce good copy for you. So again, something like Writer or Write Cream would be perfect. But as I said, I'm going to show you how you can get this software, Write Cream, for a one-off payment, and then you can use it every single month, and you can use it all over your newsletter business or any AI business where you've got to write copy. So I've shown you a couple of tools in this software in previous videos. I'm just going to show you the instant article writer for now. So what I've done is I need to take the article topic. So let's just take one of the ideas from ChatGPT. I'm going to build this ebook here, which is an employee wellness guide, which would be great for getting HR managers to sign up to my newsletter. So I'm just going to take this information here. I'm going to put it into the article writer. So they're going to have a comprehensive guide all about employee well-being, covering these points, and I'm going to add in this information as well. So I've given it a nice detailed prompt of what I want it to produce, and then I'm just going to hit write article, and Write Cream is going to go away, and it's now going to create the article for me. So instead of having to go into ChatGPT and keep having to build this step by step and cut and pasting bits here and there, Write Cream is just going to go away, use AI and create that article for me. As I said, this was a one-click article writer. If you use the other article writer I've shown you previously in other videos, then you get a little bit more control. But for this kind of thing with a lead magnet, this is probably enough. Now this is going to create a whole article for me. I then need to go away, as I said, format it, put some images in, and then package it up into a lead magnet. And then what's going to happen is I can then put that into my BeeHiiv welcome sequence. On my BeeHiiv website, I can mention that that is there ready to be downloaded if they give me their email. And then I'm going to be closer to, we're going to have a better conversion rate for people coming to my website and then turning into email subscribers. Now you don't have to use this with BeeHiiv. If you don't want to use BeeHiiv, that's absolutely fine. Any other newsletter software you have, it's exactly the same idea. A lead magnet that is valuable and relevant is going to help you to convert. So as you can see here, I've now got the article written. So you've got a big long article, tons of information in here, and I can just take all of this and turn it into my lead magnet. Obviously with AI, you're responsible for what you put onto the internet, so you want to go through it, check it out, make sure it's all accurate and relevant. But you can see how detailed this thing is, how much information there is for me to use and turn into a lead magnet. Now I did say I would give you a few tips that you need to pay attention to, and then I'll show you how you can get that lifetime deal. So when you're thinking about your lead magnet and you're building it, there's a few things that you need to pay attention to and you need to think about. Now, I can't answer these for you because they're not going to be the same for every single niche. But you need to think about what is the best lead magnet for your niche. So an ebook might be really, really relevant to a B2B niche like the one that we're building as an example in this video series. But for your newsletter, it might be something completely different. So it's always good to think about what have you seen out there already and what are your competitors offering that you could also offer. But don't offer the same thing as them. Also think about how can you beat it. So if they've got an ebook, could you also add in a little bit of video training? If they've got video training, could you add in a checklist? Like what is it that they're doing that you could do better? Or could you just add more value, more detail, more actionable tips, whatever it is? So what value are you providing? That's what you need to think about. The more value you provide in this ebook, then the more likely you are that people are going to give you your email, their email address. And then it's really important to think about, is it in line with your newsletter content? Because if you want to get the subscriber, that's one thing, but you also want to keep the subscriber so that over time they're more likely to click on your affiliate links or buy something directly from you. So you don't want to put out a lead magnet that says one thing and then your content is about something else. So it needs to fit in with your content and what you're going to be writing about in your newsletter. Now I'm going to show you the way that you can get Write Cream for that one-time price if that's something that you are interested in. Before I do that, check out our newsletter. We give you more information on tools like this, lifetime deals, and ways to make money online. All you've got to do is go down into the description and you can click on the first link and sign up to our newsletter. You'll also get links to Write Cream and it is this page here you'll be able to link to, which is the page on AppSumo where you can get Right Cream a lifetime deal price of $59. It does have different code options, so if you want to maybe get more words, if you're going to be creating more content, you might want to check out their codes. And you can see there's a couple of ways here where you can get an additional 10% off that $59. So you can go through this page in your own time. Just go down into the description and check out the link. But you can see you can write articles in 30 seconds. It's for email, LinkedIn. It produces all sorts of different things. You can see all the different tools here that it's got built in that you can use within your business. So it's not just newsletter tools. It's got loads of features like the Chrome extension, different languages. So just go through this in your own time. And they've also got a 60-day money back guarantee. And you can check out the different plans that they have to decide which one is right for you. So you're going to be writing copy in your business anyway. You might as well get a tool that's going to be able to do all those different things for you in one platform. And as I said, it's $59 and you've got that 60-day money guarantee. So get the 10% off, try it out. If you don't like it, get your money back. You got 60 days to try it out, test it out, and it's not a huge amount of money. And then if you don't like it, you can just get your money back. So that's everything to talk about on getting more of your subscribers to more people to turn into subscribers. What we're going to do in the next 4 videos is we're going to be talking about paid traffic. So if you do have a little bit of money to invest, how can you use different traffic methods that are paid in order to get more subscribers? If you're interested in that, consider subscribing to our channel. Remember, check out the links in the description, and I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back to the channel. This is our free newsletter course where we're showing you how you can set up a newsletter in the best way possible in order to try and get you to be profitable as soon as possible. I'm here inside of BeeHiiv. We're talking for the next few videos about BeeHiiv and how you can monetize your newsletter using paid methods. Paid's always going to be quicker than relying on organic. We covered organic in the previous 4 or 5 videos. As I said, now we're going to focus on paid methods. This video and the video that follows are going to be how you can use the features within BeeHiiv in order to be able to get more exposure to your newsletter. And then we'll start talking about methods outside of BeeHiiv. So the reason this is paid is you're not necessarily going to be spending money inside the BeeHiiv platform. I'm here on the dashboard of our test account that we're building this newsletter on, which is the Work-Life Ethos. But what you are going to need is you're going to need access to scale. Now, normally if you join with BeeHiiv, you'll get put onto the launch. But recently they have been putting people onto scale for the first 14 days for that trial that you get. So definitely register with them, check them out, and then if you want to check out their scale options, then you could always email them. Or as I said, at the moment they have been putting some people onto scale. You get your 14-day trial, no credit card required. You can just click on that, get access to scale for 14 days, and you can test it out. But as I said, what I want to do in this video is I want to talk you through a few of the features you get within this scale plan. There is one that I want to talk about, which is Boost, but Boost is slightly more complicated, which is why I'm going to save it for a second video. So you signed up to BeeHiiv, you're either a paying member of Scale or you're on the 14-day trial. This is what your dashboard looks like. We're going to go over to the Grow tab. Click on here, and the first one I'm going to talk through is the referral program. Now, the referral program is as it sounds, and as you can see, we don't have any data here because we haven't set this up, but you're basically setting up a referral program for your subscribers. So this is the more your subscribers refer you out to other people, they will get certain rewards or incentives. Now, these can be rewards and incentives that are digital downloads that you make with ChatGPT, similar to the lead magnet I showed you in the previous video. That would be absolutely fine to do that. Or it could be a physical product, so it might be something that you purchase. So it might be things like stickers or merch if you're going down the B2C route. It could be a shout out on your social media. And as the number of referrals go up, then you can change the prices that people get. So these are known as milestones. So maybe for the first referral, somebody might get a digital download. Then after 10, 20 referrals, they might get something like an ebook. Then they might get, 100 referrals. They might get some time with you, maybe something one-on-one. They might get bigger freebies, like starting off with stickers, then baseball caps, then shirts. It really depends on your niche. But everything is recorded in here, and they also validate the emails for you as well. So you can see how many of the emails are actually legit. So you go into fulfillment here, you'll be able to see the subscriber, the reward that they've got, the referrals and the status, and you're able to then be able to see who gets set what. Again, if it's digital, it's a little bit easier. Whereas if you need to start sending out, stickers, hats, t-shirts, then this is where you would be able to track it. And as you can see here, you can configure everything in the back end. You can add your milestones and how many referrals it needs, set up the rewards, and export the data if you need to. So although that doesn't have to necessarily cost you any money to set up the referral program, because I said all of your milestone rewards could be completely free, you are going to have to pay an access scale. So that's going to be $84 a month. What you'll also get is you'll get recommendations. And recommendations is where you can, as it says here, recommend other publications, which is a great way to establish yourself as an expert. But then what will happen as you start to recommend people, they will recommend you. So if you're creating good content and you're putting out regular content and you look like a professional newsletter, then people will start to recommend you. So the way this process works is you start off and you just hit add recommendations. You get some that you can see recommended straight away, but we can go up to this search bar up here. So for example, for my newsletter that I'm building here, the Work-Life Ethos, we're focusing on business managers helping their employees with their employee well-being. So for example, I might want to recommend a newsletter that has something to do with yoga. So I could click on this one here. Then I just need my reasons for recommending, and then I can add that as a recommendation, and then that will be included in my newsletter. And then as I do that, we can see that some publications can start to recommend you as well. So you can see these publications recommended you to their audience. If you like their content, you can recommend them back. So it's a really good way of finding newsletters that are a decent size. Get out your first sort of 10, 15 newsletters, get some good content out there, provide some value, and then start recommending other publications. And then if they like you and they think that they're valuable to your audience, then they will start recommending you back, and then you get shown to their audience. And I said there's no additional cost for that, but you do need to pay the $84. The next one, which is quite a cool feature, is Magic Link. Now, before I tell you about this only works on email. Yes, you can put links on social media, but that does not work with Magic Links. So what you can do is you can create one-click subscribe links. And then, as you can see, any publisher that uses BeeHiiv can drop this link into their newsletter for easy one-click signups. No need for tracking. BeeHiiv will do that for you. So you can create a link, you can send it through to somebody on the BeeHiiv platform. So maybe somebody who you have connected with over, in another has a BeeHiiv newsletter, but you haven't necessarily connected through them through the recommendation setting. You found them some other way. And then you can give them this magic link, they can give you a magic link, and then you can get subscribers that way. You can also see that if you want to connect with a newsletter that is on a completely different platform, you can create a magic link for any one of these as well. So if you find somebody in a similar niche, maybe you've been on each other's podcasts or something like that, and you want to just be able to cross-promote your newsletters, but they're on MailerLite, you just click that, you create the link, and then they can share that link in their newsletter. You can share a link to their newsletter with your audience, and then you've got that ability to share and grow your audiences together. So that's another option, but as I said, it only works within email platforms, and it's all because this link is special and able to be able to pick out the email address of the user's email, and that's how it then adds the email address onto your newsletter. That's how BeeHiiv have made it so you don't have to do anything else. It will just be able to come over into your newsletter list. What we've got then is we have got boosts. So boosts I'm going to talk about, as I said, in the next video, because it's a little bit more complicated. But if I come down to this monetization tab, we've got ads here. Now ads is something that you can get access to once your newsletter is established. So you can see here, if you've got a lack of data, it says we need a baseline of campaign and audience data in order to accurately distribute ads to proper newsletters. So we're going to be talking about running ads for your newsletter in a couple of videos time, but they have a platform within BeeHiiv that will do all of that for you. So it will look at your audience data and who is interested in your content. It will then find an ad campaign that matches your newsletter, and what will happen is a pending opportunity will appear here, and it's very clever what they do. They'll give you an estimated payout, so you can kind of get an idea of how much money you're going to make. You can then add your, sort of accept the ad, and then it will turn up in the editor, and I've shown you the editor in previous videos, but then you can add it straight from the editor. So if I was, for example, writing a new article and I wanted to put that ad in there, you can see this little plus button here. This is where you can put all of the different parts of your newsletter. The ad option would be down here. You would click on it and you could add that ad into your newsletter. And what would happen then is it would go out, and then depending on how well the ad performed, you would be able to earn from that ad. So again, you need to have access to the full BeeHiiv in order to be able to do that. But ads is a really nice feature. You just got to be running for a while. You've also got subscriptions in here that I'll quickly mention. This is a way for you to earn money if you have part of your newsletter which requires a subscription. And you've also got the partner program as well, which is worth looking at. So if you're working with businesses that would benefit from being on BeeHiiv, then you can earn from their partner program as well. So that's all the features that I wanted to go through today. As I said, we're going to mention Boost, and I'll talk through how that works in the next video. And then the video after that, we'll talk about how you can use other paid methods in order to be able to grow your newsletter. We'll see you in the next one. Hello and welcome back to this free newsletter course. I'm here inside the dashboard of BeeHiiv, and I'm going to be showing you one of their most powerful features for growing your newsletter. This is the paid part of our growth side of our newsletter. We've already done the organic or free side, and we've done 4 videos on that you can go back and check out. There'll be a link to the full playlist, the full 30 days training down in the description. But the reason this is a paid method is because in order to access it, you need to be on the scaled plan. You can see if I go down here, you get access to referral programs, which we talked about in the previous video. We talked about the ad network again in the previous video, and it's going to be this boost feature here that I'm going to talk about today. And we didn't talk about it previously because it's a little bit complicated. I didn't want to do like a 20-30 minute video. So we're going to dedicate this to this one feature. And the first thing you need to get your head around is the fact that there is a side to this where you're going to be spending money, and a side to this where you can earn money, and the two work well together. So here I am on the dashboard of our test account. This is our newsletter, the work-life ethos that we have been building out over the last few weeks in order for you to see how to set up a newsletter, how to use AI to automate it, to write the content for you, and how to use BeeHiiv to get it out to an audience. So the boost feature has two parts to it. You're going to see boost under here in the growth tab down here, and into monetization down here. The growth part is where you're going to be spending money when you click on boost here, but you're going to be acquiring subscribers. So you're going to be basically paying to get subscribers. Now these subscribers are verified, these subscribers are active, and these subscribers have been referred from other newsletters, and all of that is verified for you by BeeHiiv. So you're only paying for active, engaged subscribers. Down here, this is the part where you can actually take some of the offers that have been created by other newsletters within the boosts, and you can boost those within your newsletter. Works a bit like the referral program. So you would promote these within your newsletter and you would get paid. This is a little different to ads, because ads are put together by the team at BeeHiiv. And you need to have a lot of customer data behind that so they can pick the right ads to put inside your newsletter. This is more specifically about growing your subscriber base. So we're going to start off by looking at the growth side, which is the side where you're going to spend money in order to be able to get subscribers. So when we talked about recommendations, magic links, referral programs, you were paying for the scale part, the $84, in order to access them. But what we're going to be talking about now is we're going to have to put some additional money in. So the first thing you need to know about Boost is you need a Stripe account. That's so that you can be charged and put money into your account. You need a minimum of $50 to start off a Boost campaign, but also so you can get paid on the monetization side. This is one of the biggest parts of their platform that really sets them apart. So what's going to happen is you are going to be guaranteed, it's going to be guaranteed to be your number one performing paid acquisition channel for new subscribers. There's nothing you need to be able to do. What's going to happen is you'll be able to access the Boost dashboard. What will happen then is you will create an offer. You will set the price for how much you are willing to pay for a subscriber. You need to know what that is for your industry. I'm going to talk about that in the next video when we talk about ads from, oh, sorry, that's my phone, ads from other sources. But we're not going to talk about that in this video. If you want to know about prices and stuff, stick around for that. I should say as well, if you want to know more about money-making ideas and get more tips and tricks for AI, then subscribe to our newsletter. It's down in the description. But what's going to happen is you set how much you're willing to pay for a subscriber. You determine your budget. So as I said, you put money into a BeeHiiv wallet, minimum of $50. So you can carefully manage your ad spend, and you'll also decide how long you want your campaign to last for. So again, you can manage your money, and if something happens, life happens, and you've set it for 2 weeks, it doesn't keep running on for months and months and months spending all your money. Then what will happen is you receive applications from our network of thousands of trusted publications and approves those that you want to collaborate with. So what will happen is your campaign, and you'll put a little bit of information about what your newsletter is and how much the cost per acquisition, how much you're willing to pay for a subscriber is. And then that will go out to the other newsletters that are on BeeHiiv. So it will start to appear under the monetization tab, which is what I'm going to show you in a second. And then people will be able to boost your newsletter within their own publication. And anytime you get an active subscriber from them, then you will make money from them. Okay, and they say that because it's been built by the team who scaled newsletters well into the millions, then they know what they're doing and they can get you the results that you need. So that's what happens on the side where you're putting money into your BeeHiiv wallet in order to get subscribers. On the other side of things then, how you can earn money, this is what it looks like on the other side. Now, like I said, even if you don't want to use the growth feature in order to promote your newsletter, if you want to have access and earn from your newsletter, so maybe you're in a great position where you have a newsletter, it's got several thousand subscribers, and you're just coming over to BeeHiiv so you can make some money, then this is what the Boost marketplace looks like. So you can monetize your newsletter by boosting other publications in the BeeHiiv network. So again, you have to connect to Stripe in order to be able to be paid. And then what will happen is you can see all of these other newsletters. You can see how much they're willing to pay per subscriber. You can see what they're called, and you can see a little bit about them. So you can see what is actually relevant to your audience, and you can then go and click on them and you can check them out. You can see, as you can see, what their hashtags are that are related to them. You can see the target audience, and as I said, you can click on these and you can go and find out how much you can make from them. And you can see here you've got an earn up to as well, to give you a bit of information. Now, the newsletter we've been creating, the work-life ethos, is all about well-being and work-life balance in the workplace. So none of these at the moment are really saying to me that they are applicable to my audience. So if I go up here and I put in a keyword that relates to my audience, so for example, I put in yoga here, because when I was teaching you how to use this platform, we did a couple of newsletters on yoga. You can see we've got this one here, Breathe and Flow, which is all about yoga practice. Okay, we've got these ones here which don't necessarily look as applicable, and again we've got a few down here as well. Maybe this daily yogi might be one that I want to check out, and I can earn $1 per subscriber. So once I've got a bit of a subscriber base, and bearing in mind who my audience is, then I can actually get paid per subscriber for anybody who is already in my audience and then ends up subscribing to this newsletter. And then over time, this could be a nice way for me to earn money, which I could then recycle round into other forms of growth, either here on the BeeHiiv platform in a form of boosting my own publication or taking it somewhere else. So you can do a lot of growth and monetization within BeeHiiv. And as I said, you've got to spend $84 a month in order to do that, which is why it is paid. But if you want to know about some ways you can do it off BeeHiiv, then that's what we're going to be covering in our next video. So make sure that you've subscribed to the channel, hit the bell notification so that you get hold of that video when it goes live. We'll see you in the next one. Welcome back. This is the last day of our newsletter business course, where we're showing you in 30 days how to set up your newsletter business in order to make profits from day one. We're going to be talking about running ads today. This is a massive topic. I cannot cover it all in one video, so I'm just going to start off with an overview and also give you some AI tools that you can use to make the job easier. I want to say thank you to all those people that have been there for all 30 days. I've had a great time creating this for you and hearing your feedback on the course. As a thank you, I have a bonus lesson for you coming out tomorrow. That one is going to be following on from what we're going to be talking about today, and how you can learn from your competitors in order to help you avoid making mistakes and therefore get you to making money and being profitable sooner. So check out that episode when it comes tomorrow. Now, I can't talk about, as I said, everything to do with ads in one video on YouTube, but I do have a resource that I want to show you. So when you are deciding to run ads, or if you want to learn more about running ads, then you can go through to that resource. So if you want more support and guidance from us on ads, we're not going to be able to put any ads content out for the rest of the year. We have lots and lots of content coming for you on newsletters, on blogging, on making money online, planned for the rest of the year. So if you want to get that information earlier, then come here. This is our website. You'll find the link down in the description, and all you need to do is sign up to our website. You become a member. You'll be able to access the members area, and that's where we go into everything that we cover on YouTube in more detail. So all you need to do is put your information in, and you'll be able to get coupon codes as well. You can also check out the website. We have all the AI tools that you can review, see what other people think of them, get information on those. We have our Make Money Online ideas using AI, and our newsletter as well, which you can sign up for as well. It's completely free, and you can see all of our past releases as well, so you can read through those and see what we've been talking about. So if you want some additional help or guidance when it comes to ads, newsletters, or AI, then feel free to access those. But as I said, what we're going to do today is talk about ads. Now, in our previous video, we talked about ads on BeeHiiv, and that's definitely the easier way to do it if you are a beginner. But if you don't want to have your newsletter on BeeHiiv, maybe you've got it somewhere else, or you want to run ads on top of BeeHiiv, then that's what I want to help you with today. So the first thing you need to do is you need to know where your audience is. Now, we talked about this earlier on in the course, how you want to go away and find your audience. So go back and check out that video. The full playlist, the whole course is down in the description. But once you know where your audience are, I mean, it could be Pinterest, they could be on Facebook, they might be on IG, they might be on TikTok, they might be on LinkedIn, and they might be on Google. Wherever they are, you need to be marketing organically to them about your newsletter. But then what you can also do as well is you can start to run ads. So you want to start off with one platform. Now, newsletter subscribers on ads are not going to be cheap. You're looking at most of the numbers people throw around who are experts in this are going to be using $2, $3, $4 minimum per subscriber. So you're going to need to have some money in order to be able to invest into ads when we're doing them off the BeeHiiv platform. Not only that, but you need to teach yourself about ads as well. But before you do that, the best thing to do before you go down the idea of whether you're going to run ads or not is we need to do some competitor research. Find out if your competitors are running ads, because if they're not, it's going to mean one of two things. Either it's not worth it because it's too expensive, or they just haven't got around to it yet. And you need to figure out which one of those is the reason. So you need to go away and do some competitor research. And this is going to save you money as well, because if you know what kind of ads are working for your competitors and also on which platforms they're working, then that's going to save you money, because you can go away and you can study their ads, and then you can run similar ads that you know are going to work. You can run similar offers for your newsletter. You can use similar creatives, similar copy, and you can use AI to do this for you as well. I'm going to show you some AI tools that are going to help you with your competitor research. But I'm going to show you some methods now. I'll start off with free, and then we're going to have a look at some paid methods, as I said. So let's start with the free methods. So once you've worked out where your audience is, we want to see if your competitors are actually advertising on those platforms. Now, there are individual ways that you can search on each of these platforms for ads. Some of them are easier than others. One way you can do it is by using hashtags. So within most of these platforms, you can search for hashtags, and they'll probably include something like ad. The hashtag might say sponsored or sponsored post. It might say promotion. It might seem as seen on. So you want to go away, find out what kind of hashtags are used on that particular platform. As I said, within our members area, we give you a lot more guidance on this kind of thing. The other thing you can do is you can go into the ads libraries, and I want to show you two of these now. So this is the ads library for Facebook. I'll leave a link down into the description. And as you can see, I'm within the ads library. I picked my country, I picked that I want to search all ads, and I've taken a look at e-com. You've then got some additional filters that you can take a look at, but you can see here I've got all ads within the e-com niche, and I can scroll through and I can see hundreds and hundreds of ads. But not only that, I can see the name of the Facebook page that's running them, and I can also see some information as well. So I can see this is active and been running since the 6th of October. I can see which platforms it is running on as well. I can see 3 ads use this creative and text. I can click on here to see summary details, and then I can see the ad itself, and I go away and I can watch the ad. And I can see this for all of these. As I said, I can just keep scrolling and scrolling and scrolling. These ones have been running since the 29th of August. This one have been running since the 7th of October. So as you can see, we can go away and we can study what's working in our niche. So if you've got a particular niche that you're targeting, or if you want to look at your actual newsletter, so for example crypto newsletter, you might want to search that, and you can see what the ads are, you can see details about them, and you can find out more information, and as I said, you can watch them as well. So that's one way you can study ads on Facebook. Even if your audience aren't on Facebook, you might be able to see common themes, common patterns that you want to copy. And as I said, I'm going to show an AI tool at the end that will do this kind of thing for you. Another one you've got is TikTok. TikTok also has an ads library. Link again will be down in the description. Just fill out the details. This one I've gone for health and fitness. And again, I can see the ads that are running. I can see the type of ads. You can see here a lot of UGC content is on TikTok, but then you can go through, look at the copy, look at the videos, and then decide if you want to put an ad together that is similar and run that on TikTok, or whether you want to copy it over and use it on a different platform. One of the things you do need to consider when you are running ads and when you're doing competitor research is that running ads is huge and it's expensive if you don't do it the right way. So you might want to think about, is this something I want to do? Like once you've done your competitor research, is this something I can do and I've also got the time in order to be able to do it and to figure this out myself, or do I want to pay somebody? So when we have clients come to us and they talk to us about newsletters and they book into one of our initial consultancy strategy sessions where we look at their business and we decide whether they want to work with us or not, or whether newsletters is the right idea for them, then this is one of the things we talk about, because you can find a lot of information out there for free and try and model it yourself, but there will be methods that the experts know that you don't. And even though you can find a lot of information out there, these people are not going to share everything with you. So for example, we have quite an awesome method that we know about that we don't share on the channel, for example, or with the public in general. So we have methods that we use that help us get newsletter subscribers, methods we know about that work and lower those costs down that we wouldn't necessarily share everywhere, and other people won't be sharing either. So you need to decide whether it's the best use of your time and your money to do it yourself, or whether you get somebody else to do it for you and you outsource. That's not a decision I can make for you, but while you're doing your competitor research, then you can try and figure that out. But whether you're doing it or whether somebody else is doing it for you, AI tools can help you out. The AI tool I want you to check out today is called BigSpy. And the reason BigSpy is such a great tool is, first of all, it does have free options for you. So it says it's the best and affordable ads library. It says whether you need to spy on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, or Pinterest, or any of these other places, then BigSpy has got you covered. And it is really, really a great tool for being able to do that competitor research and help you pick out what your competitors are doing in terms of newsletter and what you can model it on if you are going to go down the route of doing this for yourself. So you can see all the features, but you can see here, these are all the different ad spies that they have that you can use. And like I said, like there's some platforms where it's quite difficult to find out what ads are running. And so using a tool like this can really, really help you out. And they've got tons and tons of features as well that you can use in terms of top charts and new trending ads as well. So this is definitely something worth coming along to, checking out and using. And with their pricing at the moment, if you go down, again, the link will be in the description. They do have this very cool limited time offer for just $1 for 3 days. You could do some real deep dive industry research, find out what everyone's doing, take some screenshots of some ads that are working or bookmarks and pages, and then you'll be able to get some information for just $1, and then you can stop using this, or you can decide you might want to go down to the $9 plan that will give you enough information. As I said, you might want to stick with the Pro for an additional month for $19, and then you can just cancel after that. You do get discounts if you want to go yearly, but again, you might decide you don't have the the budget to do that. But the 6-month Pro plan, $79 for all that information. That's going to save you money in the long run because you're finding out what your competitors are doing, and it's going to help you work out whether ads are the right thing for you to do or not. I mean, if your competitor research makes you feel like ads aren't the best thing for your newsletter business at the moment, then don't run ads. There's no reason to. But you might find that actually, if you've got the money, that $3-4 per subscriber is going to lead to more money with more sales, which means overall you're making more money than you're spending. The other thing I should mention with ads as well is ads take a little while to get going and for the algorithm to figure out what they're doing. And there's also things that, you know, the experts know about ads that you won't know straight away, and that people don't share on, you know, for free on places like YouTube. So you might find that your ads end up being very expensive and your subscribers are costing you way more than that, you know, $10, $20, $30. But over time, things should get better. And again, you might decide you want to outsource to somebody who knows what they're doing and you don't want to take that risk, or you might decide ads aren't the right thing for you. But using AI tools to do that competitor research and help you make that decision is definitely something that I would recommend doing. So there is another competitor tool. This one that I want to share with you tomorrow actually helps you identify newsletters. It's competitor research on newsletters within your niche, so you can find out what they're doing within their newsletter in order to help you improve your newsletter. So what will happen is you will produce a better newsletter based on that competitor research, and you're going to have a longer lifetime for each of your subscribers. They're going to hang around for longer. That gives you longer to turn them from a subscriber, a free subscriber, into a paid subscriber. That's whether they click on an affiliate link, they buy a product from you, maybe they're joining your paid membership, all those ideas we talked about for monetization right at the beginning of this course. But if you're doing more of what was working for your competitors, then what's going to happen is you're going to write a better newsletter, you're going to have subscribers hanging around for longer, and they're more likely to be able to be monetizable, and you can make money from them. So stick around for that video that's coming out tomorrow. If you found any value from this, please subscribe to the channel. It helps us out a lot, and we'll see you in the next one. Welcome back. Our 30-day newsletter business course using AI, help you set up the business in the most profitable way, is over. This is a bonus video. This is a tool I wanted to show you that's going to help you find out what your competitors are doing on the newsletter so that you can ethically take their ideas, create your own version of it, and then serve your audience better, because that's what we're about. We're about getting subscribers, giving them value, keeping them, and in return, we get paid. We get our newsletter that's monetized, and we can make profits. I'm going to show you the long way to do this, which is the free way, and I'm going to show you the AI way to do it. And the AI tool is one we talked about previously on this channel. It's got multiple uses, so yes, you're going to have to pay for it, but it's going to solve a huge number of problems for you, and it's going to save you a ton of time. And I cannot recommend this tool enough when it comes to writing newsletters. It really is a game changer. So what I'm going to show you is the long way. So if you are not hiring somebody to run your newsletter, then you're going to want to be able to do some competitor research. The long way to do this is very, very easy. Go away, set yourself up a new email. Gmail's absolutely fine. Or set yourself up some kind of segmenting within your email if you know how to do that, so you're not bombarded. That's the idea with this. And then what you're going to do is you're going to go away, you're going to find your competitors, and you're going to sign up for all their newsletters. They're then going to email you their newsletter, and you can go through and analyze it. You might want to do this, as I said, in a separate email account, because then it doesn't get into your personal email and get all confused. But if you know how to segment your emails and put them into folders so they skip the inbox, then you can do it that way. Completely free, and you can go through your emails one by one. That's an option. But if you're a little bit more serious about this, and as I said, I'm going to show the AI tool that's going to do this for you, and you want something that can write the copy for you, generate AI images, create your newsletter from scratch using AI, then it's the AI way that you want to use. And that is using this tool here, which is Copy, which we've talked about a lot on the channel. When we are setting up newsletters for clients, and they're happy for us to use AI. Why wouldn't they be? We're going to be able to do more work for them in less time. Then we use Copy. It creates great results. Not only is it able to give us a newsletter, but it's going to be able to write email campaigns, welcome emails, and then also when we're talking to clients and they want us to help with their website, get it to rank organically, so the newsletter ranks organically, they get traffic that way, social media posts, and integrate those into something like Radar, for example, which we use, then this is a great tool that we can use in order to produce excellent newsletters, email campaigns, improve the content they've already got. Then this is a tool that we use, and you can see there's a huge amount of things that you can do with it, and not just emails. You can produce hashtags, write ads, which is what we talked about in the previous video. This is quite a cool tool, the Freestyler, which will write anything for you, and you've got the chat as well. But as I said, we're looking at here today the AI way of ethically stealing your competitors' winning newsletter strategy, and that's with this bit here, which is monitoring. What you can do is you can go and you can track any brand's emails with this tool. All you got to do is put the email in here. Now you can't use subdomains, it's just got to be the original domain that you put in here. If you don't have one already, or they don't have one already in the system, then you will find that you can add your own. But what you can do is they already have quite a few in the system already, and you can track all of their emails. Okay, so here they've already had Gymshark populated in their system. So here I can see exactly what Gymshark is doing. So if I've got a newsletter that is focused around affiliate marketing, that's the way I want to earn from it. If you go back at the beginning of our course, we talk about monetization methods, and you want to do a roundup of different types of brands that focus on the gym niche, then Gymshark would be a great competitor to study. You're never going to outcompete them, but you can learn a lot from them. So we've got pictures, we've got offers, we've got the kind of copy they're using. We can see here in all of their titles, look, we're going for 4 or 5 words. They've gone for emojis in every single one of these. There's so much we can learn from them. We can see how often they are producing their content. We can even see what time of day it's going out so that we can do exactly the same kind of thing. There's so much information we can get from studying our competitors. Now, if you go back to the previous video, I talked about studying competitors when it comes to ads. This is how we study competitors' email when it comes to producing better emails for our subscribers. You can then click on the email, you can see everything that they've got. You can download it if you want, get the HTML, but you can see exactly what they're doing. So we've got a bit of information there. They've gone big on images, as you can see, and we can just go through all of these and we can make notes, learn from it, and then we can improve our own emails. If we're not an e-com, that's absolutely fine. Then we can go away and we can look at any niche. And as I said, you're able to put your own competitors in. So you can see here, the particular case study that we were using for our whole course was an well-being or wellness newsletter. So I found a couple of competitors that I might want to study. You just submit these and then they will eventually be approved, and then you can track them. I've gone for another e-com brand here. This is in the fishing niche. And you can see I've got this one here, and again I can click on this, I can see exactly what they're doing, what they're selling, what they're writing about, and I can follow the same thing. So I might want to do a pro tip that links through to a e-com offer, affiliate offer. I can see what they're writing about, so maybe I might want to write about some of these topics in my own newsletter. I might want to do an article on this myself because I might work out from the SEO I can actually get an article on this to rank. So I write an article on my website and then use the newsletter to drive traffic over. I can see that they're not just doing e-com or information, they've also got recipes. So that again might be something I want to try. They've got a deep dive into some particular products that they've got. I've got this one here, which is a tool set. So they deep dive on into what that is. And then they've got some questions here that they're asking. So a huge amount of information that you can get from one place. So as you can see, we've got, this is here on their website, but you can see every email in one place. So you can track multiple brands and have all their emails in one place. What you can do then is you can share your favorites if you've got a team, or just bookmark them if it's just you. And then you can start to use the AI within Copy to create your own newsletter and your own email campaigns. You'll also get alerts. So when a new newsletter comes out from your competitor, you'll get an alert from that in your email. And what that's going to do is means you can jump straight on that, see what they're writing about, pick up that information, and you can start writing about it as well in your own way. So as you can see here, you just choose the brands you want to follow, easily toggle through their emails. You saw how easy it was. You can also search as well. There's a search feature. Bookmark them, share them, save them, and then you can go in, use the newsletter tool in order to be able to write the newsletter, and you've got the ability to build your own brand as well. So you can put your own brand information in, set your own brand voice as well, that then will feed into all of these tools. So you can study what other brands are doing, take what you like and will fit with you as well, and then you'll be able to build that into the newsletter creator, and you learn all that information from using their monitoring tool. So as I said, this is part of their paid plan, but you get a huge amount. You get the newsletter creator, which we absolutely love. You get the monitoring, you get the ability to build sequences, you get their chat in here, you get the AI wizard. So there's an absolute ton in Copy. Link is down in the description. I highly recommend that you check out this tool, check out the free trial that you can get access to, and see if it's something that you want to use. Hopefully that was useful. We're going to be making more videos around the newsletter topic, even though it is the end of our course. What we're going to be doing is looking at some newsletters, breaking them down for you so you can find out what are the great features that newsletters have in general, what's working, not only in terms of the content they're putting out, but monetization. We want to be making money from our newsletter. We want to provide value and in exchange make money from that. So we're going to be focusing on that as well and learning what are the best strategies we can use in order to monetize our newsletter. So if you're not subscribed already, hit subscribe, turn that bell notification on if you haven't done, and we'll see you in the next one.